Looks like we're back in business, folks. You're hearing the theme music, so that means that's right. Good news. Got the computer working. Also, RIP to Yellow Man's testicles. They've officially been removed. He's in here with me right now. Poor little guy. I don't know. Let's goof around. Holy shit. What's up, folks? How's my audio? How's it sound? God, what a day. I got back in town. First of all, let's talk about the last stream when my computer was broken. My computer monitor, my laptop monitor was fucking dead for 3 days. Black screen. Don't know what was going on. I mean, I guess it was officially gone kaput because it had been on the fritz for a while. I talked about this last week. But, I get home and I plug in the computer and turn it on. I unplugged it for the 4-hour road trip. Come in town, plug it in, and the goddamn monitor turns on like nothing was wrong with it. I don't know. Maybe it was the outlet I was plugged in at Meg's house. I gotta send Meg the links. Let's see here. Yeah. I think we might have a few people from the Thursday stream we got coming up. Top 3 at 23 on tap presents. Brought to you by the Critical Drinker fan page. We got Wes coming in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's like I kind of wanted to just stream, let everyone know the computer's working. Also, maybe have some audio testing. Might have some new people, some old people. People people you don't know. It doesn't matter. No one's fucking watching. We got one person watching. God bless you, sir. Let's see. What do we got going on? Sending Meg the link. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I woke up. First of all, I was gonna go get on Discord last night and play some Jackbox games like I always do after Sunday karaoke. Well, we had a wonderful Mother's Day. Talk about that some more when people come in. But I don't know. I realized we gotta play Jackbox games at like 11 after we watch these movies, and I've realized, oh my god, I gotta take Yellow Man to the vet at like 7 in the morning. So I went to bed, me and Yellow Man, set my alarm for 6:30. And I woke up at 7:11. I was like, holy shit, what the hell happened to my alarm? Fucking stupid phone's on silent. I'm one of those guys where I set the alarm, I wake up at the alarm, and that's it. I get out of bed and do my shit. I'm not one of these motherfuckers that hits the snooze button 17 times. That's ridiculous. It's just so funny because I get up at 7:11, rush. Also, we can't give Yellow Man any food or water past 11 midnight, like a goddamn mogwai. And I get him, usually when I get him in the pet carrier, the past 3 times I had to take him to the vet, I had to lure him in there with some food. Put a can of food in there, he goes right in. Then you just, close him up in there. Well, couldn't give him any food, so I just threw the cat in the car with the pet carrier separate. And I drove my ass all the way to 30 minutes away to this animal facility. They're going to neuter him for free. And I drop him off. Made it in time. I had to get there by no later than 8:30, 7 to 8 or whatever. I can't remember. Get there just in the nick of time. They take Yellow Man. All right, great. I go home, do some errands. Oh, I made the banner for this event today. Let me pull it up. where is it? This event on Thursday. We're going to have a pretty good stream on Thursday, folks. It's going to be fun. Let's see here. Yeah. Made this today. You know, good banner. You know how I like a good banner, right? So top 2020 top 3 of 2023. We'll do that Thursday. Made that banner. Trying to get everyone ready. Then I get home and I gotta pick up Yellow Man at 3:00, right? And also they let me know, hey, they're gonna remove some of his teeth. They're gonna give him an antibacterial shot in his gums. He's got terrible teeth. It's kind of one of the things we had to look at. So it was gonna be a free neutering, but then they're like, oh, it's gonna be $250 now. So that's fine, you know. Get him, pick him up, and I don't know what's going on, but I pick up the cat and he's in his cat carrier, and I call the people back as soon as I get in the car, and I call them nonstop the whole ride home. They're not answering. I'm so fucking annoyed because the cat is like covered in his own piss. He just pissed all over himself. His whole backside is like soaking wet with cat piss, and it's like a male cat. Stinks so bad. The whole reason why we got the fucking cat neutered was so he'd stop spraying outside. Now he just comes inside just reeking of piss. It's okay. I washed him off with some wet naps. We took a big nap. And here we are today, right now, at, what is it, 9:50? Christ. Late night. Yeah, normally Meg works Mondays, but she's off today, so she might pop in. My cousin, Michael Queef, you know him. He might be here. I don't know. He's been dealing with some sad stuff. What else? Yeah, we'll have some people pop in. As far as what else I want to talk about, I think I figured out what I'm going to do for my first analytical analysis film video. I think I'm going to make one soon. Probably start on it this month. Hopefully it can be done by the time I go to Colorado at the end of June. Want to compare, because we know we talked about Renfield last week, how I watched it, and I had feelings. I had feelings about the movie because it wasn't good, and it was very kind of similar to the comic book I'm planning on making next year. And I realized, like, you know, Renfield was okay at best, but it was like a, you know, horror comedy vampire movie with crime elements in it. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, why don't we just watch Innocent Blood? You know, the John Landis 1993 movie with Robert fucking Loggia, Anthony LaPaglia, Chaz Palminteri, Luis Guzman, and Pollard. She's naked like 30% of the movie. Hell yeah, that was a good vampire movie. So I think my first analytical video is going to be an in-depth comparison of those two movies. How, you know, why watch Renfield when someone else already did this, you know, better 30 years prior with a budget 3 times smaller. It's insane. And I understand inflation's pretty bad, so the price of movies is going up. But seriously, if you could make Innocent Blood on a budget of 20 million, then why does Renfield on a budget of like 70 million, 80 million, however much it cost? I mean, I guess most of that money went to Nick Cage. I don't know. But yeah, Thursday's going to be good. We'll have a few new guests, including Vex Electronica. She's a big deal. Big fun YouTuber. YouTube girl. Yeah. I don't know. Kind of just thought I should go live regardless of what's happening. It's Monday, you know? And I didn't want y'all to think the computer was broken still. But here's what's going on. I watched a bunch of movies. I plan to watch a few more. I was trying to come up with my top 3. Struggling to come up with 3 good movies I watched this year, from 2023. And it's like, dude, I looked at my list and it wasn't great. I had Cocaine Bear on the list. I was like, surely I've seen a better movie this year than Cocaine Bear. I mean, Cocaine Bear was okay, but was it great? No. But I think after watching a few more movies, yeah. Mother's Day, we watched Evil Dead Rise. That's gonna be on my top 3 now. That was fun as hell. It was a great Mother's Day movie. Last Mother's Day, we watched Mother with Jennifer Lawrence. That weird ass movie. I think Mom liked Evil Dead Rise a lot more. It was fun. It was bloody and gory and twisted. I liked it. Then we watched the Mario movie, and my God, I have some thoughts about that. That was a children's movie. That wasn't a family movie. That was a movie for fucking 4-year-olds. It was weird. I mean, I kind of, I watched it. I don't know if I enjoyed it. I definitely spent like a lot of the time like making this face. Like, what? It was super weird. And again, it was just like one of those things where, like, as I'm watching it, I'm like, why do I have friends that talked about this movie for hours? I don't understand. I don't understand how you could have more than like half an hour's worth of opinions on the Mario movie. And that's the other thing. It's like I love Blue Collar. Blue Collar, he's a good guy, but man, this is another movie. Him and Renfield and Mario. I feel like those movies were very cheerfully reviewed in a positive manner. And maybe I'm just a cynical asshole, but I just didn't really like them. I mean, they had some moments, but that's I'm gonna be, if I was generous, I'd give them 2 out of 5 stars. It's more like 1.5, really. Oh well. And yeah, it's been a good few days since I got back in town. I guess I got back in town Friday. Friday morning. And then I rushed over to karaoke Friday night. There's a karaoke contest coming up. I want to talk about this more later when some people come in. But yeah, I don't understand this contest, and nobody else seems to either. It's very strange because normally karaoke contests are like you win and then you get some money. This is a different situation. First prize gets $300. Is that it? That's not a lot, and it gets better. The $300, you don't even get it until October, after you play a show. That's right. That's right. You get to come back to the karaoke venue October 20th, 5 days before my birthday. And that's assuming you win. And first prize gets to put on an hour show, singing for an hour. And then they get paid $300. You know what second prize gets? They get to open up for the winner, and they get paid nothing. And third prize also gets to open up for the opener, and they get less. They get 15 minutes to open, and they also don't get paid. Holy shit! Those are not good prizes, folks. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. If I won, first thing I do is break off a little of the 300 for second and third prize. I mean, for fuck's sake, they should at least get a bar tab, right? Hey, you get a free $50 bar tab on the 20th when you come here to sing. I mean, Jesus, right? There's 3 preliminary rounds these next 3 weeks. And then there's like a finals round on the actual final competition is on June 8th. I don't even think I could make that. And then on top of that, if I win, I also got to clear October 20th. It's like, bro, how many days? I could get $300, pulling an all-day shift at work today in my house. I could play a band show one time. I don't know, man. I don't know. Karaoke contests are weird, and I'm still kind of jaded from that last one. I was robbed by a seal. Kiss from a Rose. They played an abridged version of the song. It wasn't fair. 16 minutes. Still no one here. Where is everybody? We got people coming in. I lulled. Sucks when I'm streaming by myself because I don't know. Like, my microphone could have been off this whole time. I don't fucking know. Who knows? Yeah. Good old-fashioned middle of the year streams. Jackie Chan returning for sequel of one of his hit movies. Is it The Tuxedo? Professor Chen. A Legend. Oh, they're doing a sequel to A Legend? I never saw that one. Someone's here. It's been 16 minutes of me talking by myself.
Yay!
I thought you were naked for half a second there.
No, I'm wearing clothes.
Okay. How are you, Meg, dear?
Would you be blaming me if I was naked, though? I told you Man Pants had a long run, but that's it. Speaking of naked, guess who's humping?
No. No.
This time it's a pig, not a turkey.
Oh, the turd.
Did you just try to blow up my dog humping something?
Well,
weirdo. What's wrong with you?
If you're going to show me something interesting, I mean, I got to see it.
Well, how is the cat?
He's right here. He's right here laying down.
Let's see him.
Nah, he's laying here on the ground and by the door, behind I have to move the computer. He's here, believe me. I'm just glad he's quiet. He's conked out. He ate a bunch.
Say about me too.
Yep. Yellow man, he got his testicles removed. I think I noticed there's definitely like a sense of betrayal in his voice.
Yeah.
When I pick him up, he's like growling now.
And with good reason, because you cut his balls off. How would you feel?
Well, I'm glad they just removed 2 teeth, the teeth that were already all fucked up. Because they called me and they're like, yeah, we're going to have to extract some teeth. And I was like, Jesus.
What are you going to do when you wake up in a hospital bed and I've removed your balls and your teeth?
Yeah, that sounds like some good, that sounds like a good horror movie.
Or foreshadowing. Which is it?
Yeah, I sent that guy Robert a link who I met at Utopia Fest. I was telling you about, the camera guy. He fucking came. He's telling me a great idea for like a movie or something he had. I was like, holy shit, that's pretty good. I don't want to talk about it without him here, but
yeah, you shouldn't. But I definitely probably met that guy. I guess it's the only guy with an expensive camera, right?
Yeah, there was a point where he was down by the watering hole when we were all there.
Oh, I remember that.
He had a big old camera.
When I kept following off of Larry the Llama. Sorry if I was putting out in the light the whole time. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that was when I was falling off Larry the Llama.
Yeah. We might have Wes. Oh God, he's right here. Lord Toxic. What's up, man? Toxic, you there? Well,
he will be here.
He's in here. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have Morgan, one of his friends, coworker.
That's exciting.
She's coming in on the Thursday stream.
Yes.
Oh, you're here. Hello.
Yay!
I'm here, my brother.
How you doing?
It's just been a crazy day running around doing errands. My daughter's about to have a kid, so I had to run around and do shit.
Whoa!
Congratulations,
yeah. Granddad, the Lord of Toxicity, will have toxic grandchildren.
Congratulations!
Jesus Christ!
Thank you.
How old are you?
I am 45.
Yeah, I guess I never asked you how old you are.
I am 45. Yeah.
Nice. It's a good age to be grandpa. Grandpa
Yeah,
toxic.
Grandpa toxic. Back in my day, kids, we would teach a woman the lesson she needed with the back of our hands. None of this touchy-feely stuff.
Gas was $1.19 a gallon, and we had to go pick our own switch.
Back in my day, boys had a penis and girls had a vagina.
Back in my day, you could shoot a commie and still have a beer after it and not feel guilty.
Yeah, they're not people.
Good Lord.
They're not people like us.
I'm excited about the Thursday stream. Made that banner today.
I saw that. Looks good, dude. Great job. Great job.
Thanks. I went with the red and gold because it was very like Oscars, Academy Awards.
Yeah. we were fucking slammed at the bar this weekend, and both me and Morgan, it was Morgan's birthday, and me and Morgan did really, really good. Her in the bar, me in the kitchen, and then we had a big party for the graduation. The students out here from the college graduated. So there's a huge grad party out here because it's college town, and both she and I kicked ass. And so I thought, well, this is a good time to hit the boss up while he's happy. I said, hey, so me and Morgan are going to live stream on Thursday. I sure would appreciate if you'd let me have it cast to the bar TVs and put up a couple of flyers and stuff. And he said, yeah, sure, why not? I said, I promise I'll give a shout out for the bar. And he goes, okay, great. So awesome. There you go.
Oh, I thought I was waiting for like the axe to drop where like I was waiting for that part of the story to turn where things didn't go good.
Where he was like, well, actually, look at this tweet I found from 2006. So
yeah. No, nice. He's pretty chill about the whole thing. I think he thinks it's kind of cool. It's been known because I've had to ask for days off when I've done podcasts with Dark Hour and stuff like that. So
sweet.
And Blue Collar. So they're pretty well aware, and more than a few people have listened to it, including Morgan. I will tell you right now, and she'll probably tell you the same thing. She's a little nervous.
Okay.
Because she's never really done this before. So
no worries.
She has.
It's just like hanging out at a bar.
That's what I said. She goes, yeah, I know I'm really good here at the bar with people. She's like, but the thought of getting up like on the internet and stuff like that, she's like, that seems, I was like, it's like being on a Zoom call. It's fine.
Well, you can ease her mind with my current sub count and viewer counts. It's not not a lot of people watch this shit just yet, but
we're gonna get those numbers up, big guy. I looked at some of the stuff.
I don't know what's going on with Dante's Peak, but it's like doing like 4 or 5 times better than all the other videos I've been releasing, and I'm like, Jesus, cool.
Good. Well,
it's because of Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah,
Pierce Brosnan is lovely.
Volcano's next.
And yeah, man, this flyer you did looks fucking awesome, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, I whooped it up in about an hour. It was just kind of coming up with good images to isolate. I could show it again. Where is it? I imagine. Yeah, when we do the stream, because as you can tell, I got the monitor started working again by itself, so now I could do the.
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening to you. I had a phone call from my girlfriend who's in prison. So
but it's just like I remember last year when my stream.
Did you just say I got a phone call from my girlfriend in prison and then gloss over it like you're not a fucking G?
Yeah.
I mean, it's less than I'm a G and just I am the lord of all things toxic.
Well, it's like I was saying today, like everybody's celebrating, oh, Martha Stewart's on the cover of Sports Illustrated and she's 80. Can we not celebrate that she's the first felon on the corner of Sports Illustrated, okay? First white collar felon, and nobody's celebrating that.
Yeah, they're all just celebrating the fact that she's old.
Yeah, milestones. Guess what? She can't help being old. We're not celebrating her for accomplishments or celebrating for her body, a bunch of fucking bigots.
Isn't she dating Snoop Dogg?
No, but they fucked for sure though.
Probably.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for afterwards when she's like, "Can I get you a strawberry lemonade and some chocolate chip cookies?" Yeah.
Did you guys ever used to watch the SNL where they had Martha Stewart SNL skits? She was like, yeah. She's like, good times. Yeah, just gonna make it. Just gonna make it perfect.
Martha Stewart could get it.
Do you remember who played her in the SNL?
I want to say it was the same chick that did Superstar. Is that not right?
Ringwald? Molly, I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Molly
when
Ringwald.
When I think of the word Stewart and late night TV, I think of Stewart from Mad TV.
Yeah.
You guys remember?
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, well, there was I remember the South Park parody of Martha Stewart where she's doing the intro recto gestion, like how to Cartman figured out that everyone can eat their food backwards, like through their ass, and they poop out their mouths. So that's like the new fad.
Ew.
That's like a Tenacious D.
It's like an older
album
episode.
where they talk about N-word singing.
Anyway, there's an episode where so that in that episode there's like a Martha Stewart parody character who Martha Stewart shows up and she shows everyone how to shove a turkey up her ass. It's funny.
Pretty sure I saw that on Live Leak the other day. A lady was smuggling a turkey out of the restaurant that way, or out of the grocery store.
I saw a weird ass depraved video of some woman at a grocery store taking chicken parts and putting them inside her and walking around naked. It was fucking horrifying.
You're the one that showed me that, I think.
Maybe.
Probably.
I watch
Nobody
all the fuck.
Else, none of my coworkers are going, "Hey, come look at this." It's always you.
Look, it's not just about seeing all the current memes that are fucking Facebook and YouTube friendly. It's also about seeing the dark, depraved shit that just came out.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know?
That's
like,
what you want.
Shit.
That's what you came to see. That's
not what I want, but some of
come on. We all know.
I regret seeing.
It's like the baby shooting scene in the remake of Dawn of the Dead. We know what you're there for.
That was
we know what you want to see.
I agree. That scene was a bit much. I remember Van Sciver talking about that scene. Like I don't know. I think a lot of people felt like that scene was a bit much, but I like that movie.
Nah, I remember listening to the audio commentary from Zack Snyder, and I remember one of the people that was in the film was like, Jesus, this director's, because it was the director's cut part, and she's like, man, this is hard to look at, and he goes, nah, this is what you want. This is what you paid for. This is what you're here for right now.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder is such a dude,
bro.
A
whole song about that.
When I hear Zack Snyder talk about like Superman, I remember just thinking like this is before the fucking the Man of Steel came out, because I was really excited about it. You know what I mean? Because Chris Nolan, they were attaching Chris Nolan's name to it too. And
I like Man of Steel. I don't know what the issue is.
I just Man of Steel is okay. It's just the whole Kevin Costner Father Kent dying in a tornado. That's one of those changes that breaks the character. You know what I mean? Like if he had saved him from the tornado and then like he died from a heart attack later, like, or cancer or something like that. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. That's one of those scenes. It's like making Spider-Man gay. Like on the surface, it's like, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but you realize like it breaks the character, because like the problem with like, you can make Wolverine gay. It doesn't really do much, change anything. But if you make Spider-Man like come out of the closet, it means that like all those times that fucking Mary Jane was in danger, it means Gwen Stacy died for nothing. You know what I mean? Like she was in the closet, you know, and a real hero would be loud and proud. You know what I mean? Spider-Man would be anyway. But
who is hey, go ahead.
No. I mean, that's just basically the thing about Man of Steel is it gets a lot of bad rap about that one specific change. It's definitely in my eyes. But as far as like leading up to the movie, I remember being worried because hearing Zack Snyder talk about Superman was very concerning, because he would just say shit like, bro, man, I'm here to see Superman fucking fuck shit up, dude. I'm here to see Superman wreck shit, bro. I want to see Superman like break shit. And it's like, yeah, but
I'm here.
You want to see
I'm here
that,
for that all day.
It's more like I want to see Superman saving people from insane shit. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, boring.
We all
anyway,
have various agenda watching.
Apparently.
But with Zack Snyder and the Dawn of the Dead movies, that is my favorite Zack Snyder movie, Dawn of the Dead.
Oh yeah, that's good. I remember I watched that movie like 20 times, and then I remember thinking like, I started listening to the audio commentary. He has some of the funniest fucking audio commentary. It's like, because they have like two different scenes of slow motion toilets getting fucking broken. He's like, years from now, people are gonna look back on this and go, "What was this weird obsession with toilets? Like, why is there slow motion toilets?" Like, because they do it two different times where there's like a slow motion shot of a toilet getting broken or thrown through a window or something like that. But so have you? So I'm in touch obviously with Morgan because I work with her. Have you gotten a green light from everybody else?
Yeah, Vex is good to go, and
Devin,
even if it's I haven't. I mean, Devin's in the chat with us. So, I mean, he sounds like he's good to go. He hasn't come in here for an audio check or nothing, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
But I assume Devin's good to go.
I'm going to text him. I actually have his phone number.
Yeah. So, and I know Chris Chris and Russ also said they'd at least pop in, if not just be there. I think Chris is saying he's
That
gonna
could be cool.
there.
I feel like Chris is going to. Yeah.
At the very least, it's going to be us 4, us 2, and the 2 ladies, but plus maybe 3 other dudes. So
Meg, is that your handle, Meg, or do you actually have like a handle?
No, this isn't even a thing that I do.
Yeah, she calls herself Megalodon sometimes.
Megalodon, yeah, it's a merge of my
Love
personal. Everybody
Love
calls me Meg. You can call me Meg. You can call me Megalodon. What
about? Did you answer that question about Morgan Devon? Do they have some?
I kind of feel like Julia Roberts just now saying that. Like, what's your name? It can be whatever you want.
It could be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, like I don't want to be like busted out. You know,
I have used that line so many times in bars. Somebody was like,
no way.
They're like, no, not for the name, but they were like, what do you? They're like, you ride a motorcycle? What kind do you have? I'm like, it's whatever kind you want it to be, baby.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm just to show you my disapproving look right now.
I love it.
I love when Richard Gere like negotiates her like the bulk rate. And like I remember like someone was making a meme about.
Did you see my meme? That was me. I posted that. I posted that in the drinker chat.
Basically, she gets a pay downgrade, but you have to assume that she's also like, you know, if
he wasn't dicking her down 24/7.
Right,
so it's
right.
all good.
So yeah.
I mean,
it's not like it was not
bubble baths and like
she was eating
taking her shopping.
Yeah, she went shopping. She got to go down the Rodeo Drive. It was all good.
You guys want to hear a confession? I've never seen Pretty Woman all the way through. I don't think, or at least not in the last 20 years.
I know. What is fucking wrong with you?
I know all the parts you're describing.
Guess what the next we watch is going to be?
Sure.
Pretty Woman walking down the street.
I do sing the hell out of that song though. Roy Orbison, I kill it. Roy Orbison.
Toxic. Did you see the Freeway we watched that we did with Reese Witherspoon?
I did.
Like 18.
Yeah.
Nobody knows that. Like that was a movie when that came out straight to cable. In 96, I got a copy of it and passed it around the bar that I worked at then. And like, we had everybody at that bar fucking quoting that. Like, I'd walk into work and like Gina, the girl behind the bar, would be like, "You are so ugly, Bob."
Who beat you with an ugly
Who beat you with an ugly stick? You big old shit bag. You just have to shit in that shit bag, don't you, Bob?
Yeah.
You just think of me every time you use that thing, you motherfucker.
Oh my God!
You gonna do sex to my dead body or what?
Yeah, that was like amazing. How like we're reading about how like it had been NC-17. It was X-rated for dialogue, for words. I was like, whoa.
Well, because of the shit they were saying, man. They're try to make a movie like that today. Fucking forget about it. Forget about it.
I definitely watched that movie.
That's back before she had her surgery.
Yeah.
I'm only 33
what
now.
Surgery?
I remember when I had that movie on VHS and I was like a preteen girl and it was like cathartic for my angst, I guess, but I didn't know half the things they were saying in that movie. I was totally ignorant to it. I was
joking about how that was like
and things, and I was like, oh my goodness. Like watching it as an adult, I was like, no wonder.
Yeah. If I was saying
go ahead.
No, I was saying what was the surgery you were saying? She had a surgery?
We're gonna have to work on this, Enzo, because we have a bad habit of talking over each other. We're gonna have to work on this for the stream.
Okay.
But and I did warn Devin and Morgan about that. I said me and Enzo are really big mouths, and we have a bad tendency to like step over each other like all the time. But she was like my first crush. She did a TV movie with a young Patricia Arquette, where Patricia Arquette was deaf, which Patricia Arquette actually is partially deaf, and they're in the 1940s. And Patricia Arquette comes to stay with them, and her and her older brother kind of like adopt her.
Is it called Man in the Moon?
No, that's this Man in the Moon came out after that. Okay. And Reese was like her country accent was so strong. Then Man in the Moon came out, and that's when I really developed a hardcore crush for her. And she and I are the same age. And then like it was like a year after that I was watching HBO, and they're like, Reese Witherspoon, as you've never seen her before. An updated tale of Little Red Riding Hood. Man. This one packs a gun, and then, all that crazy shit. And
That's a great
shit,
slogan.
and you think it's gonna be cheesy, and it is kind of cheesy, but at the same time, it's so brutal. Like that part where she like asks Wolverton if he believes that the Lord Jesus Christ is his personal savior. It's like, oh man, you do not want somebody with a gun against your head asking you that. That's when
that's real
this shit
good,
is
Bob.
about to go down.
I
That's
definitely
real good, Bob.
I definitely remember her looking pretty damn good towards the end of that movie. I was like, damn, she's looking good in that little miniskirt.
She was born with a cyst on her head, and she had that removed. So if you watch her earlier movies, you can see this big old fucking bump on that big old forehead.
Dude, Enzo, fuck you for talking about her forehead through that whole movie. Now do you feel bad?
Yeah, no. And I was like, are you talking about I thought you were saying for a minute she got her head size reduced for a second there, but no, I guess not. She had a little lump on her big head. Because
she had a lump. She grew into her face.
Scrotium. Pretty pronounced. Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
so,
she grew into it.
Yeah, you're right.
At the beginning of the movie, she had like this little high and tight ponytail, you know. She was wearing like these like long socks with like, you know, whatever. And then towards the end of the movie, she was like, she had met the Chola. She started doing her makeup like the Chola. She got the girl from prison was like, here's a gun. She was with a little her boyfriend. She's like, here's a gun. Here's, you know, some money. Here's whatever. And she just started like going and I guess trying to hook in Mexico or whatever. But once she started doing that goth makeup around her eye, Chola lip liner like that, and she just got way hotter.
Right.
Like second half of the movie, it was like, yes, it's trashy, but it's like that kind of trashy I'm into.
Dramatic, you know, the dramatic makeup, you know, it's accentuated. But I remember watching that and being like, that was like the Teenage Girl's American Psycho. If I was a teenage girl in the 1999 instead of a boy, I would have been obsessed with that movie.
Yeah, much better. And you know what else? Young, what's her name? The one that passed away, the one that OD'd a couple years ago.
Brittany
Murphy. Do you like Tar?
Yeah.
I love Tar.
Trouble because I'm like too into the girls and stuff.
I just don't understand how you couldn't like girls.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Freeway was fun.
Utopia Fest. Anyway, speaking of Utopia, is that Richard guy coming in?
Maybe not. I don't know. I sent him the link to watch or to stream, so you know, it's whatever.
I didn't get the link to watch. I didn't get that.
No, I sent that to I sent that to y'all to just come in.
Why don't post that in what to watch or to stream?
Just to come in. I posted that in our top 3 because I figured y'all were going to come in and check your audio anyway. You know?
Post yeah. Well, I mean, I mostly just wanted Morgan to do it because she's going to be and then Devin has never used his computer for this purposes. I mean, he does game and stuff, so and I guess she does too. And I met her husband the other night, and I guess he has a big gaming setup, so that's good.
That's cool.
I'm not worried about Blue Collar and Dark Hour; they're fine. I'm sure Vex is fine. I'm not worried about that. I just wanted her to like be able to do something real quick and then play it back, and she could hear herself and like see that it's like not that big of a deal.
I did tell her we could do it anytime between now and the show because I'm going to make the links for the Thursday show after this stream, and we can start sharing the YouTube link everywhere and get the StreamYard link to everybody who needs to get it. And I guess this will be one of the first times I make I guess this isn't a Tales from the Dorkside. Is it cool? I mean, I called it On Tap Presents. Like, is that?
Yeah, I heard that. I like what you said.
Okay, cool.
I like what you said. Yeah, I mean,
it's an On Tap stream. It's an On Tap stream on my channel, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, so like I was saying, the thing I was saying is like with the Tales of the Dorkside, I was like kind of thinking like, oh man, this is gonna be the first time I don't really send the link out to a bunch of people. But I realized like, oh, but it's not really a Dorkside stream. So
the entire this is gonna be, if you advertise it the way that you said it when I was listening to you when you jumped on, if you do it that same way, I'm gonna tag everybody in the group. So that's 6,500 members. So I'm gonna get a couple people that are gonna bitch about it, but for the most part, I'm just gonna be like, all right, listen, this has been coming for a while.
But at least it's cool because it will be on a different channel, and like, you know, the idea of like rotating these Critical Drinker, you know, fan streams on, you know, that's kind of a fun idea.
Right.
You know?
Right. I like that. I like the Critical Drinker adjacent people. I like
on tap stuff. You know, the on tap stuff is what we'll call that stuff, you know. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I was looking for
and if, you know, more, like I said, if I don't know if, like I said, if Morgan or Devin want a moniker to use, because we can just keep using their real names. But if they want to come in, if they can't come in tonight, it's not a big deal. We can do it anytime between now and Thursday.
Yeah, I think the thing with her is I think she wants to use the avatar, even though she's super pretty. She wants to. I think she wants to hide behind the avatar, which I said I always use the avatar just because it pulls less games off the computer. Although I said sometimes bandwidth. I switch it up and I do bandwidth. Yeah, so I usually do that, but then sometimes I just pop in with the you've seen ones that I've done where I it's just me.
Here, we'll all go camless right now.
My number one issue with here, okay, if you're gonna go camless, I'll go cam. But my number one issue with being on the people used to always say, oh, you should do this, you should do videos, you should do a podcast, you should do whatever. And like as a woman on the internet, it doesn't matter how smart you are, how many amazing things you say, it's always smash would not smash.
I get that too.
It doesn't matter if you're pretty, if you're not pretty, if you're a paraplegic, if you're in a fucking wheelchair, if you have no hair, none of it matters, because it's always going to be, if I had like a voice modulator to where I had like a guy's voice, and I am not a feminist who's like, oh, patriarchy, whatever, I'm mistreated as a woman. No, I just understand where people are coming from. And if I had like a thing where I looked and sounded like a man, maybe I would do a YouTube channel. But I totally understand your friend's reservations of just wanting to use an avatar, because then you just go over all that and you don't have to deal with it. But
I mean, mine is really more practical.
I've never seen your face. Look at you.
Yeah. I was saying the thing about
robe, and I think my neighbors think I'm.
Oh yeah.
You're
just having a phone call, I was gonna say with the coming on camera, it kind of reminds me of like that Star Wars girl, because like she got popular like always on Avatar. Her channel got really popular first, and then when she got on camera, everyone realized like she's like a fucking babe with like huge boobies. And it's like
post-millennial, that happened with her too. Everybody like, oh, you never post your pictures because you're probably like an ugly hag. And then she did a video and everyone was like, oh, she's like super hot. And then everybody was like, you're just a dumb hot girl. So yeah, there's no winning.
Yeah, you can't win no matter what you do. That Star Wars girl's super fucking hot. Like Mahler, no one's ever seen Mahler. No one knows what he looks like.
He sounds fat.
They call him the long man though.
Right. So, no, but I can hear it. I can hear the fatness in his voice for sure.
Can you? I think you've said that before.
I picture him fat. I picture him very fat and pale.
Yikes.
Really disappointed when he's like a tall, skinny black guy?
Nah, I mean, he's got a great voice regardless. Well, it's one of those things where like with when you got these radio voices, these sexy voices, it's never what you think it is, like
yeah, he does have a sexy voice. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Do you have headphones, Meg?
Yeah, I'm gonna go inside and rejoin this on headphones on a computer.
Yeah.
Sitting
problem with headphones. Yeah. All right.
Lightning bugs. I'll go back inside in a minute.
Well, without headphones, every time like your speaker says something, you cut out.
Okay, bye.
So, all right. I'll see you in a second. Anyway. Meg just kind of was like, keep me company, because I was like streaming for like 17 minutes by myself. Yeah, I don't know. My cousin, he might not pop in. He's been having
hey, what time are we starting on Thursday again? Remind me, is it 8:30?
It's 9:30 EST, because she wanted to start. We said starting late, so me and you are on 8:30 time, so it'd be 8:30 for us.
Because me and you are in the Midwest,
right? I'm in Texas. Yeah. It's gonna be 9:30 for all the East Coast boys and girls. And
Devin just texted me. It came in jumbled at first because I think he was using voice to text, but he said, I originally thought Thursday would work good because it's my day without the kids. Now I have them. What time are we going to start? And he's in Florida, so it'd be 9:30 his time. So he should be fine. Kids should be in bed by then, and he can join late.
He could come in late. He could leave early, man. It's no big deal, But I mean, like I said, as long as it's like maybe you, me, Morgan, and Vex, we could be like the core four for that stream, and
for sure,
everybody else can kind of,
For sure. Yeah, she's just so yeah, hers is a little she's going to do one thing. I'm glad there was a little bit of carryover between, because Devin wanted to talk about The Last of Us, and so does she. Do you know all this stuff already, or am I telling you stuff you already know?
No, but let's talk about it. I didn't know what you're specifically talking about, and I can kind of
for the top three.
Right. And Vex is saying, she gave me her vague answers. She gave me a bunch of choices. She basically said, I don't want to spoil any of her stuff, but yeah, she gave me some good answers, and yeah, not a lot of overlap. But of course, like everybody,
a little bit of overlap is good, though.
Yeah,
a little bit of yeah, I like it. But yeah, that saved me from having to say The Last of Us, because I did want to talk about The Last of Us, but I wanted to talk about my other stuff more. So I'm glad that other people are going to say some good stuff about it, because then I can just co-sign on it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna shit all over Guardians of the Galaxy because it was fucking dog shit.
I haven't seen it, but I gotta say,
it's terrible.
Like,
it's terrible.
I agree with what some of the other criticisms were saying. Is like, it's pretty easy to feel empathetic for a bunch of fucking mutilated animals. You know what I mean? It's just like
that means nothing to me. That means
it's like cheap
nothing to me.
It's like a cheap shot. Like, you're gonna torture animals.
In fact, if I'm being honest, that's one of my biggest pet peeves. I saw Open Range back in 2003 when it first came out, and I remember watching that. It's a Kevin Costner Western movie, and I remember watching that, and the scene where the bad cowboys wreck their little homestead thing they have, and you see their best friend has been killed, shot in the head. Their young ward, who would ironically later grow up to be playing Andor, he is beaten almost nearly to death and shot, and then all their stock and everything has been destroyed. No reaction from the audience, but then the camera pans over the dead dog. The whole audience, oh, I'm like, oh, okay, so the dead people, fuck them. The dead dog, oh,
yeah.
So that shit irritates the fuck out of me. That irritates me to no end. Like, I don't know why animals' lives are held, like, because they're cute and cuddly. Like, I don't know.
Well, it's like animals and children are like innocent. They're innocent victims. But
no,
if it's
not.
like a monster
Nobody's
movie,
innocent.
I tend to when the dog gets eaten by like a monster, that's like less, of a.
I will tell you something about me where the load of toxicity originated. Is I remember watching Fear
Toxic
with
Avenger. Oh, okay.
No. I remember watching Fear with Mark Wahlberg.
Love that.
And they have that thing where the little boy blows the dog whistle to get the dog to come through the doggy door.
Yeah.
And he blows it when the house is under attack, and he's just the dog's head comes in and then just is been chopped off from the rest of the body. So they had shot the dog's head through the door, but did it in a way that it looked like it was the dog.
I remember that shit. I remember
that, and everybody was so shocked, and I'm laughing hysterically because I thought that was fucking hilarious.
I loved some
fucked up shit.
I love Fear. Fear is good, and Alyssa, what's her name? Alyssa Milano. Also, she's hot as hell in that one.
Yeah,
and Reese
Witherspoon again,
of course. Yeah. I love when Mark Wahlberg's like fucking pounding himself on the chest so he can fucking have that huge bruise.
Yeah,
to show her about the dad.
That's when I learned some very valuable lessons about women, because I was working at a bar. I was 18. I was working at a bar, and hang on, Devin's texting me. And I remember coming into work and hearing all these young chicks say, everything would have been fine. None of that bad stuff would have happened if she would have just stayed with him. It's because he went crazy. He's like the perfect guy. I was like, wow, you bitches are all stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
Like that was a good learning. I'm glad I learned that lesson early in my life. Like, they were just like,
he was bringing his life around. He just needs the right lady.
Yeah, but he was so hot, and he finger fucked her on the fucking the carousel. So that's what's important.
And it's that fucking Wild Wild Horses song, or a cover of that song. It's a good version of that song too.
Yeah.
I remember it's just kind of like isn't he also like him and his friends are like gangbanging your best friend behind your back? It's kind of problematic.
Once again, none of the chicks that watched that movie had an issue with that.
One thing I'll say about Fear, if you rewatch it and look at it, like the type of film and that kind of fluorescent Panavision look that those mid 90s movies had, that to me is like the best looking type of movie. I love the way those 90s movies look, specifically Fear and other movies kind of like that. They had a very specific Panavision type camera they were using. It looks so
Oh,
cool.
95 and 96 were such great years for movies, man.
Oh my God.
95, 96, and 97, if I'm being honest. Maybe even I might even say 95 through 99 was pretty much great.
96 was when I discovered The Prodigy and like started moving into like electronic music, because it was like Mortal Kombat had come out, right? So like techno music, sure, and it was okay. But then I heard The Prodigy's Fat of the Land. My cousin showed it to me. We were like in a road trip. We pulled out the CD. It's the one with the crab on it. And it's just like, I never heard anything like it before. It was so cool. And then right after that, the Hackers movie came out, and it was just all about Prodigy and Crystal Method and Fatboy Slim and all that kind of shit. That was good stuff.
Yeah, they had some good techno music. Bruce Willis played a bad guy as an assassin named the Jackal in the movie The Jackal.
I love the Jackal.
And they had some good fucking techno in that one as well, which I usually don't care for, but I liked it in that.
I tell you the story about my mother watching The Jackal when I when I was living in Austin. She was still living here and by herself. And one day she calls me, and when I was a kid, I used to get Jack Black a lot, So she calls me and she's like, "Hey, I'm watching this," because she loves Bruce Willis. Die Hard's like her favorite movie. So she's like telling me, "Hey, I'm watching this movie, The Jackal. It's so good." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, what part are you at?" And it's like, "Oh, he just got this big gun from Jack Black." And I'm like, "Okay, hang up the phone and call me back in like 5 minutes." And she calls me. She calls me back 5 minutes later. She's like crying. She's like, "She killed him. He killed my man." It's like, well, that's like the best part of the movie right there, when Jack Black gets it.
Oh yeah, he's like, "You're right. It is a little off."
Also, it's just like, talk about overkill. You're getting paid to assassinate someone. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking buy a goddamn like remote operated bolt gun, basically, like a fucking blow that woman in half on the podium if it had actually happened. You know what I mean? She would have vaporized.
There was no other way. Yeah, there was no other way though. I mean, he couldn't get. Do you know how far the Secret Service goes out to, like, they go out for as far as a long range rifle can shoot.
Right.
So like that, there was no other way to do it.
That's like that movie's badass. And Richard Gere, again with Pretty Woman, Richard Gere is in that one.
We got like 6 degrees of separation with our fucking topics tonight, huh? Hey, let me grab a beer. I'll be right back.
No worries.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, it's like all the movies are connected,
It's all connected. Talk amongst yourselves.
Sure, amongst myself, yes. And as far as Pretty Woman, it's just so funny how Richard Gere, he's always going to be remembered as the guy who shoved a hamster up his ass, even though it probably never happened. It's so funny, like, fuck, that's so bad. People are going to be like, remember an officer and a gentleman? That's a thing that actually happened. And they'll be like, nope, he was the guy that put a gerbil up his ass, allegedly. And it'd be like, that never actually happened, but that shit might as well just go on his tombstone now. Just a little fucking gerbil somewhere hidden, etched in the gravestone. Oh my God. Poor Richard Gere. Unless, of course, he did stick a gerbil up his ass, and in which case, then sure, he should be remembered for that. I mean, sticking gerbils up your ass is one thing, but having a doctor have to like surgically remove a gerbil out of your ass, that's a little embarrassing. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're a surgeon, doctor in an ER, like when you first show up, like one of the rookie jobs, one of the jobs they give the newbies is you're on anus retrieval detail. Because anytime you live in a big city, it happens at least a few times a month where some fucking person, man or a woman, walks into the hospital claiming about abdominal pain. And the doctor's like, yo, I was talking about Richard Gere shoving hamsters up his ass. And now I'm talking about how, like, it's actually pretty common for people to go to hospitals to get things retrieved from their anuses, their rectums.
Yeah.
And it's always funny because the doctors, they always go through the same song and dance and they fucking hate it because it happens all the time for them. But for the person that's coming in with like something up their ass, like this probably hopefully never happens, and they're very embarrassed and they don't want to say anything. And it's just like, oh, I have a stomach ache. I need an x-ray. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah. It's like, listen, did you put something up your pooper or what?
They literally say that. They're like, all right, I'm going to cut to the chase. Did you shove anything up your ass? And they're like, no. Literally, you've had people deny it.
Yeah.
And then they have to do an X-ray and they find a fucking Transformer toy or whatever the hell up their ass, and they have to do the whole. Why didn't you tell us this? You know how much time we could have wasted, you know, just like trying to figure out what was wrong with you. You could have just told us, hey, get this thing out of my butt.
Yeah. I had a chick that I know that she likes to sell like videos and nudes and stuff like that. She like texted me out of the blue. She had this home wrecker 3000 that she was gonna work on herself with, and she was like, hey, for $10 I'll show you me putting this and, you know, doing stuff with this. I'm like, I'll pay you to not do that.
Yeah.
Like, what are you trying to do? That thing's bigger than a child. Like, what are you doing with that thing,
dude? Talking about like extreme videos, like when you watch like crazy war videos and automobile crashes and fucking narco videos, it's horrific. But honestly, what's more horrific is like the crazy like Pain Olympics porno where people are like cutting their testicles off and stuff like that for fun.
Yikes.
People doing the pink sock stuff, like enjoying it. That stuff is shocking to me and like nightmarish.
Hey, so is that Megaladoon? Is she going to be in the? She going to be on the Thursday stream as well?
No. She'll probably watch. She'll spectate.
Okay. So she's one of your friends wanted to pop in tonight.
She's my lady friend. She's my girlfriend. Popping in, saying what's up. But yeah, she's not a huge movie buff. Although we did watch a lot of movies. We did watch a lot of movies this past week, and then that's the other thing is like my list is kind of evolving. I already know Cocaine Bear is definitely off the list. Definitely found something. Yeah, found something better. I mean, spoilers. Pretty much everything on the banner is like something that was at least spoken for in.
Well, yeah,
communique.
That was the point, right?
Right. So definitely, I watched you. Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about this on the Thursday stream, but yeah, me and Mother watched Evil Dead Rise on Mother's Day, and fuck, it was great.
Oh, okay.
Loved it.
Really?
Yeah, she loved it too. Hey, fuck yeah, what up, Illegal?
Yo,
how you doing? How you been, man?
Let me get these good, man.
This is Lord Toxic. Lord Toxic. This is Illegal Smile, aka Matt. He was on our Hitman video and Vampire Dog. He's on a few of our watches.
Do you guys talk for a couple of streams?
Man, I'm glad you found the link. I'm glad you found the link. Yeah, I mean, I keep dropping the link in like various like message groups we're in, so it's always open,
Yeah, for
but
sure.
Yeah, we're talking about we're doing a big Thursday stream on my channel from Toxic's. You know the Critical Drinker, right?
Yeah, that was the guy that was on
Scottish guy.
Avatar.
No. He's that famous like Scottish YouTuber guy, but we're in like a fan page for his, and I guess we're gonna do like a fan appreciation top 3 kind of.
Oh, cool.
2023 so far in retrospect,
Right on.
So yeah, tune into that on Thursday. It'll be Thursday, like I guess 9:30 our time. But yeah, Vex Electronica is going to be on there. She definitely gave the green light. She gave me a shout out on Mother's Day. Like she's coming on the channel on Thursday. So
love it.
Yeah. So it's tight. Dope. She might talk about video games or, who knows? She had some interesting choices. So she also mentioned
Morgan's going to talk. Go ahead.
She also mentioned like a Blu-ray DVD release that interested her. I was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's cool.
How's my sound and all that?
You sound great. No worries.
Do I need? Because I can grab a mic and headphones and all that shit.
Oh yeah, I mean that's
you sound a little under. Yeah, you sound a little underwater.
Yeah, that's your laptop mic. I mean, I don't really
fucking MacBooks.
Well, we're just goofing off today, so it's not like a pro stream. But yeah, I mean, obviously, mic and headphones are always appreciated. I did tell Meg to get her headphones.
Thought you were talking about earlier. You might be streaming.
You did
later tonight. Is it tonight or just later, like Thursday?
No, we're streaming. Right now and then Thursday.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Thursday, it's gonna be more of like we'll have like a panel of people that are all selected.
I
know. Oh yeah, I see you messaged me. Sorry, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm live right now, right? Obviously, people are watching.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, I had a very busy day. I've been up since 7:30. We got a stray cat neutered. Mr. Yellow Man has no more testicles.
I didn't do that, but... Yikes.
Y'all said to get some teeth pulled, poor fella. But he's doing good.
Yeah, I thought this is supposed to be my day off, which it technically is, but I've spent all day long doing shit all day. So went grocery shopping for my daughter and ran around. I went to her house to drop them off, and I was like, "Do you not have a vacuum cleaner in here?" So I was like, "Let me go get you a vacuum cleaner." So shit like that. Running around. Went to 3 different stores today, spending a bunch of fucking money, and it's whatever. Clean the house. dealing with the prison girlfriend. She's getting transferred to
Yeah.
another prison on Wednesday, so dealing with that.
Damn.
So yeah,
When does
trying to
she
get her situated
get out, or what's the
next
deal with
year.
that?
Next
Oh.
year.
Sweet. She a big
So-
movie buff like yourself?
No, she's a big book person. Speaking of
Of
which,
course.
Morgan's going to do The Last of Us, the TV show You, which is interesting, because I've never heard anybody talk about that.
Right.
And then I have watched a little bit of it, so I know a little bit of it. And then and you already know my feelings on The Last of Us. And then I guess she has a book series that she wants to talk about. She wants to talk about that, which is also a show, but I guess she's not watched the show.
Okay.
Because she's still reading the book, so that's kind of an interesting thing.
Sweet.
So we're gonna have a pretty wide spectrum. Especially, Devin just texted me and said he didn't realize it was going to be that late, so he doesn't see a problem because the kids will be in bed.
Yeah, like I said, we pushed it back for Vex because she had work.
Yeah,
issues.
that's cool.
We're like,
Yeah,
let's
that's
do
cool.
Let's do it. And then also the thing about yeah, I mean, it might go a little over 2 hours. It's gonna be a dense 2 hours.
Yeah, well, I'm off that day, so I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't care.
I just can't. I can't get fucking annihilated like I did on the what stream was that? I think it was the Avatar one. I just got fucking wrecked.
Like 5
I was
hours.
listening. I listened to that, and I hear myself at the end, and I was like, Jesus, Wes. I was so fucking drunk by the end of that thing.
I mean, I could really tell. Well,
you couldn't, or you could.
No, I mean, maybe if I re-listen to it, sure. Maybe, I don't know.
You should re-listen to it and listen to the end of it. I think I went through an entire case of beer through that.
I mean, it was like a fucking almost
stream.
a 4.5 hour stream or some nonsense.
My ex-wife listened to it while she was down in Florida. And she thought that was hilarious because she was like, "You did a 4-hour stream on a movie you hate." I was like, "Well, that's kind of what they brought me in for." So,
dude, that's what this was. This started out as a fucking 5-hour stream on the Disney Star Wars prequels. January 2020.
Wow.
Then the pandemic happened.
The prequels or the sequels?
The sequels. Sorry, did I say prequels? I meant the sequels.
I think you said prequels, but yeah,
Sorry.
I knew what you meant. You know, it's funny too because I can remember telling people, you know, I'm not a revisionist or whatever, but people at the bar that I worked at in 2015, they were like, "Did you catch the new Star Wars movie?" Because they knew I was a movie buff, and I said, "Yeah." I was like, "It's sort of a rip." I was like, "Yeah, I enjoyed it, but it was sort of a rip off of A New Hope. It was just basically a retread of The New Hope." And I remember that the girl and her boyfriend being like, "You're literally the only person that says that." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think that's true. I thought I'm pretty sure that's it's going to be known for." So I wasn't doing any kind of YouTube or anything back then or whatever, but I was like, "No, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what this is going to be." And then I was locked up for Last Jedi came out in 2017. I was locked up then, so I didn't see that one, and I didn't see Rise of Skywalker, and I'm all the better for it. Both of those came out while I was still locked up. I did a 4-year bid from 2016 to 2020, so I didn't catch either one of those. But yeah, I got the JPEG of the flyer you made up
Sweet.
in and I'm looking at it, and it's how come so on the front where the Ryan Gosling and who's under Ryan Gosling?
It's the
there?
Tetris.
Who is that?
Tetris movie? Yeah, it's that Aaron.
Oh, okay.
He looks just like my little brother. That guy, that motherfucker. Especially in the Kingsman, where he's clean shaven, has glasses. He looks just like my brother.
Yeah. What is his name?
I want to say like Avon Targaryen or some shit. That's not.
No,
right.
isn't it like Taron
Something
Egerton?
like Egerton,
like
Taron Egerton.
I really like the picture of the girl from
Yellow Jackets.
the show I'm watching, Yellow Jackets, with the shotgun or with the rifle, the reloader rifle, and then
Cool,
off
man.
to her left is the is that a bloater picture from Last of Us?
The clicker is one of the
Love it.
clickers. Yeah.
Love it. Love
Great.
it. This is you did a great job, man.
Well, thanks,
This
man.
is
It's
really
I do it for a living. I whipped this up in like 20,
Love it.
30 minutes. It's mostly just like looking for the good images to use.
Is someone talking about South Park?
I want to mention specifically this new season of South Park. Yeah, that's probably my number.
What
3.
is the picture of the guy with the motorcycle? What is that?
That's Mission Impossible. That's fucking Tom Cruise
Oh,
getting flung into a
okay.
fucking.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll dissect the banner some more. And also the thing is, as I was making it, I had all the collage on the left side, and then I realized like, oh, we're gonna be like under. I could put us like on the left, like vertically, but typically we're in the lower corner like we are now. So because of that, I switched them around. So now we'll be like under the 2023 thing. So yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, no, good. Love it.
And as far as
I love the whole thing.
Good, great. Yeah, feel free to. There's no point in sharing the image because, like I said, I'll make the link tonight. So like, share the YouTube link. The image should be there prominently.
Yeah, I'll wait until you have the link, and then I'll share both of them.
I'll make the stream.
I'll put it in the feature page.
Yeah, I'll send you the link for this Thursday stream, like probably within the hour after we wrap up here.
My boss is also. We have. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
We have a bar app for all the employees and stuff, and so he's going to link it in our bar app that we do our group chat in for the bar, and so then they're going to share it on their socials, and then I'm in 2 other groups. One for the town of Lawrence, Kansas, that I live in, called Live Love Lawrence, and then the other one is I have a admin of Buffy the Vampire Slayer Whedonverse group, and I'll throw it in there too. So we should get some pretty good exposure, I think.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't even realizing about. I just got into like a Bounding Into Comics page, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, I should have been in this one a while ago, because like comics is like more my thing. You know? Movies, comics, music. I've been in music pages like fucking live events and stuff for years and decades, but I don't really like participate in them.
Yeah, that's one thing we don't really do that much in the group. We don't really talk about music as much as we should. Every now and then somebody will have like a band thing or something like that they'll want to, and they'll be like, hey, can I post this? I'm like, yeah, go ahead. As long as they ask first. I almost never say no. Unless somebody wants to like post an OnlyFans thing or something, then I'm like, yeah, you can't. No, we're not doing that. But if you have something to advertise, a YouTube channel, a comic book, a game, whatever, and someone's developed something, I'm almost always about it. Like, what's his name? That used to be one of the moderators that was on Dark Hour stream, his fan appreciation stream. Paul, he did, I guess he's done some kind of a video comparing the new D&D movie to Conan the Barbarian.
Right.
And he was like, can I post this up? I'm like, yeah, man, go for it.
I remember Paul. Good guy. Conan, man. Frank Frazetta, all that stuff, dude. Yeah, hell yeah. Just like
I read a lot of Conan in the joint.
Dude, yeah. Dude, Frazetta, like, you hear about how he was a giant asshole, but motherfucker, his work speaks for itself, Same thing with like
you know who played him in a
No. Someone played Frank Frazetta?
Oh, okay. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they did a movie about him. It was what's his name that played Gomer Pyle in Full Metal Jacket?
Oh, Vincent D'Onofrio.
Vincent D'Onofrio played him, yeah.
Cool. I need to check that out. Hello, Meg.
I don't remember the name of it.
Hello.
Megaladoon.
You're welcome. I went and got my headphones, but there were some technical difficulties on this part.
I imagine.
Toxic, you wouldn't believe like all the. I'm a millennial. I should be better at this, but you wouldn't believe everything that Enzo had to go through to just get this set up where I could navigate it.
Mostly so we could do the Wii watches on Discord.
Yeah. I like the stuff you guys have chosen so far, man. I'm super excited for Commando. When I tell you literally that they played that movie on the they in the Chow Hall in Iraq, they always play movies, and they made the mistake of playing that one night on a Friday, and I quoted the entire movie and drove everybody insane until finally a full-bird colonel came in and was like, excuse me, Sergeant, you need to just, people are trying to watch the movie, you need to stop saying all the stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm not a sergeant over here it's Mr. Kelly. So he's getting yelled at.
Oh, you okay, Matt?
He's getting yelled at.
Test. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you probably turn it down a bit.
All right.
You probably turn your gain down, or I could turn you down. Maybe that's how.
Yeah, turn my ass down.
Yeah. Hang on. I got.
Turn down for what?
Turn it down
for what?
Yeah, talk to us. Hey, yeah, I'm doing great.
Meg?
Doing good.
It's been a while.
Commando.
Since that 8-hour stream we had that one day.
Smile. How about thoughts on Commando? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hold on.
That was the one with the
Bennett.
somewhat. Yeah, I was about to say the somewhat gay villain who's like, were they ex-lovers? Like that's the kind of.
Why? Because he was wearing bondage gear.
Yeah, and like the stuff he's saying, in the Matrix.
Automate the gun, John. I'm gonna get inside you.
Jesus. Yeah.
They had a chubby, out of shape Kiwi to saying he was gonna kill John. Like, really? Are you though?
It's pretty good, dude.
I don't. When and you had Schwarzenegger in peak Schwarzenegger, like he was peak. Like that's like the peak of him being in fucking excellent shape.
Well,
and
did you ever?
What are you doing tomorrow, Toxic? Maybe we can watch it tomorrow because I don't think we have anything planned for tomorrow's watch.
Working, baby.
Okay, well,
working. I'll be at the bar.
Any one of these Tuesdays that you're not working, just let me know, man.
Did you guys ever hear Bill Burr's thing about Schwarzenegger?
No, go for it.
Recently?
No. Here's the thing. I cannot go over it like Bill Burr. But
I know what you're talking about, where he's like self-made man.
Like, yeah, he was like, listen, I'm just gonna fucking own this entire like industry that I want to be in. I'm gonna be the best at it, and then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna marry a fucking Kennedy. And everyone was like, no, you can't do it. And he did it, and he was like, you know what? Now I'm gonna be a senator.
Governor.
Like, this guy is the American dream.
Love it.
Yeah, his story, like I don't know if y'all know about it, but like his story, his like origin, coming over to America, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah,
I think he sold ice cream or something in Bavaria, wherever the fuck he's from.
Austria.
Saved like $5,000. Austria, that's it. What's the difference?
Arnold Braunschweiger.
A lot, actually, if you ask the Bavarians.
Better ice cream, I guess.
I used to sell.
Oh my god! You know what?
Nothing happened in Germany that's
What if I live stream next weekend or in a couple weeks from Europe?
That'd be fucking cool.
Yeah,
that'd be hot. Yeah, let's do that.
And
let's make that happen.
Yeah, and then we'll just do nothing but like World War II conspiracy theories.
No.
While I'm sitting in the one country that was neutral during the World War II.
Oh my god!
Hell yeah!
And so because it's neutral, we're gonna allow all opinions. All right.
What if they find your IP and like arrest you for thought crimes?
They won't, because I already have a VPN covered by a VPN. Don't even worry about that.
Yeah. What about
Also, I'm in Switzerland.
What time will it be in Switzerland?
It's exactly 12 hours away from here.
Okay, so it'll be fucking 9
right now it's 11
in
the morning.
You'll be asleep.
It's 12 hours from Texas time. Exactly.
Nice.
But yes, I'm going to be there. So what are they going to do?
What are you going to be doing
extradite me?
Just touring
around.
Just
a family vacation, but still, it's like, what are they going to do? Extradite me? I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Exactly.
You guys know that I never in my life saw a burqa until I went to Switzerland. And then I saw a full head to toe burqa. And it was these two women walking along this like this beautiful sidewalk, and on one side is like Lake Geneva and the French Alps, and on the other side is like a bunch of beautiful hotels. And they stopped to take a picture of their shopping bag and a Sprite in front of it. And it seemed like they were very like, oh, look, we found a Sprite, and that was wild. But they were just sitting there in their burqas with just these tiny little screens to look out of their eyes. And I thought, of all places, I did not think this is where I would see that for the first time.
That's like when I first saw Amish people. Guess where I saw Amish people?
Pennsylvania.
Fucking Juarez, Mexico.
What?
In a mall.
That's weird.
By an ice skating rink. Now, here's what's happening. Okay, this is El Paso, Texas. You go to Mexico because there's a big fucking ice skating rink in Mexico that we go to. This could have been maybe downtown El Paso or maybe in Mexico. I'm pretty sure it's in Mexico. But we go into the mall, and I'll never forget it. It was a man and a woman, Amish, and I knew they were Amish because they were wearing the outfits, but also their little son, they're holding him, and his fucking shoes could not gain traction on the ground, and he kept like slipping and sliding. So he's just like being held by his parents, trying to keep footing on the slick tile floors with his like non-rubber shoes,
little wooden shoes,
right? Wooden shoes, probably. Yeah, you're right. And fucking, it was the weirdest thing. And I remember I must have been like 12 or 13 years old, being like, "What the fuck are Amish people doing here?" Like, I'd I had seen Kingpin. I knew what Amish people were.
What was weird to me is one time I got snowed in Utah. And like, we've all heard about Utah and the Mormons and whatever, but like I really couldn't leave for like 3 days. It was just not safe. And I went to go get like a burrito one day or something, and I looked around and I noticed it was nothing but women and children, and all the women were like really personal with each other, like just leaning on each other and whatever, like sisters. And I thought, these are all just wives and children. Like all their men are doing quote unquote asphalt or construction or whatever it is the Mormon church says they do for money. But I was just looking around thinking, oh my God, like this is like the polygamous, whatever. I was just seeing sister wives and their children all day long, and you never saw men during the day.
Mormons.
And when you saw women and kids, it was like 20 women and 70 kids for like one family. It was nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, you also can't drink there unless you're drinking Mormon supplied alcohol. So they have something called Five Wives vodka, or what was the other? Polygamy Pale Ale.
What?
And so the Mormons
I love the
brew their
names.
own booze.
Love the names.
Yeah. And so when you go to Utah, like when you're in Salt Lake City, Provo, these major cities,
Yeah.
you can't get regular
beer.
percentage beer, yeah, unless you get Polygamy Pale Ale or Five Wives Vodka or any of these, Salt Lake City based distilleries where they're not allowed to drink, but they are allowed to make booze for the tourists who drink and make all the money off that.
Wow.
But if you want to drink Bud Light, fuck you. But if you want to drink Mormon made beer, go ahead.
Well, I remember in SLC Punk where they talk about how like the other way to get real liquor is to get like a fancy country club, go to these like, membership clubs where you can get full bars and stuff. Or you fucking go to Wyoming or some shit. You go to another state and get better beer. Drink it
do a
back.
beer run. Yeah.
Jesus. Nightmare.
I worked at that country club where people did that.
So how's Jackie Smile? I see her running around doing dishes and shit.
Oh yeah, man. She's about to go watch her shows. I think
What are her shows that she's watching?
she's probably picking back up on Succession, and
All right. Everyone's
That's a
loving
good
it.
one.
Everyone's
That's a good
loving it.
she's watching all kinds of shit. Every time I walk in there, she's watching a new fucking series. So
I just realized my shirt's inside out.
yeah,
I watched Air last night. You guys seen Air?
I watched it too.
No, is that
I haven't
good?
seen it
Is that
yet.
any good?
It was.
I fell asleep towards the end like every movie, but it was a Matt Damon and Ben Affleck movie. Do I need to say anything else?
I gotta say, I
Matt
liked it
Damon
more
had
than
that
Good Will
joint.
Hunting.
No way.
I did.
Eh.
Thought it was fun.
For the record, you guys, I just made him watch Good Will Hunting like 2 weeks ago for the first
Yeah.
time.
Oh,
I
my
found
boy's
Goodwill-
wicked smart.
I found it to be a little
Do you like apples?
I think maybe
Chuck,
I've been
I had a
jaded.
double burger. I know
think
what you
I was-
ordered, Morgan. I was there. Well, give me my fucking sandwich then. What do you mean your sandwich? I fucking paid for it. I told you that I would give you the money back when we got the change from the snow cone. I told you. Well, give me your fucking 73 cents that you got on you right now, and I'll fucking keep it up here. Keep your sandwich for you. And at the end of the week, you can have your sandwich. You pay a little
Pay it
bit. You
on
know how your mom
layaway.
got a couch Renaissance
Layaway.
style? She came and fucking and just put you on a fucking burger late because you're on a program. Can I have my fucking? There's your fucking double burger.
Oh my god, that was
There
good.
was a time where there's just too many fucking Boston movies in a row.
This guy has never seen that movie before, ever.
No such thing. No
That kind of
such
Boston
thing.
shit.
I spent all of last
Oh,
winter,
my-
not this one we just went through, but the winter before. I spent it all in Boston, and I will never fucking do that again.
Damn.
My family
again.
on my mom's side's all from Dorchester, Mass.
Yeah, it's I get why they say mass holes now. No
And,
offense.
Enzo, let me.
Christ.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not from
Assholes.
there. It's my family's from there. Enzo, I'm gonna shoot you in our group chat a picture. Can you? Are you able to put it up
Sure.
on
Yeah. Sure.
on here the way you did with
problem.
the?
No
Okay,
problem.
'cause I want to make Megalodoon laugh.
Oh
I like
my
Megalodoon.
god.
I'm gonna start spelling my
My-
name that way. I like it
Oh.
better.
Holy shit, dude. This is pretty fucking funny.
Blow it up, blow it up. Here, I'll blow
Uh,
mine up too.
That's as big as it gets, yeah.
Is that
Uh,
Jesse Plemons?
Oh,
no,
Jesus.
that's toxic. That's Lord Toxic.
Oh
No
shit.
way.
Here,
Were
let
you in
me
the
let me
Stanford prison experiment or what?
I don't know.
Now it's in a military prison.
damn.
Like as a experiment or as like a legit prisoner?
As I pistol whipped somebody on leave, and they put me in the military jail for a few months.
Damn.
I know that should make me think less of you, but that makes me think so much more highly of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm like, respect.
Thank you.
Respect.
I actually,
You know what?
I was able to stay in the military after that. So
Well, that means you were justified, and I've never really
Hang
met somebody who was in.
hang on.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Is that me or him?
No, it's you're kind of cutting out,
Can you hear
Tiger.
me?
What's up? A little bit. Yeah,
Test again.
Am I cut now?
a little bit.
A little bit. Yeah.
Test.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Hang on. Let me redo this mic. Let me redo the mic.
It's
Hang
okay.
on.
No worries.
Excuse me.
I was like, Jesus Christ, is he dying?
That's me.
You're like
that
a
was the
idiot.
death rattle. It's like that scene in Fight Club where she's like, "Have you ever heard a death
Yeah.
rattle?"
That's right on your phone. Of course, Tyler was obsessed with her. Marla
so was
Singer.
I. She's the manic pixie, and I honestly, she could get it too.
She's a
I don't
babe
know, man.
in that one.
What's funny about that movie is like apparently
Where'd Toxic
Marla.
go? We had a point.
Yeah,
forget.
he'll come back. He knows what
All
he's
right.
doing. But as far as oh, here he is.
I got it.
You got it.
I had to readjust my mic. My mic was.
What was the
getting
point,
fucked up.
Lev? I
It getting
forgot
caught
already.
On something. And
Yeah, we were talking about something.
I was gonna send, since we were talking about Matt Damon. I was gonna send my Matt Damon pictures because I was a dead ringer for him back in the day. So I just sent them to Enzo.
I kind of,
They
I
used to-
kind
when I was
of,
in boot camp. Go ahead.
I was saying I kind of see the resemblance in those that first picture. Oh my god!
Put it up.
Wait. Okay, they're a little tiny, but it's okay.
Oh
Oh,
my
shit.
God. No
Wow.
way.
Now this is. I wish I could blow this up somehow. Oh wait.
That's
you're
a dead ringer.
You say
Yeah.
your family's from there. Are you sure you guys aren't brothers?
It's one of my
It's
favorite
funny you
movies, man. It's Rounders. You kind of look
Yeah.
at the Rounders.
I
That's
love
a round.
Rounders.
That's my Rounders picture.
I just quit
Yeah.
my poker job 48 hours ago.
Nice.
Toxic Damon.
Yeah, when I was in boot camp, they used to call me Private Ryan. They'd be like, "Private Ryan, come over here." I'm like, "It's Kelly, drill sergeant." They're like, "Yeah, you look like fucking Matt Damon, so shut up." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's cool."
There are worse things to be compared to.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
I heard
I've
that
definitely
during
aged
the,
better than him.
I heard that during the Private Ryan movie, they made everybody do like military drills to like train for the movie, but they didn't make Matt Damon do it
Yeah.
just so that the resentment towards him in the film was real.
Subconscious.
Right.
Yeah, and another fun fact, two other fun facts with that. They all quit after the first week, but Tom Hanks kept showing up. And so he kind of guilt tripped everybody into showing up for the Ranger training. And then Tom Sizemore was going heavy into his drug stuff, and Tom pulled him aside and had
Wait, Tom
Robert-
Sizemore did drugs?
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Wicked Shaka. And so Tom called up Robert De Niro, who Tom Hanks called up Robert De Niro, who had been in Heat with Tom Sizemore, and was like, "Hey, I need you to do an intervention with me. He needs to finish his film. He's like the heart of this film." And so they were like, "Listen, you cannot, you can't do any more drugs, man. You just can't do it, or Steven's going to get rid of you. And we love you in this role. I think it's one of his best. I think it was one of his best roles, really.
I
Oh,
agree.
for sure.
I agree.
I like the Relic.
I do too. I
released a wee watch of that, me solo, for that, just to honor him, because I couldn't get anybody to do it, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'll do it by myself," and it was pretty funny.
I
Do it live.
like that movie. Yeah,
I liked it too.
go live.
Good-
Fuck it, we're gonna
good
go live.
and it's cool. It's cool seeing Tom in a lead.
I mean, the
but-
monster looks better than some of the monsters do today. Like in CGI
Yeah,
wise.
I definitely talked about a lot of.
It's a good book too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
There's a few of them too. I didn't realize the sequel's called The Reliquary. The Reliquary, which is like a menagerie for relics. Like a bunch of relics together. It's like, damn, I didn't even think of that. A bunch of Cathogos running around eating people's hypothalamuses.
We got a hypothalamus thief running around here somewhere,
Ah.
grabbing everybody's hypothalamus. Hey, I'll be right back. You gotta grab a beer.
No
Be
worries.
right back.
I just remember making like 20 jokes about how fucking dark it
Did
is in
he
that
just
movie.
say, "I'll be right back. I gotta go grab a hypothalamus"?
You can grab a hypothalamus flavored beer.
Oh, I see. Oh
Hmm.
goodness, I want a hypothalamus flavored.
But yeah,
beer.
Tom Sizemore, and that's pretty crazy what he was saying about fucking Tom Sizemore being on drugs, Saving Private Ryan. I believe it. But yeah.
Well, I did watch a lot of Top Sizemore movies growing up, or I didn't recognize who he was, rather, because I was never a cinema person like you guys are. But I saw him in, like, the first time I became very aware of who he was because I was watching trashy TV and watching Celebrity Rehab.
Oh,
and
shit.
Then he was in there with Heidi Fleiss, and they had that thing obviously before, and they showed like her life. It was all sad. She's got like 100 parrots or something out in the desert in a trailer.
Whoa.
And yeah, and they were just like, they were trying to help each other, I guess, through their sobriety. But then after that Celebrity Rehab show, I mean, like probably half of them died of overdoses, and it was like,
yeah,
man.
but is that show like kind of funny or is it serious?
I mean, it's mostly serious. Like what's his name? Who's that guy who went to North Korea? Who the
Dennis Rodman.
player? Yes,
Dennis
he
Rodman.
was on there. Sizemore was on there. Heidi Fleiss was on there. The bassist from Alice in Chains after Lane. What's his name? Lane. Staley. Yes, after he died, Mike, the bassist, he was in there trying to like deal with all that, and that was
hey,
like
maybe that could be our next.
And then
trash.
he died too.
That could be our next trash TV show we watch. Is old episodes of Celebrity Rehab. I would be very interested in that.
I don't know if I'm in actually. That's like. I feel like of all the trashy TV shows I've watched, I've never felt like such a piece of shit for entertaining myself out of that TV show.
But they're celebrities, Meg. They're celebrities, so
they're not real people.
It's okay to like laugh at their fucking problems because they're famous.
Yeah, you must have never watched Kevin Federline, Britney Spears show that they had.
I just dripped, and so you know about my booze bag. I just brought it inside, and there's like a literal bottle of tequila dripped all inside the side of it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, you never gotta carry your booze bag inside again. So don't worry about it.
It's true. Let me fill them in because they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I was a bartender until like 48 hours ago at this poker place where I had to bring my own alcohol to serve there, and so I had to drive around with a car bar.
You're bootlegging?
I called it. And
bootlegging.
Bootlegging.
Now I'm done.
Meggie.
I was bootmaking. But
fuck off, dude.
Nice. Nicely punned.
Change your name to that.
Now that I'm done bootmaking, I guess
that has
just
legs.
Bring all my booze in here and be done with it. And have
dude, it'd be so funny if your nickname was Boot Megan, because then it would be like, oh, is that like
it will be now. Don't think for a second that's not going to be.
But everyone's going to think it's like a Family Guy type thing, like, oh, Boot Megan, like kick her out of here. It's like, no, she sold illegal booze out of her fucking bar, out of her car. You'd be like, oh.
And so I think you overestimate how much people are still watching Family Guy.
Technically, I didn't sell anything. It was like that scene in The Wash with Snoop Dogg where you buy the bong, you get the weed for free. It was one of those kinds of situations.
Nice.
Wouldn't you buy the weed and get the bong for free? That
no,
seems more
because you can sell the bong. You can't sell weed.
Yeah. You'd be like stuck with like tons of bongs.
Did you guys see that horrible movie he did, the vampire movie with Jamie Foxx, the day shift?
I want to because
it's so bad. It is so bad.
Shift?
Yeah, it's like a Netflix one where Jamie Foxx is running around fucking murdering vampires in Malibu or some shit.
Right now, like something's very wrong with
he just got a hospital finally from his totally normal, climate change induced heart attack.
Totally not related to the.
It's totally normal for like 50-year-olds with 6-packs to get like fucking massive coronaries.
Totally.
We wish him the best. I am glad he's okay.
Third mail on my Facebook this week that's had that, but okay.
I'm glad he's alive, but apparently he's pretty fucked up. I mean, they're definitely like not really letting us know. It's a lot of thoughts and prayers.
I saw a picture today that said like, oh, it was some kind of like pro-woman post, but it was like, Jamie Foxx is in the hospital alone right now, and what he really needs is a woman's hand. That's why you ask for a woman's hand in marriage. And it was kind of a gay post, but it was like, is he really alone? Like, doesn't he have kids? Like, is there nobody really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got like a hot wife and like grown-up kids to like. I don't.
Yeah,
think
when I read it, I was like, that sounds like bullshit because he's young, he's hot, he's rich.
Is it a Nick Cannon situation?
Where he has 13 baby mamas and 0 wives? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the last count was like 19.
And also go after the real Jews.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. How many kids? How many kids does Nick Cannon have?
He's got like 5 with Mariah, doesn't he?
Way too many for his IQ level.
Oh, thanks, baby. Can you grab the bourbon?
Thanks, baby. Can you grab the bourbon? I'm gonna make you a t-shirt.
Yeah, I have a massive hatred of that movie Drumline because I was in marching band.
Hatred of Nick Cannon.
It's funny.
If you don't do it, then you'll be stuck in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every time you hear him talk, he's
Nick
one of
Cannon?
those he's one of those Louis Farrakhan figures who thinks that if they speak slamposely and they emphasize some syllables but not others, and then it's like they think that if they just speak that way, it makes everything they're saying profound. But really, it's just kind of a method of slowing down so you can think about what the fuck you're about to say next.
But didn't he get
So
popular?
so I say to you guys, my people, whenever the enemy says this, then it's like Kamala Harris just making shit up.
Oh my God.
And Nick Cannon is exactly the same. He's just a puppet that regurgitates
Man.
Oh, sorry.
13 women and not being in all of their lives.
That's pretty
just
crazy.
Ego masturbation on everybody, on all the rest of us.
What didn't Nick Cannon get started on Nickelodeon or what?
I know he had that MTV show.
What? Oh, was it MTV he got started on?
I think he got started in that stupid movie you just mentioned.
Okay. Well, I remember it was just like he was handsome, he had a good smile, and they kept trying to shove him down our throats, and we were just kind of like collectively like, nah, we're all right.
Yeah.
We're all right on Nick Cannon. He's
happen.
okay. He's
We're
all
good.
right.
There
He's
is
okay.
one comedian who was on that show that Nick Cannon had on MTV. It was called Wildin' Out, and there was one white guy on that show, and that white guy
making
was
the rounds.
And now he's really blowing up, and good for
He
him
is
because he's
all
hilarious.
over YouTube. Yeah, if you go to YouTube, any quick reels on YouTube, he's there 24/7. He's fucking hilarious.
So much funnier than Nick Cannon or anyone else on that show. Like
he still is.
His Yo Mama jokes were
his
top notch.
Like he like was thirsting after
I mean, it was like we can laugh, but that guy's legit funny. Like
yeah, he's great. Anytime he's
in a way, like I saw him the other day. They were like, give me one marginalized class that you think I can't make a joke out of. And somebody was like, trans people in a wheelchair. And he was like, oh, you mean transportation? And I was like,
he is one of the best heckler comedians I've ever seen. Because like chicks, because he's so like, Chad bro handsome. Yeah. The chicks will like throw their panties. They're like, I love you. You're so hot. And he's like, oh, that's great. I'm doing a show right now. And they're like, he's like, yeah, you didn't get enough attention at home. And he just like, he'll just blast people that heckle
this one
him,
woman was like,
stupid.
I love looking at you. And he was like, yeah, bitch, wait till you listen to me.
But I'm starting to see that more often now with these like this new type of stand-up comedian where they just do it's all improv and it's all like, audience based,
Yeah.
I saw a brilliant one earlier.
Crowd work.
Guy who was this woman yells out from the middle of the crowd. She says, is it true that you were special ed? And everybody gets real quiet. And he's like, I don't know why you would say that, but yeah, I have dyslexia and I had to go to special ed classes. She goes, well, I'm a special ed teacher. And he was like, oh, okay. So like if we started a relationship, it would be good.
Nice.
Mutually beneficial. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I heard a boo boo. Anyway, and then he goes, what are you drinking? What can I get you to drink? And she holds up the beer for him to read it. And he was like I can fucking read. Didn't we just go over that?
Yeah, we have an open mic comedy night at a couple of the bars that we have here in Lawrence, and I've gone up a couple times as the Lord of Toxicity, and it's usually does not end well.
Oh my
Kansas.
God.
Kansas, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't end well. Explain. Like you get booed off or you get thrown apples at?
No, they just they get shocked silence because it's a really liberal town, even though it's Kansas. And like I always start off with, I'm like, hey, how are you? Yeah, I'm gonna be the old guy here talking to you fucking Zoomers. Yeah, I'm Gen X. So I was in the military for a while, and then I actually just got out of prison. Everybody's always asking me the same question: what's the worst thing about prison? And it's the rape. It's the rape, and it's those honey buns are not free, I guess, is the point that you want to know. Honey buns, especially the ice honey buns, you got to pay for those, and you got to keep paying over and over again. And people are just in shock silence that I'm saying this stuff.
One of the best things that's ever happened to me in real life comedy of someone who was just trolling me and I didn't see it. there was this guy at work who was a poker dealer where I worked, and he was really tall. He was like over 6 foot tall. And I needed something off the top shelf, and I said, hey, can you grab these paper towels for me? And he grabbed it, and I said, man, it would be so cool to like Freaky Friday with you for a week and see what it's like to be tall. And he just pulls up his leg and shows me his prosthetic leg, like pulls up his pants, shows me his fake leg, and he goes, you want to trade lives for me for a week? Fuck you. And then just walked away. And then I was just standing there like, oh my God, that was the shittiest thing I've ever said. And I went up to him later. He was like, oh, dude, I like to fuck with people that way.
He's fucking
and he
with
was
you.
like, yeah, he loves like Your Mom's House is his favorite podcast. Like,
He's like, it's actually full of bourbon, you know?
He just likes to use that to mess with people. And I was like, it worked.
It's full of bourbon.
There was one time, though, I was, and you guys tell me if I was being an asshole, but like a long time ago, I was texting this guy. You're like, I don't even hear the story, asshole. I was texting this guy who had lost his leg from the knee down when he was overseas in Iraq, and it was like an IED situation. And so we came back to here, his native town, and he was like, he had this special leg made so he could still go surf and all this cool stuff, and he was like climbing mountains and doing more cool stuff with one leg than I do with two. You know, it made me feel like a piece of shit. And so as we're texting one day, he I guess he just wanted to cover his base, and he said, I don't know if you realized or like if you noticed, but like I'm missing my leg from the knee down. And I said, well, I noticed it was there, but I wasn't sure if you were missing it. And the moment I hit send, I was like, was that the shittiest thing I ever say?
Nice.
That's great.
But it was taken well. It was taken well, and everybody laughed. So
he's like, oh no, I'm definitely missing it. I miss it a lot.
Fucking miss walking.
I miss my leg for sure.
I had always wanted to get like my hand blown off in Iraq so I could get one of those cool robot prosthetic hands.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sentence.
Yeah. I always wanted that just because, you know, I always love that scene in Terminator where the dude puts his hand on the Terminator at the bar and he just crushes his fucking hand. But, you know, I'd want it to be my left one, not my right one, you know.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the other one where he cuts his hand open.
Oh, that's cool too. That's cool too.
But have you seen the scene in Downton Abbey where there was a guy who was just too cowardly to be in war, so he lit a cigarette like up above the trenches and got his finger blown off so he could leave war?
No. No.
It could go either way. Then again, why would you watch Downton Abbey? You're heterosexual.
That yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Solid argument.
That made that's another thing that made prison really difficult. What's the most difficult thing about prison?
Heterosexual?
Being heterosexual. Like, oh wow, these guys are all going to be really disappointed when I tell them I'm not gay, but they're also nice.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, the definition of gay gets real fuzzy sometimes.
Yeah, especially at max security.
I like the Bob's Burgers episode about Downtown Abbey. Is that gay?
I think when you're like,
no, I think that's okay.
Security, it's the definition of gay is more about giving and receiving, not about like homosexual activity.
Right.
This is already going to be a given. Are you going to be a bitch or not?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's only good if you can take it from someone who's straight. You don't want to take it from someone who's willing, because there's no fun in that at all.
There's no power play involved.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
I
feel like if we stopped.
What were you saying? Sorry, smile.
Sorry, Meg. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I feel like if we stopped this conversation and said continue now on OnlyFans for $4.99 a month.
We have a link. We have a link in the description if you guys want to discuss this more.
You want to talk about like gay for pay dudes they're getting paid with iced honey buns, then go ahead and click on our link.
God. Those
Tonight
are so
on Dorkside After Dark.
Darkside After Dark. Bondage.
Prison rape.
Men in distress. It's only rape if you're not into it.
You know, I gotta say, like, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make in the We Watch videos that's like too racy.
Super shitty for laughing right now because it is not a problem I have to face in mill prison.
You know what the funniest thing is? I was actually a prison guard for 8 years too.
Whoa!
So,
I used to be one of those too. Oh
See
god, like this guy and a prison guard. What are the fucking chances?
Yeah. What was the question?
Did you lose a bet?
Did I lose a bet? Yeah. Yep. I lost a bet with the federal prosecutor. Is who I lost the bet with.
Motherfuckers.
Because I was like,
they'll hold you to your feet to the fire.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, we're looking at least a minimum 18 months in federal lockup. I was like, how about this? How about I I wish to do a trial by combat. You're best against me. How about that? And they didn't go for it. Strangely enough, they did not. They did not.
I feel like
accept
somewhere that's encapsulated in law, though. I feel like you.
I
Should be
feel
able
like
to
it is
demand
too.
that.
Yeah, I feel like it is too.
It should
I feel
still
like
be
we should
allowed.
definitely. I think so.
In the town where I grew
That's
up, it
legit.
was encapsulated in law that you were not allowed to walk your pig downtown on Sundays.
I read a book while I was in the joint that had all these crazy fucking laws
Yeah.
that are into effect. Like you can't eat in a restaurant in Chicago if the restaurant is on fire. It's illegal. And you cannot walk underneath the sidewalk in South Florida.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah,
Can we-
exactly.
All right. So the reason why those are laws is because people kept doing those. That's so funny. I'm picturing like a Chicago guy just like eating his pizza with the restaurant on fire. He's like, I ain't leaving. I still got my
was
pizza.
there like,
to
or was
finish.
there like one guy where they were like, "Hey, Edward, we feel like all the laws have been written, and we're gonna have to let you go next week." And he's like, "No, they haven't all been written."
Yeah, let's
And
write a
he
new
just
law.
starts, like- he just starts making shit up. so
It's
he
illegal to
can
walk
stop.
under the sidewalk. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
How about this one?
You're not allowed to glitch out reality and walk on the inside out, upside down world. Okay. I'm sorry. But that means somebody did it enough times where they had to make it illegal. Who walked under the
Somebody was-
sidewalk?
Right.
Somebody was walking in the inside out, upside down world, and we couldn't control it.
It's illegal to cross Montana state borders with a duck on your head.
Yeah, it's like all those dumbass warning labels that you think are like common
Fucking
sense.
try it.
Someone's done that shit. you
I
know?
feel like this, whatever list that Enzo is looking at right now, I'm outside and I can't see it. But
No, the
whatever
Montana
list-
thing, I know that one. I remember that one. That's an
Okay,
old
but
one.
in general, I want to make this list just my bucket list. Like I want to
I'm
cross
sure
into
it
Montana.
exists. Oh, right.
But you
We're
know
gonna-
what's going to be disappointing? Nobody's going to stop me at the border. because
Yeah,
nobody fucking cares.
megalodons.
And I'm just going to be like driving over with a duck on my head, and the only evidence
Dude.
is going to be like my Instagram, which
Just
I don't
title
even
the
have.
movie Crime Spree, and it's just like lady
It's just
trying
dumb
to
shit.
break all these stupid laws.
They're like, all right, we'll write you up. Yeah, it's a
Crime
$2
Spree
fine.
rated NC-17. You're like,
I'm
oh.
just dumb enough, and I have enough funds to make this a fucking reality. Are you guys backing me on this or
Holy
what?
shit, that is
Totally.
good.
I want to make this happen. We would get that list done.
You would have to like promote it everywhere, but seriously, if we all wanted to dedicate to this, I would benefit most of all because I would get to do all this ridiculous shit and pretend it was for a better cause
Yeah.
than my
And
own instant gratification.
in Arkansas, it is illegal to mispronounce the word Arkansas.
Oh, fucking try me, Arkansas. You
Yeah.
guys, start
Yeah.
giving me stuff. Start giving me bucket
Arkansas.
lists. Go put it all in the
Arkansas.
chat. Go.
Yeah.
Guess what? I've been to Texarkana. And it smells like shit, and I will tell every single one of them. It
Hey,
smells like rotten eggs everywhere in that
this-
city.
I can get behind this one. In Alabama, stink bombs and confetti are illegal.
I have both in my closet right now.
Yeah.
You've seen
Winner.
all the dynamite in my closet. You even laughed one day, and you were like, "Is this all a bunch of explosives?"
No. Oh my God. No spitting in public. Arizona.
Oh, fucking watch me.
$2,500 fine and up to 6 months in prison.
Oh,
Yeah,
these all
this
sound
is-
like challenges.
Yeah, these are all challenges. You know, we had actually a book of etiquette to learn when we went to the Middle East. Like, you can't show the bottom of your feet.
In the
Like-
military?
No, when I was a security contractor.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
I
they have a thing with like feet and shoes, right?
So
Yeah.
I have a book called Vogue's
lot of things, I think.
1954 Book of Etiquette for Housewives,
Mm.
and like how you should fold your napkin wear and how not to speak to your husband when he comes home from work and how you should just
Ooh,
like
I like
subdue your
that.
children so that yeah, and it's like
Yes. I like that a lot.
1954 etiquette just encapsulated in a beautiful book. And so I
Ooh.
go to Goodwill's and half price books and I buy misogynist and racist books. That's my hobby. But because they'll never
I
be
love
printed again,
misogyny.
they'll
I
never
love
be printed
misogyny.
again, and I want to have things encapsulated, not because that's my only. I have
Oh, no,
lots
it's
of
like
other
my-
books. I have lots
dude,
of other books, but the point
my
is,
friend-
those are my interests.
My friend,
in terms of
growing up,
ancient books.
her mom, her kitchen was decked out with just nothing but like roosters and what are those like blackface like drawings and pictures from the Civil War called? Like it's like crazy like Negro art, whatever the hell you
Oh.
call it. Like
Yeah, I have,
Tons of
like, a
little-
collection of it.
tons
It's,
of things like that, and it's all just
Sambo.
roosters and
Sambo.
Sambo stuff. It's all roosters and
Okay.
Sambo stuff, and she's like a Mexican lady. You know what I mean? Full-blooded Mexican. It's just like weird.
Yeah, but guess
It's
what?
just
The
like-
Mexicans, The Mexicans and the blacks are not as friendly as everybody would think.
You don't. I mean, it's
like,
not
if
even.
you're non-white, everybody's friends, and it's like.
But no,
have
it
you
was
ever
more. It was
been-
more like what you're saying. Like it was more just like having these rare ass things, and they're crazy. Southern,
Oh yeah,
southern
check this
stuff.
out. Like Christmas morning, like this past year, my stepdad's from Australia, and he's been here for like 30 years, but oddly still has like a thick Australian accent. But anyways, besides that, so like he sits us down Christmas morning, and like this is the first time Jackie's meeting my parents, hanging out with them, and he brings out these like dolls that were like from. I don't. He goes. We called them gollywogs.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and he's like goes into
Gollywog?
this thing. He's like, this country has changed so much. He's like, we can't even. You know, it used to be different where we could just, you know.
Some store got shut down for carrying them.
And I was like, is this really going on Christmas morning, right? And this guy has and it's weirder that he has a collection of dolls.
Yeah.
You know, in the first
yeah,
place.
yeah, right.
But needless to say, he's a fucking weirdo.
That's pretty.
But I looked over at Jackie. She's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Look,
He's like,
so,
"Yeah."
like, just say, "Hey, here's my weird gollywog collection." I know it's weird. That's one thing. But to be like, "Hey, here's my weird dolls," and I think it's a fucking weird, a weird like lecture about, a weird lecture about why it's not fair that you can't have them anymore. It's just like, how about just collect weird shit? How about just be like, I just like collecting weird, crazy, racist shit. I don't know. It's
Right.
weird.
I don't know if these things are like cursed or.
I just like collecting time capsules because I feel like one day when everything goes down the memory hole, I want to have physical like proof that things were different one day, and not even in a good way. Just like I don't want everything to go down the memory hole.
Gone
And
with
it's
the
like
Wind.
seeing where he has little chocolate rations, you know, and he's like,
Right.
I know the chocolate rations were different last week. I'm gonna fucking hold this little piece of paper, and these are my little pieces of paper.
Here's some other interesting laws. Connecticut. Pickles must bounce.
Yes.
A pickle cannot be sold.
Yep.
A pickle cannot be sold unless it bounces, according to a 1948 article.
Holy shit.
This law became a necessity after two scheming pickle packers tried to sell pickles unfit for human consumption on the sly. Connecticut's Food and Drug Commissioner at the time proclaimed that a real pickle should bounce.
You shouldn't give it. Hey, Enzo, you should not give them so much context. You should just say it and like leave it apropos of nothing when you say the
I'm in. I had to just read that.
No context. No context.
Pickles. I mean,
all right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's in Missouri.
In
Missouri, it is illegal to drive on a highway with an uncaged bear in your car.
Hell yeah.
Bear? I'm not sure I can do that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you repeat that one?
In Missouri, you cannot drive on the highway with an uncaged bear in your car.
In Arizona, a donkey cannot sleep in a bathtub.
In Connecticut, you have to share the road with bovine travelers.
Oh, I've already done that growing up my entire life. I've called into work late for a cattle.
Okay, in Alaska, even though it's legal to hunt a bear, it is illegal to wake a bear and take a picture for photo opportunities.
Yeah, fuck you trying to ruin a bear's nap.
In Connecticut, you are not allowed to educate your dog. So you're not allowed to give them obedience training.
No Pavlovian training.
Oh,
So the other day I was on with Enzo and he was like, I feel like the guy Pavlov? Wait, no, who's the cat guy, not the dog guy?
Schrodinger. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
This is fucking crazy. Colorado. God damn it. Okay. In Pueblo, it is illegal to let a dandelion grow within the city limits.
I've been to Pueblo and there's a lot of fucking dandelions. I stay in Pueblo a lot.
What do they do? Like handcuff the fucking people in the, you know what?
I don't
There's
know.
literally nothing there except
Well,
one
yeah,
rodeo
Pueblo's.
arena
I'm in
and
Colorado,
one.
man. That place sucks.
Yeah, Pueblo's where our
It's the
van
worst.
broke
It's
down.
right over the border.
So I wouldn't
It's
know
the
about the
worst.
dandelion situation.
Whose audio is all choppy like that? Who's
That's
that?
Megan. Megan's like got a click
Oh, it's
noise.
because I'm sorry. It's because I was in my life.
Oh, by the way,
I'm
I
going away.
watched the
Is it better
Piranha
now?
2 stream.
Yeah.
And sometimes,
Well,
man, I just like to watch
sometimes you
out
talk
because
to-
they're fucking hilarious. And like,
Yeah.
you two, Lord, like, it's just fun just to watch, like, listen to y'all shit.
I
don't
was
even have
trying
to
to
be a part
find
of
all
it.
my sexist and racist books for you guys, but
I can just
okay.
laugh my
sorry.
ass off.
If you live in Normal, Oklahoma, which I guess is a real name, if you stay there, you have to restrain yourself from making faces at dogs. It is against the law to make a face at a
Oh
dog.
my God.
I think you just
Yeah.
do that at,
What if it's a happy face?
people just do. Yeah, right.
It doesn't specify. And again, I like them better when it's apropos of nothing. You just say the law.
Oh my God! In Connecticut, Guilford, only white Christmas lights are allowed for display. Holy shit! Why haven't the news caught a wind?
You know what?
That
That's
law?
one I can get behind. I can get behind that one.
No colored lights.
I like the white lights.
Well, the Christmas lights are always so disjointed. You know, you drive around, you look at the Christmas lights, and it's like this house does a shitty job, this house does an amazing job.
Right.
It's too much of an emotional roller coaster.
It's jarring.
In Pittsburgh, there's a special cleaning ordinance that bans housewives from hiding dirt under their rugs. In Memphis, Tennessee, women can't drive a car unless there is a man with a red flag in front of the car warning other people that she is on the road.
Oh, I've broken that law. That's already one I get to check off the list.
I'm going to name a law, and you have to tell me what state you think this is.
Oh,
okay?
I love that. I love that.
I already know.
That.
Alabama.
I love it.
Oh, my God, you got it. Alabama. All right. Bear wrestling matches are prohibited in Alabama.
Nice.
Yeah, that's one of the southern states we hadn't talked about. So I was like, it's got to be the next.
So my family actually owns a town in Alabama.
Wow.
And every generation it gets split into smaller and smaller pieces.
How do you own a town?
My grandfather just bought a fuckload of land, named it after himself, and now whenever you go to the actual town, there's like a, you know, like those old cartoon signs where it's just like a bunch of wooden, like, you know, pallets that point in one direction or the other, and it's like
population
this
10.
direction, Dallas this direction, whatever. And they actually, when you pull in, it says that on a gravel road, and it says like Jim, Barbara, Dale.
Dude, that's amazing. Wow.
And
I love that for you. I love that for you.
That's incredible.
Not every year, every generation, it gets split into everybody's kids. So like,
I'm grabbing a beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'll own something stupid like 1/16 of an acre or something insignificant, but it's still just fun for the novelty aspect, you know.
Right.
And he's also an Illuminati, of course.
I just sent. Actually, no. I want to tell you guys a story about Uncle Jerry, but I'm going to wait till he gets back with his beer because it's a good story. In the meantime, I just sent Enzo a picture of the books that I could grab from the library while my phone was cutting out before it became a nuisance to you guys.
Well, your mic still does it. Your mic still does it, Megan. Your microphone still is doing it. It just has this clicking sound constantly.
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me move.
It's not a good mic.
How about now?
I mean, sure. I'm not hearing it.
Do you know you made me buy this headset for $100 because you said it would be better for streaming, and now you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Better for streaming.
I don't even stream.
Yes.
I don't have a podcast. I do this because I love you, but still.
No, but I mean, still, it's like as you talk, there's like a click that happens. It's nonstop.
Enzo, can we talk about the Jim Cameron? I know the Jim Cameron. I call him Jim Cameron, by the way.
No worries.
There's a couple things I wanted to mention, but I wasn't in the stream. But I wanted to talk about.
Oh, Avatar.
No, well,
James Cameron.
That was a good stream.
Yeah, it was really good, man. I watched the whole thing.
Thank you.
Oh wow! And, hey, let me ask you this. At the end of the stream, did I seem like I was really, really drunk?
I mean, you were very loquacious, but like, I thought you did a very great job. Like, I couldn't tell.
Hell yeah!
I thought it was great. I thought, there's no way to know if you don't know the person, right?
So, what was your question?
No, I was just gonna say, like, his movies are so. There's, in particular, like Aliens and like Terminator 2. Like, he can create this atmosphere of like dread.
Yeah.
And like, being chased by something that. I think few filmmakers can kind of do that.
One thing that I think he's really good at translating
like tension.
That's something he's done in a few movies where like in Aliens and Avatar 1 and 2 and like Titanic even. There's like that scene where it's like, okay, here comes the final sprint, the final battle, and there's like that getting ready scene, like Predator. Getting ready for the final
going down
battle.
The elevator, she's loading all this, just like
But what makes that scene so
ready,
great is Ripley gives
it up.
She gives it that big deep breath, where she kind of
she's getting in that headspace of like, okay, I'm about to go into some crazy shit.
She like stretches out her neck and like takes a deep breath. She's like, yeah, I might die. Let's do this,
Right. She gets in that frame of mind. She's like, okay, I can't freak out now. I'm at the ground level, baby. Let's go.
So have you guys seen Oh, what's it called? Future Man?
Yes.
Future
we do.
Man. Oh, is that a show on
Yeah,
Fox.
it's
on Hulu?
Yes, on Hulu. And
Yeah.
they have to go fuel their time travel machine with Cameronium. And nobody knows what it is until they go to James Cameron's house. And
Wow. Wow.
Oh, and another thing I like about that guy is on set he wears a cap. I don't know if y'all know about that, but HMFIC on the top. Head
No.
motherfucker in charge.
Oh my god,
I kind of dig that.
dude, we watched
I'm on the fence
we watched
about that.
Piranha
I
2 and
can't
loved
feel
it.
if I like it or not.
Right. Oh, it's crazy. It's a wild move, man.
I do love his like deep sea exploration and what he dedicates to like everybody says they love the environment, but he puts his money where his mouth is, which I respect and appreciate.
Yeah.
But I really love the thing about the Future Man Cameronium thing because he really does fancy himself some sort of like outer world, nether regions shaman or something.
Yeah, you don't see Spike Lee doing that kind of
Right.
shit.
He's like,
I'm not
I
going
mean,
on
it's
a
like
fucking
Trump
submarine.
or Frazetta or these other like legends that were like kind of, boisterous characters and they kind of earned it,
Are you
Right.
guys still getting the click by the way?
No,
don't think
it's
so.
better. It's better.
It's a little
for
better.
sure.
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Oh,
Like,
by the
do
way,
you mean like in the same
never
vein of like a
hesitate to
Howard
tell me those
Hughes?
things, you guys. Just
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter for this stream. We're just goofing off,
yeah,
Who
but I'd
cares?
just rather like mute myself and
Or just a couple guys and girls shitting around,
If it gets to the point where we can't fucking understand you, or it's like
I like
crazy
that you guys think
interference.
this is the informal thing, because wait till you actually hear what our informal chats sound like.
God. Yeah, that's all for like the Discord, No, I'm just
Yeah,
joking.
that's when
This
I
is
can
the
really. That's when I
PG-13
can
version.
really be the 4chan banned person. that
You
I
are
am.
on Discord, right, Toxic?
I am. Yeah, we have a Discord
Okay,
for
yeah.
the Critical Drinker group.
Right. We talked about this, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
I need
man.
to
So
send you.
what is the critical
will you add
drinker?
me to
Can you
that?
tell the folks at home?
He's that Scottish dude who has a shtick where he he acts like he's drunk and he does like movie reviews, but he got really big and now he's like expanded to more analytical podcasts and
Is
stuff
it
like
an
that.
act though?
Yeah, when he's drunk and stuff, it's an act. But
So
he's
what-
he's
does he-
like Wes, where he's like Toxic, where he's a published author on the side, like that's his actual job, and he does movie reviews and stuff on the side. But his
Yeah.
YouTube channel got really big, and that's how I met Toxic from a fan page of his.
That is correct. I couldn't have said it any
Cool,
better
man.
myself.
So he kind of he comments on films that he's seen in a Scottish way.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Oh,
he is
cool.
Scottish. He is a Scottish guy, and
Pull
he's
up,
funny and talks about movies.
Enzo, pull up that picture of Drinker I just sent
Sure.
to the chat.
No, I've
but-
probably seen it on YouTube, but like,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
scrolling
he,
past it or something.
Yeah, I got turned on to him. I got out of the joint in 2020 during the middle of pandemic, and they had a Rocky marathon on, and so I was like Googling all these facts about Rocky, and that just popped up in the algorithm was this really early video from him. The guy's name is Will Jordan, and he goes by Critical Drinker. He's a author. He does like
He's
Tom
okay with
Clancy type
everybody
spy
knowing his real
novels.
name.
Well, no, I know his real name because I run his Facebook page for him. So,
But is this live or?
yeah, it's fine. It's. I mean, if you Google it,
Sorry.
yeah, if you Google it, you can figure it out.
Did you guys see that the God page was like accidentally in a glitch the other day, and everybody saw who runs the God page on Facebook and Twitter?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
And his real name got doxxed.
I feel like I'll need to give you. I can give you 3 guesses, and you won't need the second 2. Let's not even say the first one out loud.
All right, man.
But
Come on, chill. All right,
But
chill.
the point is,
And it rhymes with I don't know.
It rhymes with.
I was like, wait, you
Rhymes
say
with
it, not me.
Pepsi.
But the point is, yeah, I was gonna say, Enzo, share the super old books I was able to find before I started losing too much.
Oh yeah,
time.
you texted it to me, so I have to like send it to myself on the computer. in
So is
order-
this
Yeah,
guy
so,
like
like-
super funny?
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. He does.
Yeah.
He's very well spoken because he's an author, but he also does. He gets fucking drunk and he just says, and he has like these catchphrases that have caught on, like fuck off film and fuck off show and
Go away now.
Go away now is his
Okay.
big thing, or like
Is
that
that a
one.
picture?
No, I don't. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
And he does this thing where
He's a handsome
you know
fella.
how on YouTube people be like, hey, if you like the video, like, comment, and subscribe. It helps my, you know, when he finishes a video, he goes, that's all I've got for today. Go away now. You know, so
Yeah, but what's great now about him now is like he's getting really big and like fucking he just did an interview with like Russell Crowe and that guy Jericho from fucking the WWE was on his channel. So like the thing is, man, it's more about this Iron Age shit where like these celebrities, like they don't need to go promote the Pope. Like Russell Crowe doesn't need to promote the Pope's Exorcist on some bullshit syndicated TV channel. He can go on a YouTuber that's getting fucking millions of views and do that shit for free from the comfort of his own home and have like an actual discussion.
Sure.
Like
when the
it's
critical
getting crazy.
drinker reviews, when he shits on a show or a movie, his usually more often than not, his reviews on YouTube get more viewers than the actual show does. So like when he like ripped it, he ripped his big thing that made him famous was him ripping Captain Marvel a new asshole. That was the one that made him famous. And then so I joined his Facebook group, and then that turned into his official Facebook group. And then the guy over in England that was running it liked the stuff that I was doing, and he was like, "Listen, I'm joining the Navy. I'm going overseas. Do you want to run the page?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." So I ran the page, but then we got zucked, and they shut us down last year, and so we had to improvise and come up with a new one, and so the new one's a lot better, and we have like probably double the amount of members, and like I said, that's how I met Enzo, and then there's guys that are my moderators that help me run the page. They're like, they've been on like Dark Hour, for example. He's been on streams with the drinker a lot lately, actually. Like he's done that like 5 with him now.
Nice.
So so he's kind of making the rounds, and like, you know,
what a great name.
yeah.
I kind of have a question for you guys. I'm assuming you're all heterosexual males. I know Enzo is, but I'm assuming the rest of you are.
Sure.
When you hear an accent, like the Scottish guy you guys are talking about, I know women
Well,
just
Lord-
kind of buckle
Lord,
and
you
cave
wanna-
for an accent. Do you guys also feel yourself more receptive to a message when somebody says it in an adorable accent, or are you immune to it?
Depends on
I don't
the
know.
accent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do
I
you have
guess
some, like maybe in a Scottish accent you would like it, in an Indian accent you wouldn't, or is like what is tell me, as a heterosexual male hearing another heterosexual male's voice, at what point does it make you have weakness for the accent?
I mean, Ryan Reynolds could do whatever voice he wants, and I'll totally go gay for him.
That was not an answer I expected.
What's your favorite Ryan Reynolds movie?
Deadpool.
I gotta say, did you watch The Voices?
Meg, to answer your
I don't know what
question,
that
I
is.
think
That was the one where
Englishmen are very.
Englishman is your favorite accent?
Yeah, that's
The
my,
Voices was the
accent
one where
fetish.
he has like.
Do you
dog
feel
and
like it
cat talking
affects
about
your ability to make reasonable judgments when they're speaking? Do you feel like you could be more easily swayed?
Yeah, I think you're onto something with that.
Through James Bond or something.
I liked
for sure.
I liked what's her name from Game of Thrones.
English accent. He's also obviously more well read than I am.
Yeah, but no, you only think that because that's how you associate it.
Exactly.
I guess it depends. I worked for a London company, and none of them had that posh accent. Yeah, they all had like the Cockney accent.
There's no such thing as a quote unquote London accent. It's a regional thing, just like anywhere else.
That's right.
Well, I guess what I would try to say is they did not carry the posh accent, and more did the a lot of them had the West End or whatever. They had
Cockney.
the Cockney type thing, and
Blue
they,
collar.
especially when they got upset and they would yell at me, and I would be like, you know, because I was the only American in the company, and I would be like,
never disarming to you, and you never felt like, okay, now that you said it in that accent, I guess I can hear it. You know, like that's the way.
What you're talking about, Meg, what you're talking about is like, for instance, like Jon Snow and that redheaded chick in Game of Thrones, the Northerner
Are
girl.
any of us not in love
That's
with
his
her
wife.
though?
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
She like, they got married for real. You know what I mean? She totally wooed his ass with her stupid accent, you know, and her sweet little red hair,
But
fire crotch.
yeah, that's how I
He's
felt
like,
about
"Ooh."
what's her
Yeah.
that girl
Okay.
I made the Frito pie for the other day. But anyway,
Yeah.
That
I
was
mean,
like
what's
a
yours?
championship.
I mean,
the
to flip
whole
the
reason you
script.
brought, oh god,
I worked my entire life. Like, when I say my entire life, I mean until I was like 25. I used to watch the news and try to practice the way that people spoke on the news because I knew if I grew up with the same Southern dialect that I was raised with and sounded like all of my family, people would think I was stupid and dumb and Southern. So I worked really, really hard at not saying things like orange. I had to say orange. And like I hear Enzo's like, we got some eggs and some mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Like eggs and mayonnaise. But I'm like, I'm always trying to not, I don't know, be Southern. But now that I work so hard, all of a sudden Southern accents are, what the fuck, guys? I never got that email. Like, wish I would have got that email 10 years ago because I worked really hard.
Hey,
so yeah, I was the firstborn for my family. I was the firstborn in Florida because they all emigrated down to Florida for the Air Force contracting jobs and stuff, all from Dorchester,
Down
Massachusetts.
From where? Oh, I see.
Dorchester, Massachusetts. Yeah. So they all, I grew up with them talking like that. And I didn't think that was anything. I just that's how my family talks. And, you know, I don't feel like I have an accent. I think my accent's non-existent.
I think you have a slightly northern accent, but that's coming from a very Southern person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I grew up in Florida and I didn't leave Florida until I joined the Army when I was 24.
I would say it's not even your accent so much as it's your energy. You're very like, people in the South have like a slow draw and you're a very energetic and, I don't know, you're definitely like right there. You're fast, you're quick-witted, and people in the South are more like, yeah, well, what do you think it's gonna be?
Yeah, well, hey, listen. I'm gonna tell you something. You gonna keep on saying all them big words. I'm gonna take them as disrespect.
So the consensus is that you guys are slightly penetrable to some accents, but not all of them. Even if you're super straight, sometimes the accents still get to you.
I mean, I just want a man that's handsome and is going to treat me good. I don't.
We're talking about Pierce Brosnan.
I'm different kinds of penetrable.
We're talking about Pierce Brosnan, and he is like kind of the whole package.
That's the reason you have so many views on that video is because everybody wants to watch Pierce Brosnan's handsome fucking face talk about, hey, everybody, it's going to blow. And they're like, no, it's not. And the whole movie is edging.
God damn.
A volcano edging.
I mean, he's the best part of that movie for sure.
I don't know. What's her name was pretty hot too. What's
Linda
her name?
Hamilton.
Yeah, she's pretty hot too in that movie.
That it was interesting. That's one of those movies. There's a name for this, and I don't know what the term is, but where they have two movies that come out very near each other that have the exact same plot. So it was that one in
7-Eleven across from a racetrack or something. Yeah.
I'm trying to edit. I'm going to edit Volcano this week and release that this week.
That's right.
But did Enzo tell you guys
with benefits thing? That
all right.
Deal.
Ants and Bug Life.
That right?
Armageddon and Deep Impact.
Yeah.
We did this double feature. It was a Volcano double feature.
We watched them a while ago, but the audio got kind of fucked up. But I did manage to, salvage it in editing to some degree. I mean,
so I used to actually live next to a volcano, and I was like between. Portland. Well, it was between the ocean and the mountain. Everybody says, "Oh, this volcano in Portland is going to erupt." Also, the big one is going to happen on the West Coast, and I was right in between the two. So I got really. Yeah, the big earthquake. Yeah, it was supposed to be like a 9.0 plus or whatever. And I got really into prepping, really into like having disaster maps and, having freeze dried food and all that. I got really crazy about it.
Campbell's Chunky.
Campbell's Chunky. That was my maiden name, and that's what they called me in college. But yes, anyways. Just kidding. I never went to college. Anyways. But anyways, yeah, no, it was fucking wild for me to live by that volcano, and I couldn't get enough like volcano information. So I was watching this volcano movie with Enzo, and he was like, what did they call it? A pyro something?
Pyroclastic.
I was like, it's a pyroclastic flow. Okay, that's what it's called. Yeah.
But which one do you like better? Did you like Volcano better, or
it's the thing is like when we were going into it, I was like Dante's Peak is easily the better one. But after watching them both, I was like, after watching them both again, I was like, I actually like Volcano a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, which one starts out where they're like, okay, it's just like young couple, and they're like, we're gonna go hang out in this like hot
skinny
spring.
dipping. That's for Dante's Peak.
Okay.
Oh, and then
Yeah.
they boiled to death in the hot springs.
Yeah, I was like, that's a pretty cool open to a movie.
That's pretty good.
I like Volcano because I was
That's a little
Anne
jarring.
Heche at her peak hotness.
Yeah.
That was R.I.P.
But then you got
R.I.P. Anne Heche.
I like all of my movies that start with teenage people boiling alive.
Tommy Lee Jones is definitely a downgrade to Pierce Brosnan, though.
Yeah,
True.
that's-
But
You
he
replaced-
had great
They couldn't
lines. He
they
had
couldn't
great
afford it.
lines in that movie.
Instead of like the handsome, like English, like scientist, like dad father figure, it was more like crotchety Grandpa Joe, like get out of the way, the volcano's gonna blow, god damn it.
I mean, he basically did his character from The Fugitive and put it in that movie, which was I thought that was pretty cool.
He's
Hey,
good.
if you want to do a rewatch on a fucking classic, get The Park Is Mine with Tommy
Ooh.
Lee, a young Tommy Lee Jones.
Never heard of
playing-
this.
He's a Vietnam vet that on Veterans Day takes over Central Park.
Oh
to
my
remind-
You guys
god.
want to do a We Watch Raw? Like, just going in Raw and just.
I always like going in Raw. That's why I have so
Yeah.
many kids.
We can't.
I
We can't
mean,
do. You can't
that's
stream
what
any
she said.
streaming copyright stuff is like bad. You know, you'll get shit gets just shut down automatically. That's why we do it on Discord like later
What
and
if
edit
I
it.
what if I just do something like annoying over the music over the sound?
Yeah,
where they
the
can't
computers
actually hear
know.
what it is?
The computers know. Like
Yeah.
when we're streaming, you can't. If you play like a music, like you can play like live
Could
concert.
I do something super loud and annoying to distract them, and then you turn that
No,
down?
Megan,
Like
please.
coming with your
No,
own
I'm
school.
saying,
Stop.
and then you turn that down in the actual.
No. We'll do it later. We'll watch it later in Discord. Nothing's.
I'm
yeah.
just asking as a technicality. Like,
you
if I
can't.
were to sit around and distract the AI, could you then mute my voice? And then
don't
let you guys talk over it?
What if you?
But
asked
hey,
AI
if
how
you
to
get a
distract
chance
AI?
if you get a chance to check that movie out, Enzo, do that because
No, yeah, I add it to the
you
list
will,
right now.
You will love that movie. I remember
Dude.
seeing that on TV when I was like 8 years old, and I was like, man, that is
This
fucking
poster,
Does it
dude.
still hold up?
Yeah,
And it's got Yaphet Kotto. Holy shit!
Yeah.
An alien.
yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
shit,
This is a
yeah.
great poster.
It's
Yeah,
Tommy
that's
Lee
pretty sick.
Jones. Here, let's do full. Yeah, it's like the
Got
park
the
is mine.
aviators, dude, with the mirror, tint.
New York Yankees cap.
Yeah, this is gonna have to be the next we watch for sure.
I'll check it out for sure. I'll put it on the playlist in a minute.
That's actually one of the movies that I grew up with. Watch it. I was just obsessed with. I've come from a big military family, and I wanted to join the military so bad. So I seen this guy that's a veteran, and he just said, "Fuck it." He
What
didn't
made
get
you
it.
want to join the military?
I was
Yeah,
about
what-
to say the same thing. Yeah.
What was the question?
What made you want to join the military, the services?
I just always you know how you ever seen Goodfellas when he's like as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. I just always wanted to be a soldier. I just never thought I would ever
So
be
you
anything
mean
else.
you were Lieutenant Dan? I had every single American.
Yeah.
war.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well, I was a sergeant, but yeah, pretty close. I mean,
Wow, you were a sergeant? No shit.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, I was a staff sergeant, and
Yeah.
I got busted down, and then I got made sergeant 3 times.
So it goes. Does it go grunt or
Private.
private?
Yeah, in the
lieutenant?
Army, you go private,
Colonel?
second
Not
class,
colonel.
private first class, specialist, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant first class.
Wow,
master
so you made it
sergeant.
pretty high up the list.
Well, you say
yeah.
that again slower for my tiny female brain.
Okay, so you have in the Army, you have E1 enlisted. So you have officer and
Right.
enlisted rank.
Yes,
So,
I've heard that.
Okay,
You can
so
go slightly faster than this.
okay, so you have E1 private, E2 private second
Got it.
class, E3 private first class, E4 is specialist, E4 promotable is corporal, E5 is sergeant or buck sergeant, E6 is staff sergeant, E7 is sergeant first class, E8 is master sergeant, promotable is first sergeant, and then E9 is sergeant major, and that's as high as you can go.
So to be a 4-star general, do you have to like, commit war crimes? I'm
Did you
sorry.
know there's
I don't
only
mean to
been-
diminish that? I think it's pretty cool.
No, that's okay. Did you know there's only been 4 5-star generals in the history of the armed forces?
I've always
Wow.
been curious
never
about
knew.
that. Like, how do you get all the way up to 5?
Presidential selection after you have been a 4 for a while.
Okay.
I know that my uncle
Cool.
never talked about. A lot of veterans don't talk about stuff. And when my
I love to
grandmother-
talk. I don't know why. I love to. I'll tell you everything you want to
What
know.
was Patton?
Well, but I
3-star?
mean,
No, Patton was one of the 5.
I wanted the 5. Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Eisenhower 5.
Eisenhower? Don't know. Does someone want to look that up? I'm not sure.
Yeah, sure. 5-star generals.
Because I'm sure it's a pretty short list.
Right.
Yeah, like
It is-
you just
it's very
said,
short.
It's only been a handful of people. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's
highest
less than
You have to, like,
5.
not piss the president off and like.
So my uncle.
5 men: George C. Marshall, Douglas MacArthur, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Omar Bradley, and Harry H. Arnold.
Oh, you know
There
what?
you
I
go.
thought Nimitz would have been up there.
Fuck yeah.
Nimitz is a Navy. That's Admiral.
Navy. Okay, so you can't be a. That's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah.
Admiral is
And
the
maybe
same as so the way the rank works is the officer ranks are all identical in the Air Force, Army, and Marines, and then the Navy they change it for enlisted, and then in the officers it's almost backwards, like a
Well, who's
captain.
more badass, dude? Is the Navy, SEALs,
The
are
Army.
Are
No,
they,
the Army.
so
No,
the
the
Ra-
Army is the best.
The
So
Army's the
Rangers are, or is it Delta
Ran-
The
Force?
Navy has a super homosexual reputation, and I think not for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a
The
stigma,
only
for sure.
famous people, I don't know if you guys have ever met anybody famous. The only famous people I've ever met are military famous people.
Dude, I met Mike Judge at the White Stallion in Austin. What are you talking about?
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's my claim to fame.
Nice.
Oh, I'm
Nice.
sorry, that was just a funny sentence.
Who's famous? What?
You're
He
famous.
said, "You're famous."
No, what?
Enzo.
No, Toxic. Toxic was gonna say, have you ever met
Yeah,
someone
Toxic.
famous? What?
Yeah, well, like that's always a question that I brought. Like I've met people who are like, yeah, I met Dave Grohl, or I've met like I met Amy Schumer, or like I've
DJ
only ever met
Qualls.
famous military famous. DJ
Right.
Qualls, like I've only met
Yeah.
like military famous people. Like
Like
I
heroes.
worked for General Petraeus. Like he was my
Oh my
base commander.
God!
Yeah.
Right on, man.
So I was one of
Big
his
deal.
adjutants.
I thought
Yeah,
he did a
I
good
thought
job.
Yeah, I was on his security team for a little bit.
cool.
And then I met the not Bradley Cooper, but the real life version of
American Sniper.
American Sniper.
Bradley Cooper.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Chris.
Chris. Fuck.
Don't know.
What's
I
Don't know.
read the
Hell's his
book,
name?
Saw the
Yeah,
movie. Don't know.
American
but then
Sniper.
everybody tried to attack him afterwards and say that he lied.
Chris
about
Kyle.
the-
Chris Kyle.
Chris Kyle, yeah,
Yeah.
and
He
everybody
got
tried
shot
to
at
say
a
he
gun
lied about
range
his
from a guy that he took to a gun
Yep.
range
someone with
from the service.
PTSD. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought that was an interesting ending.
Oh, but what I was going to tell you guys, because I think you'll appreciate it. We were talking about
Hands was
vets.
like,
and,
fuck.
It's pretty rough.
Yeah,
Pretty rough way to go.
a tough road to
my
hoe.
uncle, who was the Vietnam vet, he got really paranoid and weird after he came back because we didn't know what PTSD was back then. You know what I mean? And like he
Yeah.
would only travel like gun to gun, hidden under the tables in his house and all this. But then he rigged
Same.
his entire land in Alabama, like in the same way he learned. It's kind of like that song Copperhead Road. Like he learned how to rig things from Charlie, and then he came
Love
back home, and then he buried 2 school buses under his land full of supplies, and then booby trapped all of his land. And then
Wow.
after, and we all knew it growing up, and we knew not to like walk on his land or whatever. But then he got cancer, and he knew he was dying, so he had to write the land surveyor, here's where the booby traps are, and here's how to get around them. And I was just thinking, like, what would it be like to be that land surveyor? Like, he's the only guy
Right, yeah.
who's there, you know, and he has to walk on and be like, all right, according to this map I was given by this dying guy,
Yeah.
Here's what you do.
I'll get my head
It's like
taken
written in
off.
map
if I
colors.
use
It's
that
like
3 pieces
red.
to the left.
Don't walk here.
You and another surveyorist are like vying for a big promotion. So what you do, you get the note with all the recipes, and you're like, I can't do this survey. Let's get this other guy. He can go. And you give him the note.
He's like,
Instant
"Never mind."
promotion.
Like stabbed in the leg by he's like rookie.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason he wrote it is
Missed
because
that
he
one,
wanted his
huh?
daughter to get the land and he wanted them to clear it. Otherwise, I think he would
Yeah.
have been like, fuck the man in the IRS, and he would have let it all blow up.
My God.
Yeah, one of the
Wow.
other moderators on the Critical Drinker group is the guy that I was in the Airborne with. And he's funny. He sent me this meme the other day. I don't remember what was on the picture, but
Airborne's not Army, though, right? Airborne isn't it Air Force?
no, it's Army. No, it's
Airborne's Army.
82nd
Oh, really?
82nd Airborne Division. Yeah,
I'm like, yeah.
They're like army that
get
get dropped down in planes.
Well,
right.
Right.
Yeah, that
He's
was
actually
I just
actually
watched
still
the
in. He's
documentaries.
got one more year before he retires.
Sweet.
But yeah, he sent me this meme the other day, and it said, "You can't have PTSD if you like killing people." I was like, "Yes, love it."
Or if they're not people.
Yeah, if they're not really
Well,
people. Yeah.
Meg,
Well,
that's a great
that's
point.
why you know,
First
in these
they're dirty,
movies, and the bad guys are like
then they're
robots or
subhuman,
aliens.
and then they must be eradicated. You know, that's how it goes.
There's this guy at work. Well, I guess not at work anymore. I just quit. But he was in 101st Airborne. And
Yeah, that's our little sister. That's the little sister group.
yeah, I always saw him wearing the hat, and I know what that means, and I respect the fuck out of it. But I was asked, I learned never to ask people about their service if they're that old, because like I find people who are
the
like my
conversation's way
age,
too long. The explanation's
like you, like generally people who are kind of in my age range are fine with talking about it, but like I try not to ask old people, because what if I have triggered like a PTS thing before one time with a guy who was like an Air Force pilot in Vietnam.
Yeah, I just
Awful. But anyways,
I don't
going
get
forward,
that. I don't get that. Yeah.
well, in any case, I never
Nice.
asked this guy about his service, and I realized if I just went outside while he was smoking and just listened, he would tell me all about it. I didn't have to ask anything. And then one day I finally did ask a question, and I said, what was it like, the adrenaline jumping out of those planes into the jungle knowing all you had was your leg bag? And he said, I never had adrenaline jumping out of those planes, but whenever I quit and I went back into like the private sector, I went to go become a firefighter, and that was the only time I had adrenaline, was running into burning houses. And I thought, how wild that you could be so calm and cool jumping into a jungle with nothing
The
but a leg bag.
compartmentalization aspect of it.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Aliens with James Cameron when they like airdrop the fucking ship. Fucking Hicks is like
Yeah.
asleep, you know.
It's like,
Asleep. Yeah, he's asleep.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
And
he
then
always
Hudson's
goes
like,
to sleep
"Woo,
on-
rock and roll." Let's
I'm
go."
just
he
so
always-
grateful that I'll never have to deal with anything like that.
Well, yeah, that's
Oh,
my whole
it's the
thing too. I was
best.
like, to me,
That's the
it's
best.
like, you know, if it was me, I mean, I already have like a panic disorder or whatever, but
Oh wow.
like,
Me too.
so if it was me, I'd be like, I'm on a boatload of Xanax. I'd be like, all right, let's get it done, you know?
Yeah, but here's the thing, with a panic disorder like that, you can't
They probably just give you
join the
meth.
military.
Yeah, I guess I probably wouldn't quite. Yeah, but if you're on the German side, they give you Pervitin. Yeah.
Meth is like the Xanax plus the adrenaline, you know.
Oh, but you
I
should try
can't
taking
die.
both. That's how I live my life every day. Take both. It's the best.
Right.
Oh god.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I watch a lot of war documentaries, so I don't know. I really, I don't know. It's really it's interesting how it all starts and how these like
So
conflagrations, you know, blow
Toxic,
up.
how old were you when you joined?
24.
And you said you're 40 something at 43, I think you said?
I am 45 now.
45. Okay, so yeah, that was a couple decades ago. What you said you joined out of like
He was
Patriots
deployed
or something?
to Iraq, right?
Yes, I was
Were
deployed
you
to
in?
Iraq.
Did you Darfur?
I have been there. Yeah.
Was that pretty fucking crazy place?
Not really. The border of Iraq and Iran, called Abadan, was probably the craziest.
Did you go to Korangal?
No, I did not. I never did the Afghanistan mission. I did mostly Kuwait, Iraq, Kurdish-controlled Iraq, which is called Kurdistan. I'm sending some pictures to Enzo right now.
It's
if he
actually
wants to show
pronounced
Did you ever get
Iraq,
to meet the
but,
YPG?
you know, like
Did you ever get to meet those badass girls in Kurdistan who like fight those guys just because they know
I
that if they get
did.
hit by a woman,
Yes.
then they don't get to go
Yes.
to jail?
Yeah. They got some pretty good female fighters over there. I was always like really shocked at that, because, you know, I don't really believe women should do anything out of the kitchen.
I agree.
But yeah. So
So where's
No,
that
legit-
side on? That looks to me like a Glock, if I'm not mistaken.
hang on, let me see what
Or
he's
is it
showing, because
not?
I just got to switch back over. Yeah, that was
looks
my
like
Glock.
Matt Damon with a
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah, that was the
Generation
best.
19 or 20.
Yeah, that's 19. They let me choose. That was the best thing, was when I was on the reserves in the army, and they loaned me out to that security service for London, called Aegis. They were like, well, you know, you can pick. You get to go to the arms room and pick your own stuff. So I didn't have
cool.
to carry an M16 anymore. I could carry an AK and a Glock, and, you know, they gave you a choice between like 3 or 4 different pistols and 2 or 3 different rifles.
Shit.
If you see my airborne patch on my shirt there, that's when I was in the airborne.
I would way rather
So-
carry a pistol than a
Is
rifle.
that a grenade launcher on the bottom of that thing?
That is a grenade launcher on the bottom of that.
Holy shit, dude.
Nice. Cool.
That's incredible.
Torin. All
I didn't
crap.
know you could pick your own sidearm. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, you don't get to do that in the Army, but in the when you go do security work, they let you do your own. That's when I
Enzo,
was
what's your favorite
a
sidearm?
jump master. Glock.
Enzo,
Just for
Enzo, what's your favorite?
Dude, I love my. I have a pistol that's a P30. I love it, but
James
but-
Bond, Walther, PP.
no,
Walther?
it's like, dude, it's like a 22 caliber gun, but it holds like 30 rounds, and I have like those gopher grenade bullets.
You remember when I
Shit.
gave you all those rounds in a Ziploc bag?
Yeah, those are some of them that I
You're
have.
like,
Yeah.
we looked in the safe, and he was like, "You have a bunch. Can I just like start putting some handfuls in this bag?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." Take
Yeah,
it."
because it takes 22 long rifle, but but it's for some reason it's got like a tapered barrel, so it's like fucking super loud, and it's like as fast as you can pull the trigger. But yeah, if I could have any sidearm, I mean, geez, I would love if I was doing like a hitman type story. I liked the idea of like
Yeah.
Vincent from Collateral. He's got like what's it?
Great movie.
He's got like you have like a quieter, like stealthy gun in your jacket, and then
The
you've got
silencer?
and then you've got like a
Oh, yeah,
smaller
'cause
gun
he's,
with
like,
a
screwing it
silencer.
on. He's like,
You got so that goes on in your jacket next to your torso, and then in the back is like loud and ready to rock and roll. You know, just like a fucking big old some kind of like 12 round fucking
yeah.
human killer. You know.
So
You
what about
guys
you,
want to hear a
Meg?
funny? You guys want to hear a funny story about my
Sure.
gun odyssey? So I grew up in Texas. I was born and raised in Fort Worth, Texas. I never felt like I needed a gun until I lived in Portland when Trump won. And then everything got real weird. Shit was on fire everywhere. The highways were blocked off. People were mad. Like everything was unpredictable, and there was just this air of unsettledness in the air. I don't know how else to say that, but
Right.
I was like, I need to go. And so I went to the gun shop, and obviously the guys there were conservative. And I lucked out going to a place where they had this really cool laser system that they had already bought, where it had like a big screen, and they had like 30,000 laser simulations on this program. So, for example, they had like a little laser cartridge in this 9mm, and they would have like a simulation where somebody would say, I'm in the car talking to my friend, and she says, "Oh my God, that was so much fun shopping at the mall." And then some guy comes up and grabs her by the neck and says, "Hey, give me your wallet," or whatever. And the thing was voice sensitive. So you would have to yell, very loudly and strongly, "Hey, stop, back away from my friend, blah, blah, blah." And if you shot, everything would stop. Then it would show where you shot. Did you shoot your friend? Did you shoot the guy? Whatever. And after I got good at that, then this guy would come and put like a chair in front of me and make me do it from behind that. And then he would come over and just kick me while I was in front of that chair and be like, "You weren't ready for that. Now try again." And then I would be ready for a kick or a roll or whatever I'd have to do. And I was so happy, like learning how to be a SWAT guy, because I was like, this is the kind of training I can't like pay for. And then his wife came in one day after Trump won, and I put these like Liberty rolls in my hair. I did like a 1940s pinup thing. I was all proud of being American that day. I wore like a shirt that said apostrophe America.
So, like, did you have a late flight to the Capitol on January 6th, or like was it an early one?
I mean, I was just sitting here texting my friends, making sure they were okay. But the point is, I went to that place on. Every day we used to flip a coin, and it had Hillary on one side and Trump on the other. And every time I came in and I would flip the coin, it was always Trump. So it was like this funny thing.
It's your fault he got elected.
Well, when he won, I came in. I was like, I got to come in. That was just too funny of a joke, So I came in, and then his wife comes in, and he's 60 years old. In zero ways am I attracted to this guy. He's 60 years old, and his wife comes in, and he says, "Oh, hey, here's Megan, the girl I've been telling you that I've been training." Blah 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 blah. And she just puts her glasses down around her nose and just like looks down at me and goes, And then I never got to talk to that guy again. Our training stopped. We never went to the range again. Like I just bought 1,000 rounds, and I was like, "Let's go plinking." And he just, I was like, Jesus Christ.
Man.
Do you think I'm trying to fuck your deaf 65-year-old husband? Because I got news for you. But
no, she thinks you're trying to marry him for all of his gun money.
All of his gun money.
Oh man.
If I was gonna marry for gun money, I could have done it. And it wasn't that guy.
I'm sure there's plenty of Texas dudes who got like a giant arsenal. That was my dad. That was my dad.
No, what you got to do is marry for land money, because gun money comes after that. You got to marry for land money.
And
Like,
so did your
you're
dad
looking
have
for
like
gun money.
a wide array
My dad, first of all, the whole house was
an arsenal.
decorated. My whole house was decorated with real working like antique guns, you know, like
Enzo, why aren't you like marrying a gun
Like an-
mogul like
Like an
land?
M41.
no, like fucking black powder rifles and shit,
Oh,
like
shit.
old what, like Wild West shit, like revolvers and stuff.
Yeah.
He did have like a
Those things are heavy.
he did have like a Vietnam style display that he made, but
Was he in Nam?
in his garage, yeah, but he was he was in Marines around that time.
Right on.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
but I don't think he served in actual shit out in Vietnam.
Out in the shit.
So one of the things we're doing next month on this trip is we're going to a decommissioned World War II bunker in the middle of the Alps, where they used to like hide up in the mountains where you can't really see the bunker.
Cool.
Yeah,
It's the best place to put a bunker, somewhere you can't see.
Well, there's a bunch of them, but they've decommissioned some of them.
I've got a question for Toxic after Meg's done. Sorry. Go ahead.
Is Toxic still here? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, man. So if you like disagreed with the policy of whatever, conflict you were in, how did that make you feel like as a serviceman?
Well, the one I ever disagreed with was when we went to Haiti after they had the big earthquake, and I went there as security for a bunch of for a medical unit that was like helping out for disaster relief. I thought we should have just not been there. I thought it was just a waste of time and just let.
Did you
let
see
the
any
earth
weird?
swallow.
Did you see any weird like Oprah Winfrey, Hillary Clinton, Pizzagate type stuff going on in Haiti?
Not really, but it's really hard to say. Like I'll pull some pictures up and
the other thing is that Haiti is already a weird fucking story within itself.
for
If
sure.
you went and traced Haiti over the last 200 years and made a weird fucking Jordan Peele movie out of it, it would terrify everybody.
Yeah.
It's like they went and killed all these people and then pranced around in their clothes.
Wait, what?
Like-
Explain.
Yeah.
Okay, so Haiti decided they were going to kill all the white colonizers. And
When
they
was this?
actually,
What year is this?
It was 1805 something, I want to say.
And these are like
I mean,
French colonizers, I assume.
Right, and so they basically killed all the colonizers and then went and dressed up in their clothes. All the women, all the children, all the men went and dressed
like
up in their clothes. And
the
then now, if
foppish
you go to
wigs and
Haiti,
shit.
yes, and now if you go to
Oh.
Haiti, you see a bunch of the architecture being influenced and stuff in those cities or whatever. But when you look back at what they did in 1905, I believe it was 1905. And now they all fucking eat mud pies. So it's like, oh, cool.
Dude,
glad that your grandpa got to run around in some French outfits. Glad you're eating mud pies.
Dude, that
Well,
is
maybe you
there's a
should've-
horror movie. What would you title this horror movie? We're like some French
I would call it It's Okay to Be White.
No, please stop. It's an actual scary movie. We have an actual scary movie where it's like, sailors.
I'm just too much of a
please.
natural born
We're on
troll. Don't
YouTube,
listen to me.
Megan. We're on
Oh, are
YouTube.
we?
Chill, please.
Jesus Christ.
Chill with your fucking shit.
You should have told me that to
YouTube is
begin
just
with.
But as far as
concept.
You
but
know
what,
who's
what
funny?
was it? The Haiti stuff. Like, here's your plot. You got like 1800s sailors porting in Haiti, and they're, of, some kind of descent, whatever. They're Westerners. They show up to Haiti, and what do they find? Like, a bunch of weird, like, villagers, like, wearing the wigs and, like, covered in blood. Oh, man, that'd be creepy.
They're not Westerners. They're from Europe.
No, I'm saying the sailors that show up, they're European
Oh, and
sailors.
then
They show
find
up
the-
to Haiti and
yeah.
find like weird, it's like Children of the Corn, but
Yeah.
like, with like all these black Haitians, like you were living in these French mansions and everyone's like, they're like, something's
Wearing
weird.
these French wigs and these French clothes.
Something's very weird. It's like, oh yes, we killed all the whites here. Welcome though, white people. And like the sailors are like, I think we're gonna get back on the boat and never come back.
Well, this all comes back, and I'll try to be very sensitive since now I know that we're on YouTube. Jesus Christ.
You
but-
knew that the whole time. You know it.
No, because sometimes I'll say things and you're like, "Oh, we're not recording this."
I've been
it's
telling
fine."
you. I've been telling you to curb it.
Well, he gets you right before you say, he
Here's
gets you
the
right
thing.
before.
I'm also
Drunk.
yes,
on
but
pills.
also
Having a good time.
no, I'm not on pills. I am drunk,
Partying
but also
hard.
I just quit my job 48 hours ago. I am beholden to nobody. Thank you very much.
No, I know.
So
I'm very
doing
happy because
whatever-
normally you only pop in from work, on these
Heck
things.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
usually me and Queef like doing mid-journey shit.
So here's the thing. I'm going to be the devil's advocate that you guys get to disagree with because you're all nice people who completely disagree with the devilish comments that I'm making. But
Well, that's
I
the thing
will
is you're
take-
gonna
I'm
like.
okay. I'm okay with
I
yeah.
think you're making some.
We're with
valid
Lord
points.
Toxic here,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with it.
I don't want
just so you
anybody
know,
to
but-
lose their job or their.
That's
station
another
in the
thing why,
military. I will make all the comments.
No, it's
I
more
work at a
like
bar. I'm retired military and I work at a bar. I'm fine.
Yeah, but
Good.
you work in
Awesome.
Kansas, right? I wish you worked at a bar
it's
nearby.
not really
I would
about.
like
I'm
to-
not worried about canceling or anything. It's more like YouTube auto censors can say like, yeah, detecting fucking threats of violence or some
Oh,
bullshit.
should the good, not the guy, you the goose,
Oh,
not
an
the guard, not the king, not the goose.
No. Another go. Another go. We the go. We the gee. Will the go. Another guy.
Yeah.
Not the gods.
Racial slurs are okay. You know.
No, they're not.
We'll get good at it though and start speaking like that.
So, okay, so here's the inside joke. The other day,
No, Wes
Enzo has
knows.
been
We were
telling-
talking about Slums of Beverly Hills. He was like,
yeah. So he's been telling me for weeks I have to watch this movie, and we were watching it, and they have this like secret language in this movie, quote unquote secret language, that my cousin quote unquote taught me when we were a kid, and she said she made it up. Turns out it was total bullshit.
It's
I
from a
watched
movie.
this movie, and I knew exactly what they were saying because I learned this language as a kid.
Dude,
And I
it's-
just turned over to Enzo and started speaking this language, and he looked at me like, "What the hell?"
As
And
soon
now
as
I've been
the
I
teaching
know,
him this
right?
language.
That's why I love watching this. Jackie's like, I'm watching this in the other room. She's
oh
like,
my
"Chill,
god.
bro."
Watching the stream?
Yeah, tell Jackie to come in.
Yeah, yeah.
Is Jackie your lady? Tell her to come
Jackie,
in.
you wanna
Hello,
take over
Jackie.
for an hour?
Yeah, we haven't seen Jackie in forever.
Enzo, did you get those
Yeah, she's
pictures?
got to wake up for work tomorrow.
Oh, you're still sending pictures? Holy shit. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you wanted Haiti, right? You want
I'm,
Haiti?
I'm unemployed, so I
God.
can go until
Whoa.
5
Hey,
a.m. if I
same.
want.
We're all like, isn't it sad that we're all sitting around like
Dude.
we're unemployed so we can say our views?
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
right.
shitty.
yeah.
It's not even
Well-
that. It's more like yeah, like when the concern, like with streaming, it's different. With like with pre-recorded videos, it's whatever. But like, yeah, it seems like when you're streaming, like if they notice like any kind of copyrighted material,
Yeah, but that's
or,
the point. That's
questions
what's
you wanna
sad. It's
Yeah,
not
when
about
me and,
copyrighted material.
Just
If we
pick
see
one.
certain words,
When
That's
when
straight
Blue
down
Collar
yours.
and Dark Hour and I did that
So-
stream on John Wick, he put in a clip of the movie real
In the
quick, and
chat.
we got shut down. They killed like 30
All
minutes of the feed.
for copyright?
Yeah.
yeah, I remember I tuned in for briefly because I was in the car and I was like, oh, let's tune into the John Wick stream, and I get in and it's like stream unavailable, and I was like, what the fuck? And I sent them a screenshot. I was like, what's this all about?
Yeah.
But then,
you
like,
were,
it was back
okay.
up like
yeah,
a-
you were. Yeah.
It was back up like a
Did
minute
you-
later though.
That was
Who's-
pretty long though.
YouTube's
like,
owned by
how-
Google, right?
Oh,
How
yeah.
long into that stream did that happen?
It was a 40-something minute.
Yeah,
It was well
40
into
minutes.
it. Like, because Dark Hour got the idea. He was like, because they were going to show that first gunfight, and he's like, well, this should be okay because it's in the trailer. So I'm gonna snipe it in there real quick, and then I guess Enzo private messaged Dark Hour, and then Dark Hour was like, fuck, we just got copyrighted.
Yeah, I'm also
So-
learning that certain studios are less cool than others.
Are you guys also sending your links like in Signal or something and not Messenger? Because that
What are you
might
talking
not.
about?
I mean, like when you're trying to like link each other to stuff, like maybe do it in Signal and not Messenger because you might not catch as much. What's the word?
Flack?
Yes,
Shit?
black, but what's the word?
talking-
Censorship. Censorship.
Oh,
That's the word I was looking for.
No, I mean sending in Messenger versus Signal doesn't mean anything. Like I don't, what?
No, I mean
So that's
Dude,
Signal.
how'd y'all get my
That's
how'd y'all get my
2010.
house on the
Ah,
stream?
that's Haiti 2010 after the big earthquake.
Jeez.
shit.
Yeah, so I mean, this is when the damn this is when the whole Haiti gate happened. This is when
Hey,
allegedly
So
Oprah
they're
and all
out and
them.
like camp out and shit. I hate camping, by the way.
I love
You
camping.
do?
Really?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I can only do it for one night, and then
So
I'm a creature of comfort.
The point
That
about
was
the
well-
Haiti thing.
You could do it for a few nights during certain times of the year. I mean,
Yeah,
we
y'all
used
went
to,
to
we-
Utopia Fest, right?
yeah, we go partying like, and we used to go to fucking Flipside Memorial Day weekend in the Texas fucking summer, man.
Just
Yeah,
get
but
all
tell them
sweaty
what
and sleep
happened
on
our
top of
first
each
night of
other.
Utopia this year. Tell them what
Oh, yeah.
happened.
Yeah, I
Sounds
mean,
like
it
fun.
was raining, it was hailing. I
It was
showed all
hailing.
these
We
guys.
set up the whole tent and then had to sit in the car listening to jazz for 3.5
Yeah,
hours
I saw
while
that
it
little
had
clip
marble-sized
that y'all
hail
made.
outside.
It was
And
rocking.
so I was like, I'm on some mushrooms and tailing.
Yeah, that was rad.
Yeah,
That was actually pretty rad. I was like, you know what? Me and Pants, we had a long run, but we're done now. We've gone our
Dude.
separate ways.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like set up the tent, and then it was very apparent, like as soon as we set up the tent, like, yeah, clouds, dark clouds, Big fucking thunder and lightning. The music stops, and it's kind
One
of
of
like,
our
all right.
friends had to help our other friend from like her entire tent flying away. Like she had her entire life and
Yeah.
everything that she was selling inside this tent, and everything started to blow away. And
Does
like
she
that,
not have like a weather app or anything?
It kind of just
Don't
showed
even
up.
get
That's
me
the thing. Is
started with
the
Enzo
weather
and his weather app. Enzo was
Yeah, the
over there
weather-
like
what
an
the
old
weather was
fucking
saying.
man.
The weather
We're
was saying
watching-
clear,
listen,
cloudy, clear
Enzo,
skies.
let me
It's
talk.
like
Enzo,
do
let me
not
talk.
bring your own shit advisory.
Let me talk.
Sorry.
Enzo's over there watching hail coming down from the sky, saying the weather app doesn't say it's a hail. And he's like sitting there, like setting
It
up
wasn't
the
even that
easy
it's
app,
not
watching out
saying.
and I'm
Meg,
like, dude, look at the app
it's not that it's not
outside
yeah.
that you don't have to pay for. Like, look at this clouds.
Right.
And he's
But,
just like, but this
Meg,
but
you're
the
missing the
weather
point,
app.
though. You're missing the fucking point. The point is the weather should be goddamn accurate, where it should be able to tell me it's raining right now. You know, it should be able to tell me, hey, there's a giant thunderstorm over where you're at right now. When I'm
You're
pulling up the
also
app and it's saying
you're also way
sunny
too young to be mad at
skies.
the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
No,
Like
but
you have
You've
like
obviously
2 more
never lived
decades
in
to go.
Kansas. Jesus.
You got 2 more decades to go
Tornado
to
Alley?
start bitching about
It's
the Weather
been
Channel.
goddamn 30 years of the Weather Channel. The technology needs to get better.
No, there's a new one that I like now. It's called Weather Bug.
I do Weather Underground.
Oh yeah.
But the problem is
He
where we
was-
were,
Is
we
that
were
like-
having no service.
Here's
What
the
does that
thing.
tell
This
you?
is
Like
not
the
a joke, you guys. He was
emo
so
bands are
mad
playing?
at the weather services.
And
Like
bad
he was
weather?
like, "What the
Yeah.
fuck? I need to download another app." He was so mad that he couldn't look at the sky and see the hail coming down.
Right, but
Oh.
Meg, it's
Or
like
just
how
be on a
long is it
Doppler.
how long is it supposed to happen? How long is it supposed to last for? And it can't
Wow.
even tell me it's raining right
Until
now.
it stops.
So you understand my frustration?
No.
The weather app should be able to tell me these things.
Right,
just
until
wait.
it stops.
I wait until the shrapnel in my knee starts like getting really uncomfortable. I'm like, oh, we're about to have a storm.
Yeah.
All right,
Dan, you should
We're
be a
in the car for like 3
meteorologist then.
hours.
You'd be the most accurate meteorologist of all time.
But yeah, luckily we didn't put anything out of the car except for the tent. So yeah, some
My
people got
ankle
all
where
their
I
shit
rolled
fucked
a
up.
Smell the
go-kart onto it.
petrichor, man.
Dude, I say
Yeah.
this all the time. Like, don't take anything to any goddamn musical fest or camping thing that you're not prepared to lose.
That's a good.
Yeah.
That's a good rule. That's a good
Yeah,
rule.
That
but
is
if
a
you're
good
going
rule.
there to sell stuff, like,
Right. Yeah, that's what sucks
Yeah.
about being a vendor.
Cheap. Bring all your cheap shit and then sell it for more than it's worth.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's. The
I mean,
rule
that's
of
what all
being a
those
vendor.
festies are about,
Yeah.
man. You know, Bonnaroo's all corporatized, dude.
did any vendors lose all their merch at the Utopia Fest, bro?
Well, you saw
Yeah.
the thing about Martin, and I
I know, you
donated
the
money
merch
to
girl,
that.
bro.
But
No, what happened?
Martin
Oh.
posted a picture today of the camp they saved, and I donated money for that girl's GoFundMe. But also, I am testing
Wait,
out.
no, please,
We
please,
are-
please back up.
we are
There's the
Christians,
girl that they saved had a GoFundMe. What?
They started a GoFundMe.
She
because
lost all of her
everything in her tent. Yes,
But
not
what
her
that- what does
tent.
that
I mean
mean?
her merch tent, like
Yeah,
all of the things
okay.
she was, the clothes she had made, and all that kind of like everything just got wet and knocked over. And I saw
Where
I
was
saw
she
Martin.
during this time?
They were trying to hold it, but I'm telling you, they were like 60-mile-an-hour winds, and her Easy Up basically turned into an umbrella against the wind, and all these guys
Okay.
were trying to like hold it,
So,
pull it back.
Let me
and
ask you this: did the weather just come out of nowhere and was like just right on top of you?
That
we
fucker
kind
came out
of
of
saw
nowhere.
it coming, but
Son
Enzo
of a
was setting up.
bitch.
Enzo was setting up camp, then put our Easy Up on top of camp because we figured it was about to rain,
The
but
tent.
we didn't know it was going to start hailing, and we were sitting in the
Be
car
right back.
No
waiting
worries.
out the rain, and then all of a sudden we heard this like massive crunch on the ceiling, yeah, and then we
I
were
thought it was
like,
a tree branch.
and then I saw people walking around, and I was like, they're gonna get knocked out because it was. I mean, it was like marble-sized hail falling down.
Yeah,
on
but
top.
it wasn't
But
very
anyway,
dense. It wasn't very heavy, thank God. Like it wasn't
Enzo
cracking
thought he'd seen The Wizard
windshields.
of Oz.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely
Here's-
like
here's Dorothy.
Meg.
Not me,
She literally has a fucking Toto dog. What are you talking about? Not
Oh,
you.
shit,
Oh,
really?
but
Well,
not
you
with
were Dorothy
me.
then, Meg. Sorry.
Should I put it on? I don't even know.
No,
Switch
no. We've
to-
all seen your stupid humping dog.
Hey, guess what? Not everybody has. Not everybody has.
Have you seen a
Alright?
Yorkie? That's what he looks like. He looks like your standard
That's true.
Yorkie.
Like
That's
Toto.
true.
Yes,
Yeah, he
Rufus
looks
is the
just
one.
like Toto, actually,
Rufus
yeah.
is the one you show pictures of because it's like I've never seen a dog like this. You know.
Well, what Enzo's mad about is that my little Yorkie is going through puberty and he's fucking every toy he has. And so he's always like, get this gross cum turkey away from me. Like he's
It's
just
like-
going
yeah.
he's just going through puberty and he's
It's like a
pumping every toy
dry-
he has.
It's like a dry, crusty, old stuffed animal with all the stuffing fucked out of it. All the stuffing has been fucked out of it, and now it's like a crusty sock that looks like a turkey.
It just looks like a
Is that how
used,
you're gonna
abused,
talk about
like,
me when I'm like 80?
It feels like cardboard.
used and abused.
Like you can't even bend it; it would break in half. It's disgusting, and it's like on the bed by my feet and shit. It's like no, stop.
It is, dude. It's like, dude, you realize the germs are getting on my, fabrics.
Oh, on your hippie heel? I had to take Enzo for his first pedicure, and he kicked that lady in the face, and she stopped,
I
and she
didn't.
said, "He almost did," and she said,
I
"You know,
wiggled
kick
my
me."
leg once.
No, she stopped, and she looked at him, and she said, "You know, kick me."
I wiggled my leg one time, and she said, "You know, kick."
But
Don't
she's
kick.
Asian and she hasn't been kicked before? That's weird.
And she's told me not to kick. As soon as I was like talking, right, we're like in mid conversation, talking about. Also, it was raining when we got a pedicure. It's
Yeah,
like
that's true.
fucking thundering and fucking practically flooding the parking lot. That was
Not
funny.
practically, literally, you hit a
yeah.
curb in my car.
It was funny because like we're
What
getting
was
we're
the,
all
temp?
we're talking about the TV, the weather, how it's raining balls, and we just got into the pedicure place just in the nick of time. They snuck us in for one appointment, and I guess it didn't matter that
You
they
got a
stayed late.
pedicure?
Yeah, it was awesome.
I made him.
You should have seen how
guys.
much. You should have seen how much shit they shaved off my heel. It was insane.
Jesus.
He apologized to the lady.
I was like,
I
I'm
was like,
so
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
She was like, it's okay. You needed it. You needed it. She said,
You
I had
did.
hippie heel, man. I wear sandals all the time. You know what I mean? I got hippie heel like a crazy motherfucker.
Damn.
You should show how pretty your toes are now.
Got
Oh,
some, like, you got some fucking hobbit ass feet, huh? I do too.
not
by the way.
anymore. Now they're so pretty.
Yeah, now they're sexy hobbit feet.
I got, yeah, she told me I had to
Wow.
get my nails painted. She
Wow.
was paying for it.
Now
And I
we're
was like,
starting that OnlyFans.
She had to bring out the belt sander.
It's actually
it was like a cheese grater, literally a cheese grater,
actually the
and it
handle we
tickled so
chose.
bad.
It's
I had
at
to, like-
Sexy Hobbit Feet on OnlyFans.com.
I had to cover my face.
Now
or
that's
my
a domain
tongue.
that we should buy.
You know,
Yeah,
one time
we
I
gotta-
got real mad at a politician and I bought her name as a domain name so that she couldn't have it.
That's awesome. That's some spiteful shit.
Do you guys know Patrick S. Tomlinson? He's a fucking he's like a dildo SJW sci-fi writer that raises hell on Twitter. One of those dildos. He's like a Heather Antos of like the book world, but he's like also like a failed he's not a particularly good author, and he's got all this like personal drama going on with like his daughter, and he's just like a big sad bastard, and he spends all day on Twitter like yelling at the comics gators and stuff. He's kind of a loser, but this is a funny ass troll.
What the fuck?
Someone bought the rights to his fucking photograph that is used on all of his books,
Yeah.
So like all of a sudden his profile picture on Twitter and his banner picture on Twitter picture, it's all been removed. It's like media not displayed due to copyright violation. So like he doesn't have the rights to his own fucking headshot.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
How do you get that down bad?
Yeah, some guy just bought the rights from the photographer.
That's great. Because he didn't like him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like epic trolling type shit.
Right.
That is some
Yeah.
epic
I like
trolling.
that.
But it's like an earlier headshot from when he was like thin and then good looking. Now he's like a big fat guy. So it's like,
Yeah.
this outdated
relate.
picture.
I can
Right,
relate.
this outdated picture that you fucking catfish everyone with, you can't use it no more. You
I
gotta
think I have
get it.
some of his audiobooks, actually.
Patrick
I
S.
watched-
Tomlinson, you're joking, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Hell yeah.
Hopefully.
was-
Hopefully.
He's a
was telling
weirdo,
Enzo-
dude. Go ahead, babe.
Sure.
Sorry.
I was telling
I know.
Enzo the other
It's
day
prolific.
that
That's what I'm saying.
I found, and I don't mean this now that I know we're on YouTube. Disclaimer.
Don't get all PC now that we're on YouTube. Come on.
Okay, fine. But
Yeah,
I
just
found this for
no
the first time
Yeah,
in a
just don't
very
get
long
nuts.
time. I found a comedian that made me actually belly chuckle who has a vagina. However I say that, and the PC way nowadays.
Margaret
But
Cho?
Nah,
No, she has-
cerebral palsy lady.
yeah, she has cerebral palsy, and she is so funny. And she was saying like, when you join Tinder, it's funny because she's hot, and she's like, so what they see is this, but what they get is this. And she's like, I'm like the bisexuality of ability.
But she literally she talked like this, she's like fucking
Well,
Floyd.
she has But she has cerebral palsy. But she was like, "Listen, when I get on Tinder, they say things like open-minded or down for whatever, and whatever should include me."
Yeah.
Like, this is the first funny comedian.
Yeah,
like,
but
funny because it's not like, "Oh, hey, my vagina is a barnyard animal." Ha ha ha! Isn't it funny?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. That's been
it
done
was
to
the
death.
first original content that I
Yeah,
have
but-
seen by a woman in such a long time that it was so happy.
So what you're
and
saying
refreshing.
is like you should get cerebral palsy and then you'd be
yeah,
funnier.
so it's like handicap humor. The
I
whole.
mean,
Yeah.
It's like Louis C.K. Never mind, I should stop.
Nah, Louis
Very
C.K.
like-
is
Toxic, like
hilarious.
this is the quietest I've ever seen. Like listen to Toxic, man.
Oh,
Meg's,
God.
I'm just-
Meg's
Is it
talking.
because he's letting
just-
me
yeah,
be his-
you just-
Yeah,
Yeah.
Meg's just steamrolling everybody.
I'm bringing it in, as much.
No,
I
love
am
it,
not
man.
trying to
Keep
steamroll.
going.
If I'm doing
going.
that, stop me.
Yeah.
Keep going until you
No,
stop.
not at all. Not at all.
Enzo says,
I think it's great.
So are we gonna get notes on all this different stuff? Because I want to at least I think
Yeah.
I'm getting a gist that
Yeah.
that you are thinking that it should be like a surprise when someone brings it up, but I don't want it to be a surprise. I want to know what everyone's going to talk about so I
No,
can
for sure.
shit on it if I don't like it, because
Right.
that's my favorite thing to do is shit on stuff that you guys love.
I have I
You
could
guys wanna
send
compare
I
notes
could tell you
beforehand?
right now what was everything that because I made a list of everything that was mentioned in all the chats, including like me and Vex and this top 3 chat, like everything that everyone said.
Yeah.
And then I sent myself a big list of that stuff. And then on top of that, there's a few extras, like stuff that I didn't feature was like, yeah, this game Vex had mentioned, which was
I knew she was going to do a gamer thing because that's her niche. She's a gamer person, but she's also fucking funny.
It was a game I never heard of, so.
Oh,
Is she
okay.
playing like
But I don't have a big
RPGs
gamer.
and some boring shit like that, or is she playing like I don't know.
But yeah,
Yeah,
stuff
but
that
yes.
was mentioned, by in no particular order by no particular people, but it's the Tetris movie, Evil Dead Rise, Oppenheimer, Barbie, The Little Mermaid, this new season of South Park, Renfield, Dune,
okay.
Flash, Mission Impossible, Sisu, Covenant, Picard, Last
Love
of
it.
Us, Mandalorian, Guardians, Creed 3, Yellow Jackets. There was also Vex had talked about there was a new Blu-ray edition of Old Boy coming out this year that she was excited about, and
The remake or the original?
I want to say I assume the original. I'm just
Buy
gonna
the
assume.
steelbook, motherfucker.
Spike Lee's okay, but like that Old Boy remake was not great.
It had naked Elizabeth Olsen. So
Yeah, right. And you would have liked it if
Can't
you
go wrong
hadn't
with
have
that.
seen. I saw the remake. I saw the original after I saw the remake, and
Well, she has a lot
even
of
then
push,
I was
right,
still
Megan?
blown away because
You know,
I liked Old Boy the remake, but then I watched the original. I was like, no, this is definitely better.
right?
Um,
Right on, man.
So
yeah, I'm.
who is just who?
Sorry,
I'm
Sal.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you.
Who is doing Picard season 3? Who's doing that? Is that you, Enzo?
no, I want to say Blue Collar mentioned that.
Blue Collar's doing that.
I think he said that.
This is my problem with Blue Collar. He loves everything. That's his fucking. That's his,
There's
I
like a
watched.
Jimmy Fallon
I watched
type.
the Mario
It's like, oh,
movie
he's
finally.
wonderful. They're
I
the
watched
best.
the Mario movie finally, and I was like,
Okay.
"Holy shit, that was a movie for like 3-year-olds. That was a movie for small children." Like
that. Yeah.
I thought it was meh.
He has Blue Collar. Blue Collar has that Regal Apps thing where he can watch free movies like as many as he wants every month, and he will literally go and watch everything. He will go and see, and he's always pretty happy with everything he watches.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's getting drunk before he goes and sees everything, but
he's
just
getting
he
laid.
just loves
You
everything he
know,
watches.
he's living life. He's getting
Honestly,
free movies.
if I get drunk and get laid and then watch a shitty movie, I'm still gonna say it's a
He's
shitty
doing. Okay, yeah.
Good for you. I like. your style.
For me, it's like
Yes.
your opinions on a movie can change greatly after the second viewing.
Right.
But yeah, it was like Drinker. I remember watching Renfield and being like, didn't think it was that great. But now Renfield, or after watching Mario, it's like, oh, I kind of definitely sided
But what
more with
about
like
if you
Dark
come
Hour.
while you're watching a shitty movie? Like, what about your decision then?
Nah, I always
Wait, say it
got
again?
If you're
Come-
coming as you're watching a shitty movie?
Yeah,
He
I
won't do it.
I rewind the movie. Gotta see what
Yeah.
we missed. What did we
And-
miss?
I got Amber to go to go down on
Yeah.
me during Avatar 2, and it still was a worthless experience.
Yeah.
So
You know,
You should have said that in the
Here's the
stream.
thing,
Like, I
and y'all
got a
didn't- I don't think y'all
blowjob during
touched-
this movie.
I don't think y'all touched on this, which was
Go
my
ahead.
whole thing. Is I didn't see it,
Go for it.
but no one asked for it. And
no,
how many years was it?
I think everyone asked for it in 2010,
Yeah,
and he
they're
was
like,
like,
"Come on,
"Yeah,
man."
I'll do it."
Yeah, I'll
And
get to
15
that.
years later,
But here's the thing: I'm gonna make 4 of them at once, and it's gonna take 25 years.
yeah.
It's like, well,
The thing is, in
The,
2010, people were like, "Hell
Avatar
yeah!"
1 wasn't that good,
In 2009, 2010, some of the
It
Avatar people
wasn't.
were like,
It
"Let's
wasn't.
do it."
right? I mean, I saw it in 3D.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I thought that experience was pretty sick, but like,
see, that
other
was
than
the point I made in the stream. I can't see 3D, so
oh, you can't. Shit.
no.
So you see everything like 2D then, like cartoons?
No, it's just that the 3D thing, because I have like a partially detached retina from an explosion, and
shit.
so like I
Alright.
can't, like 3D doesn't register when I put on the glasses and stuff. It doesn't work.
Gotcha.
So
Well,
It
let
just
me
gives
tell you
me a
something.
headache.
You still look like Matt Damon. You
ah,
got that.
ah,
got that
thanks,
going
man.
for you.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. And he's great in The Martian.
Meg's
That's a
asking if I
great-
muted
that-
her.
But I was going to talk
That's a
about
great-
earlier. They were talking about I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's a great movie and a great book. It's one of the few that the movie actually surpasses the book, but both are great. I read the book when I was in prison, and then I saw the movie when I was in
Cool.
jail just recently, a couple months ago.
Right on.
Shit
I heard
potatoes.
they started doing this cool thing. Like I think it's in, I don't know, some Norwegian company or country or something. But they're like, if you read a book and write a report on it or some kind of literature, like that you read it and like it reduces your sentence. It's like that's kind of an interesting idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get behind that idea.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
I'm good for that. Yeah.
What else are you gonna do besides like read and like watch movies there?
I'm actually embarrassed how many books I used to read when I was locked up compared to what I do now. I do listen to a lot of audiobooks and stuff, so
Right.
at least I do that.
Yeah, for sure, man. Audiobooks are great. I love doing like the month or whatever of free Audible, and then you register with a different email, and then you get another free month. You get like 2 credits each time. So I listen to like Bruce Campbell's like audiobook.
Yeah. Well, I
How's
have
that?
an app. I have an app on my phone that connects to the library, and I use that. So
Oh, Overdrive.
I think mine's called Libby.
Okay.
But yeah,
What
I'm
hap-
listening. Woo.
What happened, Meg?
Enzo, what do you read, man?
I don't know. I was talking about
Nothing.
how
Whatever,
I was
motherfucker.
talking
You're
about
writing a
how
book
I
as
got
we speak.
booted,
I'll read
so I'm not
subtitles.
gonna try to connect any lines. I'm just saying
Yeah.
I didn't boot myself.
Oh shit,
No.
that's what you look like.
You
Cool,
left,
man.
but why didn't you get back in on your other computer?
No,
Or this was-
because you guys are all like on video, and I felt like
This sounds a lot better, I gotta say.
this does.
Is this the
Yeah.
same headset?
This is the thing you
Yeah.
told me to stop doing earlier. So
But
I
is
would
this
have
the same headset?
I'm actually wearing a headset for my computer and on my phone. So maybe this is the this is the thing I need to do.
There
Yeah,
you go.
It sounds a lot better. It sounds a
For
lot
sure.
better.
Yeah, this is the thing.
There you go. Oh yeah.
This
you
is
reminded
the
me
thing
when
to
I did
do.
My girlfriend's vape.
This is the thing to do
With
for
that.
sure.
This is the third thing I've done.
All right, well, we figured it out. And this is what I want you to start doing on the We Watches too, because your
All right,
audio
third
sounds a
time's
lot
the
better.
charm, I guess.
Oh yeah, great.
Anyway, we were talking about Enzo being something.
Yeah, I definitely have to rewind the movie. If we no matter how shitty or bad good it is, like whatever we missed during sex, I have to rewind it. We're like, well, whatever.
Oh no, that's what it is. Once the movie starts, he won't stop. that's the whole thing about Enzo. Like it's like once the movie starts, no.
Yeah, what's watching a movie with Enzo like? Because I've never experienced that.
It's
Yeah, you
like,
have.
It depends on
Have
if
I?
it's hormonal or not.
We watched
Usually
The
it's
Hitman together.
extra.
Oh, that's right.
It's
I
just
would-
like that. It's just like
Annoying or
that.
extra annoying.
Oh, when you tried to assassinate me and like I had to run out of the room.
Where we just goof off and stuff. But I can be quiet during some movies.
Every
Yeah.
time
wish-
that we go to anything together that's supposed to be a social event, we just look at each other like, I don't know, 20 minutes in and say, should we just go back and hang out by ourselves and not talk to anybody? And that's what we
Yeah. Go ahead, Toxic. Sorry.
I wish we would have had you for the Matrix, or not Matrix, the John Wick stream.
I don't,
That would have been
know if you do wish that.
Me?
My
Me or Meg?
opinion is pretty
you, Enzo.
I actually sat that one out because I wasn't available because I was doing something. 'Cause like I said, I was listening from in the car. I don't remember what I was doing. But also on top of that, like, I hadn't seen the fourth one, you know?
We
Yeah, I
were
haven't
talking
seen the
about.
fourth
We
one
just
yet
did. We
either.
did the first. We were just doing the first one. We just watched. We
But
rewatched
if
the
you've
first.
seen the first one
I didn't
and
do
the
that one.
second
I'm
one
sorry.
and the
I missed
third
that one.
have you not seen the fourth one?
No, I still haven't seen the fourth
Fair
one.
point.
It's
but
pretty good.
I want to watch
Pretty
all
good.
4 of them in a row,
Does he,
you
like,
know? With
execute
Mother.
people in various ways. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoots people in the
Okay,
head.
cool. Yeah.
Enzo has this funny thing where he doesn't want to get invested in something unless it has like 8 seasons or something like because we couldn't
Unless
get
it's
him into Mayor
completed.
of Kingstown.
No.
Yeah, tell me more
If
about
it's
Enzo,
completed,
man.
basically, I'll check it out.
Series.
Enzo was we did a stream a few months ago where we were talking about the Mayor of Kingstown, and Enzo was like super interested in that and Reacher. And then he was like, well, what season are they on? I'm like, well, Mayor of Kingstown's going on season 2, and Reacher is going to go on hiatus and then come back with season 2 here in a few months. And he's like, oh, well, I'll wait till there's like 6 seasons.
I'll wait
Yeah.
7 years.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'll wait.
You'd
Like,
rather do that.
But interesting, though, is later,
what he'll
we got
tell me?
into a
He'll
stream
say,
later.
I don't want to
listen,
watch.
Meg,
I don't want
listen.
to watch this episode because it's part of a series.
Oh,
but I'd
yeah.
rather watch this 2-hour movie instead
Right.
of 4 episodes of this show. And to him, it's totally different.
It's 4 episodes out of like 50. That's like, I'm not going to catch the whole thing, you know?
Maybe that's
And-
the point.
Yeah, maybe. But the thing is with like, I remember getting in a stream later with Toxic and asking him later about how is that Mayor of Kingstown? And you were like, oh, it's weird now. I'm not digging
it
it.
did. You're
Yeah,
okay.
they
Fair
can
play.
take a
No, that's
turn.
fair. That's fair.
Oh,
It
oh,
did
But
take a
Enzo-
bad turn.
Yeah.
It
And I'm
took a bad
notorious
turn.
for not finishing shit too.
And it happens that way, you know. I mean, I remember like avoiding Lost, and when that
that a
ended,
little
I remember
disappointing?
thinking like
I
I
guess, I don't
dodged a
know.
bullet there.
Do you
Right.
realize though the
You did dodge a bullet, didn't you?
between ability to defer gratification and lifetime success?
Oh, shut up.
Just saying.
God.
Just saying.
I will
Holy
say
shit.
this. I do kind of I've kind of reshaped my viewpoint to kind of go near you, Enzo, a little bit, just because I don't like mystery box, and I'll
Right.
get into this in the stream. And I think me and you have talked about this. I don't like
Sure.
mystery box shows like Lost, and now I'm fucking invested in 2 of them, and now
Right.
the writer strike is happening.
Yeah.
So, and one of them is my top 3 that we're going to talk about in the top 3 stream
Yellow
on Thursday.
Jackets.
Yellow Jackets.
So I
yeah,
tried to even look up what the hell it's about, and I couldn't even really hear
what-
about it. What is it?
I'll be right back.
I heard it's twisted and dark and like supernatural. Is it supernatural?
I have to get a vape now. 'cause I'm
Okay.
like-
Sorry,
I
go
don't
for
know.
it, man.
Is somebody blaming me for their bad habits?
No.
I'll be the scapegoat for all of that. I take it all.
No.
I
But
like that.
yes. So Yellow Jackets, supernatural, paranormal, small town stuff.
Well,
You're not watching
kind of.
me?
I mean, it's
How dare you.
definitely. Does he know his? He doesn't know that his background is so loud. He has
No.
no idea. He has no idea.
I'll be
But that's funny. Yeah, it's one of those things. It takes place in 1996 and 2021. And you have these girls that are in a varsity soccer team, an all-girl team, and their coach. And their plane goes down in the Canadian wilderness.
Oh, cool.
And so wackiness ensues after that of them trying to survive. And it gives you, and it's, it's this classic mystery box show where it's, you're not sure what you're looking at is actual, like what really happened. And you're not
What's up,
sure
Jackie?
if, is she beating him up? What's happening right now?
No, that's Jackie. There she is. I'll mute her. But yeah.
But yeah, so we're not sure if it's supernatural, if it's unreliable narrator, if it's time, some kind of weird timeline thing. It just doesn't. There's no way to know.
are the woods
so-
like haunted, or is there like spooky shit going on, or what?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah,
The only thing that we know for sure is
I would
of
be
the,
too.
Yeah.
of the plane that.
I don't even watch the show, and I listen like.
I love her.
What's she
too.
saying?
Tell
Jackie
her I
saying
love her
smile?
too.
What's Jackie saying? Smile.
Yeah.
What's she saying?
Right.
Hey, ask me
Oh, he doesn't even have his headphones on. Okay, never mind.
he
All right.
can't hear you, but we can hear him.
Okay. I'll wait till he puts his headphones on to hear it.
Is he doing it?
I was saying, tell your woman I love her too.
Yeah, we love Jackie. We love Jackie.
He's cock teasing us with the headphones.
Oh,
there he goes. There he is. There he is.
It's in the box. The charge is in the box.
We were like asking, like, "Hey, how's Jackie? What's up?" And we were like, "Oh, you don't have your headphones on."
Oh yeah.
I'm like, tell your woman I said hi, and you're like,
"Oh, I'm sorry." Well, I was
okay.
Hey,
Jackie.
Fun fact.
Jackie. I wanted you to say hi. Come here.
Oh,
come tell the people hi.
Hey.
What's up, dear? How you doing?
and yellow jackets. Jackie.
I was like, "What are you watching there? What are you watching there, by the way?"
Really?
I was like, "Why aren't you watching me?"
I'm watching a SNL Goodfellas sketch right now. From,
no worries.
1997.
Does anyone here watch SNL anymore?
Wait, did she say she was watching SNL from the 90s? Because
a Goodfellas
I already
sketch.
loved her.
Yeah.
Whenever Phil Hartman was on.
You want to see? Hey, you want to see a funny skit?
For sure.
Google SNL's Adam Driver skits where he does Kylo Ren as undercover boss.
Watch Adam Driver skits.
Kylo Ren.
Dude, he was a really great host. I did watch that one.
I've seen them all.
Yeah, and then he was in everything else that you've ever
The ladies
seen.
like Adam Driver. I think he's kind of weird looking. Like if I was a lady, I
think he's hot. I think he's hot.
Yeah, he's in that weird hot area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's definitely hot.
Can I just speak like as a woman though? Not to me.
No, never.
To me, he looks like prepubescent and I don't know. Maybe he's just too young for me. Like when I look at him, I just don't see it as attractive. But
what's the opposite of that? Pubescent?
No, I would say mature.
Pubent.
Of that, like we were talking about how sexy Pierce Brosnan was in just now. That would be the opposite of Kylo Ren.
We need like I want like leathery skin. That's like you got like a hide.
I just don't want like a boy who seems like he just lost his virginity yesterday. There's like a gray area in between. You know what I mean? Like we don't have to one or the other.
Give off
we
those
don't
vibes.
have Pierce Brosnan who's fucked every girl in the phone book. We don't have to have.
He hasn't though.
Kylo Ren
I think he should have been played by Warren Beatty.
Oh,
for sure.
You know what one of my favorite moments about that Dante's Peak movie is that we were watching Pierce Brosnan, like, what was that girl's name? Linda Hamilton. He was like trying to do magic tricks for her kids and get good graces with their kids. And he was like, first he does it to Mrs. Doubtfire. First he does it to Robin Williams, sneaks up on his family, and now he's doing it to Limo Hamilton, sneaking up on her family. And it's true.
Well, he does magic tricks with that pussy, you know.
Stepdad. If I was a single mother and Pierce Brosnan did some magic trick to my son, my ovaries couldn't stop. Like, try to keep it. Couldn't do it.
I remember going to see in Civil War, Captain America Civil War with this chick, and that part where Chris Evans rips apart the wood. She's like, she goes, "Oh my God, I just think my ovaries exploded."
God,
dude, it's a very manly move right there.
There's lots of things that guys can do that can be manly, but here's the other thing: if a douchebag does those same things, looks so sexy,
dude, that wood was pre-chopped, whatever.
And then some jerk goes and does it and was like, "Oh, look how strong I am!"
But then conversely, Meg, what you just said, if some guy comes out and does magic tricks.
I mean, I'm a sucker for magic.
Okay, well.
So are you not wearing your headphones no more?
No. Everybody see the leprechaun say, "Yeah." No.
Dude, I watched that too.
Can you get back?
I watched that stream too. That was so funny, man.
You told me my headphones are better, but then I was not hearing you guys in my headphones, so I took them off. Is this still okay?
Oh.
You had some killer puns in that, Meg.
Yeah.
Fine so far. Yeah, no problem.
I forgot the one. It was something that when the doctor was doing something, like when they were on the operating table.
I don't know. I'm glad you guys think I'm funny because I'm totally not. But passing it off for right now. Yeah.
Damn, 3 hours.
Okay, you guys.
Yeah. We've been streaming.
I know you told me calm down with my non-PC shit, but can I tell you a joke that I saw?
Yeah.
Please. Yes, please.
Really. It was called Mom Jokes by the River, and it was these two women at the river just fishing, telling mom jokes. And this woman says, so there's this couple. And they've been dating for about, like a month or so. And the sex is just crazy. It's all great. And every time that they get done having sex, the woman just wants to cradle the guy's balls and just like roll him around, just hold him in her hand, And he likes it. It's great. But then after about, like a month or so, he says, "Hey, how come every time we have sex, you just cradle my balls?" And she says, "Because I really miss mine."
Here's a good one. There's big fat
are
woman.
Are we all gonna do one? Is that
I'll
what
do
the
one.
thing is?
Yeah,
We're all gonna
so
do
much
one.
choice in this,
There's big fat
Do one
lady. Big fat lady on the porch. Big fat lady
do
on
a
the
big fat lady
porch.
on the porch. I thought you guys were talking about, are we going to do a shot? You're like, let's all do a
No.
big fat lady on her porch.
No. Let's all do a big fat lady on the porch. No, there's a big fat lady on the porch with her. It's a very hot day. It's like 115 degrees, and this lady's sitting there. She's like 400 pounds, and she's got her skirt lifted up, and her fucking just pussy's just hanging out for all the neighbors to see. And she's eating like a huge slice of watermelon. And all the fucking neighbors are like, "Okay, what the fuck?" So they call the sheriff, and the sheriff comes by. He's like, "Ma'am," no, he's like, "Ma'am, you've got to, I don't know if are you trying to stay cool? What are you doing here?" He's like, "You got to put your skirt down, I know it's hot." But she's like, "Look, I don't know nothing about staying cool, but this just keeps the flies off my watermelon."
Nice.
All
Nice.
All right, go, Toxic. You got one.
You want me to go next?
Yeah.
All right. So this guy comes home early from work in order to surprise his girlfriend on their anniversary. He's got flowers. He's all ready to go, and he gets into the driveway, and there's a cab parked there. And all of her luggage is right next to the cab. The cab he's putting in the back of the cab. He sees his girlfriend walk out, and she's like stuck. She's like, "Oh shit." And he's like, "Babe, what are you doing?" She's like, I wanted to get this done before you got home. I'm sorry." He's like, "Well, but I came home early because it's our anniversary. I got flowers. What is going on? Can you tell me what's going on?" She goes, "I don't want to talk about it. I'm just leaving." He goes, "You can't even just tell me why? You're just going to leave in the middle of the day? Everything was fine this morning." And so she kind of relents and she says, "Yeah, everything was fine this morning. But during the day today while you were at work, I found out something about you that I just can't live with." He goes, "What could be so bad that you just got to leave in the middle of the day with no explanation? I mean, what is it?" And she goes, "I found out that you are a pedophile." And he's like, "That's an awfully big word for a 12-year-old.
God.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm going straight to
Enzo, you'll like this one.
Yeah, you got one.
When's it okay to spit into an Italian woman's face?
When
When her mustache is on fire.
Ah! Hey, Enzo, since we're doing Italian jokes, and I'm Irish.
Yeah.
And
I don't know what I am, by the way.
Me
why
too,
is
I'm just something.
Go ahead.
Enzo, why is Italy in the shape of a boot?
I don't know.
They can't fit all that shit in a sneaker. Enzo, what does IROC Z28 stand for?
I don't know.
Italian retard out cruising.
What?
I'm going to laugh and pretend that wasn't my first car.
Nice.
Ah!
The Z car.
No, it was an IROC Z-Tops when I was 16. And have you ever seen Smoking the Bandit? It was a cool fucking car, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I walked into iHeartVideo in Austin, and I rented, and I'd never seen
If any of you guys live
Smokey
in
and the Bandit.
Take out BT
Hold on,
dubs.
Nick. 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, this is serious business. And I go and I asked the guy, I was like, "Is this movie any good?" The guy I was checking out with. And he goes, "Dude, they made 2 of them." I was like, "All right, I'm in." And that's my story.
Smoking the Bandit.
I miss iHeartVideo.
What I heard is you were into a guy from iHeartVideo.
No,
and
Smoking and the Bandit.
make 2 of
Yeah,
you?
Smoking. So I was renting Smoking the Bandit, and
Did they
I was
make?
like,
No, they didn't
"What's
make
your
3.
opinion?"
Obviously.
I was like, and I watched the second one. It was good too.
No,
Burt Reynolds.
Well,
No,
I just liked his mustache.
There's Gator, Deliverance.
I appreciate the
I've never seen Deliverance.
So this is why you need headphones, Meg, because when you start
Do I need
talking,
to
and
check
you
that
need
out?
to turn the volume down on your phone.
Mine?
No, Meg.
Oh.
Or you need to put on headphones because, like, when you talk and like it's coming out of your speakers at the same time, you cut out.
Yeah. Much
Because
like many
women-
women, they don't make any sense
women
Right.
shouldn't
when they
speak.
talk. Yeah,
I will
exactly.
stop.
Just
It's
put
cool.
headphones back
It's not
on.
your fault.
It is my fault.
It's okay.
All
All right, let me do you the one that I got kicked out of
Oh, God.
Sunday school for.
Sure.
They told
Okay,
us at Sunday school.
but then I'm gonna go and put my headphones on. But
All
yes.
Fair enough. So these 4 nuns are on their way to a Bible convention, and the car blows a rod and it fucking goes off the side of a cliff, blows up on impact. They all die. So they get up to the pearly gates. St. Peter's there waiting. He's got his big book of sins and his chalice of holy water. He's like, here, listen, you guys gave up your lives in service of the Lord. It's no big deal. But as nuns, you're supposed to be married to Jesus. So what we got to establish, this is on the honor system. You tell us what you did with a man, and we'll go ahead and cleanse your sins, and you can go into heaven. So the first one comes up, and she says, St. Peter, I've never been with a man. I did, however, peek on my cousin when I was young, and I saw his business downstairs, And he says, that's no big deal. He's like, that's easy fix. So they have the chalice of holy water. She splashes the water in her eyes, lets her into the kingdom of heaven. The second one comes up. She's kind of a little more nervous. She's wringing her hands, and she says, mine is a little worse. I didn't take my vows until after high school. I did have a boyfriend. We never had sex, but I did touch his business down there. And he says, okay, well, that's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. We're a virgin. Go ahead and just dip your hands in the water. You're good to go. She goes, that's it? He goes, yeah, that's it. Just go ahead. So she dips her hands in the water. She goes. The third one's walking up, and she's looking super nervous. And right before she gets to St. Peter, the fourth one pushes her aside and says, St. Peter, if you think that I'm going to gargle with that shit after she sticks her ass in it, you're out of your fucking mind.
I was talking to this guy. I was telling Meg about this guy.
Good. Headphones and come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell a joke you already heard, Meg, about the guy who's like talking about how
he's shocked.
Yeah, he's saying like, hey man, I just want to leave my wife because like I'm just kind of tired of the sex. Sex is getting old. Same old stuff, same old. And I was like, man, your wife's got more than one hole, right? And he was like, oh yeah, what? And then have a bunch of kids running around the house. Crazy.
Nice.
Oh hell.
Oh hell.
Oh hell. Hey,
Turns
did you guys
out,
did you guys know that the original choice for Han Solo was gonna be fucking
Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte.
No way.
Can you imagine?
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine Nick Nolte as Han Solo? Oh hell, Chewbacca.
Han Solo. Dude, I was gonna say, what's that guy's name from like Pulp Fiction? When he stabs he's been up for every role, and like the red-haired gentleman, actor. He was up for like Michael J. Fox's role in Back to the Future.
Yeah. David. No.
Shit,
I know you're talking about Eric Stoltz.
Eric Stoltz. I thought you were gonna say him.
Eric Stoltz.
Because it seems like he was up for everything, and then somehow.
Dude, I like him in
that's
the
a fucked up
Fly.
story. He did the entire movie of Back to the Future, and then they fucking replaced him. That's harsh.
They were just like
90%.
they were literally like they had multiple people watch it, and they were like, "Is it just me, or is this just not as funny as it's supposed to be?"
Right.
And they were like, "Yeah, there's something about his performance where it's just not really invoking like that humor. It was more like terror, like, oh my God, I'm in the 1950s. I don't know what to do. I'm scared." Michael J. Fox had this like, this is wacky kind of face.
Right, like a boyish, like, oh, geez.
This is nuts. Oh, heavy. Wow. That's what he said. Yeah.
This is heavy, man.
Jinkies. Yeah.
There's that.
Oh, shucks.
There's that word again. Have you ever heard the theory that, is there's something wrong with the Earth's gravitational pull, Marty?
Pull.
Hey, have you ever heard the theory that Doc was so upset that none of his inventions were working, he was pretty much ready to kill himself and take Marty with him?
I have heard that one.
Because he wouldn't get out of the way when the fucking DeLorean was coming. He's like, no, stand right here.
Yeah,
because like, what if it didn't work? That was a
Right.
psycho fucking move.
Like
man.
in
I
the
wasn't
eight-
even thinking
like-
about that. I thought you were going to talk about how like Dark was like actually trying to kill himself when he fell on his head and banged his flux, figured out came up with the flux capacitor. He was trying to hang himself because
heard
of
that
his
too.
failed intentions.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I have also heard. I love to do that at work. I love to spoil movies with dark fan theories, like the one about in Greece, how everybody's dead and that's all just a wish fulfillment dream that she's having as she's dying. Because
In
in
heaven.
the story, yeah, because she actually did drown, and Danny came to save her, and she dies, and the oxygen is leaving her brain, so she's having this dream about living in this musical fantasy land.
Wow.
And then that's at the end, it's the car going up to heaven. Her and Danny are going up to heaven because they're dead.
Twisted.
Love it.
Like
Love it.
Lightning, dude.
And that whole movie takes place in the course of like a few like minutes or seconds, where she's
it's like a fever
dying.
dream.
Yeah, like a
crazy,
fever dream
man.
right before she dies. Oh, and that Fairly Odd Parents. The reason
I'd
why
like to go on that DMT trip.
yeah, the reason why the fairy godmother and father look just like the little boy is because those are his actual parents who have died, and the parents in the show are just his adopted parents who don't give a fuck about him.
Wow.
Weird.
Love it.
Damn.
Yeah. I was like,
I think there's a bunch of those about certain movies, right?
yeah, I mean, it's
I
like
think you could
sky's the limit.
We could do a whole podcast or stream on that.
Dude,
I
can
think
come
we
up
should.
half
We
of them.
should do that. We should do that. Like a bunch
twisted
of
fan
the twisted
theories.
fan theories. Yeah. Of
Yeah.
that. There's one about Star Wars that Obi-Wan was having an affair with Queen
Yeah.
Amidala, and that's what really brought about the hatred
man.
between him and if you look at it from that point of view, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, then that movie would only been 4 hours long.
Yeah.
But it's like, but is Luke and Leia still Anakin's kids, or are they Obi-Wan's?
Oh shit.
I mean,
Oh,
if you look
shit.
at the Kenobi show, it kind of calls that into question.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Anakin played by Christensen, yeah, I mean, you definitely go for the Ewan McGregor guy.
Liar! No, sure.
It's coarse like sand.
It's my
like, what?
favorite. Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
it's my favorite quote.
Where's
is when-
Obi-Wan at?
Yeah, because she's like, no, we're gonna go save Obi-Wan. Okay. I mean, seems like you don't even barely know him, but like, okay, well, it's fine.
the Kenobi show. And one thing I remember like thinking like it looks cool that like in these newer prequel or sequel movies, the Disney stuff, like the lightsabers have this like really intense, like, room saturating like light they emit, turns everything blue or red. But in hindsight, I'm like, actually, no, it does have problems because like now you're like, it's like I don't know. I remember like bringing up in one of the posts on that page, like, hey, anybody like else digging this aesthetic? And people are like, yeah, aesthetically it looks cool, but canonically it makes no sense because like
Makes
the
no
kyber
sense. Yeah.
crystals are made to like absorb the light, not project it. And
What's your favorite Star Wars movie?
definitely Empire,
Empire?
easily.
Yeah, easily Empire. Yeah.
And specifically like all the Yoda stuff on Dagobah. My favorite music from John Williams is the Yoda theme where he lifts the X-Wing. Like all that stuff is my favorite Star Wars.
I
stuff.
like I like all the stuff in Bespin, especially when Vader is straight up cheating and like fucking with Luke. Like he's like, and I'm not going to use both hands, but just use one hand and beat your ass with it. And then he like starts throwing shit at him. I love that.
He Han shows up and like Darth Vader's on the table, just sitting there, like prepared to have like a discussion or a dinner. And fucking Han Solo just pulls out the gun and fucking starts like unloading on him.
He's like, yeah. So I started blasting.
So I started blasting like Frank Reynolds.
Love it.
Yeah, dude. So
Love
good.
It.
And
but I thought, Mark, something about the 4, 5, and 6. There was something like a very camp like feel to it, which Mark Hamill was able to kind of really
lean into.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then I watched the newest ones, J.J. Abrams directed, and I was like, damn, John Bodega, was it John Bodega?
Boyega,
that's it. I was like, damn, this is a campy ass motherfucker. And then it's like, okay, well, so is Mark Hamill, and somebody told me that, and I was like, I never made that connection.
Yeah, but Boyega.
Yeah, they kind of did him. They did him
they
dirty.
Squandered
though.
him.
Yeah, they squandered him.
He should have been. He could have been really awesome character. You know.
Yeah,
The problem
yeah.
was they gave him and Poe the same exact personality. They're both like kind of cocky, like funny and plucky. Where it's like Finn should have been like battle hardened and super serious.
Oh yeah, he's in the Empire.
Because he's a fucking he's an Empire guy. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
You know,
So you
I
mean there's
didn't-
like Enzo? Are you saying there's like inconsistencies in like the Star Wars trilogy?
Imagine that.
I never heard that. From
being funny.
Imagine that. Hey, I just sent you another picture, Enzo. If you want to.
Oh my god. Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right.
Who's this?
That's me and wife number 2 that I was in the army with.
Oh.
I like the way you say that.
Oh wow, man.
Wife number 2.
So,
My grandma's on
smile
her
on that
6th
photo,
husband, and they've all died of quote unquote natural causes.
Are you being
super
serious?
happy that you're with her.
Yes. Now that you've committed yourself to me, I am telling you about my grandma's 6th husband. Yes.
She was our unit armorer, and they would put her on these different. That's when I was with Petraeus, and then they put her on different assignments and stuff. And I'm like, "What they have you doing today?" She's like, "Oh, I had to go drive for this guy that is singing for the USO." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Who was?" She goes, "Nobody famous, just this guy in the Lieutenant Dan band or whatever the hell." I'm like, "Gary Sinise? You met
This
fucking
girl's
Gary
super
Sinise?"
hot.
What's that?
Oh, it was Sinise?
Also, yes, Gary Sinise. Fuck yeah, Gary Sinise. But this girl's super hot.
Gary Sinise.
Yeah,
rules.
she is.
Can I say this? Like, Gary Sinise and Buscemi kind of have the similar vibes.
Yeah.
They were both fucking heroes.
Yeah.
Like
totally.
under the radar. Under the radar. Yeah.
Buscemi was a volunteer firefighter on 9/11.
That's right.
I'll
And
be
he
right back. I
never made a
gotta
fuss
take
about
care
it.
of Yellow Man for a second.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll be here. Yeah, he never. So, for the record, Yellow Man is a cat that has been coming around Enzo's house that is not actually Enzo's cat, but for a while they've been kind of keeping an eye on him. And today they decided to just bite the bullet and go get him neutered and have all of his shots done, his teeth pulled that needed to be done. Like, they just decided to like take care of this cat. So, Enzo's being Snow White right now.
That's actually. That is not where I thought this was going. I thought that was code for he had to go take a piss.
No, this is actually him being Snow White. Like, so he actually has, about a year ago, there was a toad that was in a drain in the yard that was kind of like flooding in the drain. And he made a little toad motel, a little perch for them to be on. And he asked me, what should I name this toad? And I said, Duck. And so now that he's made this little toad motel, they've populated, and there's many toads now, and they're all named Duck. So whenever he comes back after, a week or so of staying here with me, he'll go, checked on all the ducks. They're safe. The cats are good, but he's like a little Snow White who just checks on the toads and the ducks, and
So it's like a little toad tell?
It's a toad tell. I've never thought of that word, but I will never use another word to describe it, now that you've said that. But yes,
It's
he has
kind
a
of like
toad tell.
What was it
And
that
he
you had
took
earlier?
in the
What's your name?
neighborhood, scrappy, what would you call an alley cat, I guess you would say. And every time he comes to visit and comes back, the cat's like got his ears all torn up, and maybe he's missing a tooth, or he's got whatever. And eventually they were like, we should get this cat checked out at the vet. And so him and his mom just did it out of their own volition, and he went and picked up the cat today after he got neutered and got some teeth taken out, and they're fronting all the costs for it just because it was a random cat that walked into his yard.
Cool.
So
Wow.
if he was here, he would say, hey,
that's
shut
Enzo
up,
right
stop
there.
talking.
He's a great dude.
If he was here, he would be like, hey, shut up, stop talking, because he's not.
He's humble and he's modest.
Yes, he's humble and he's modest.
So
but
are you guys all in Texas?
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Also, I go to Colorado a bunch. Let's meet up whenever I go up there. But yes,
Yeah,
I
for
live in
sure,
Austin.
man.
I met Enzo when he lived in Austin.
Me too.
Now he lives outside of. If you guys live in Austin, let's hang out. But he lives outside of Houston.
Yeah, where you at, Toxic?
I'm in Kansas.
Cool, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we talked about this.
Not our Kansas.
I did go to Austin back in 2011 on my second tour in Iraq. I had found the girl that my first kiss, Irene
Fort Hood?
Cuevas. She was living in Austin, and she said, "Where are you at right now?" I said, "I'm in Kuwait," And she's like, wow, she's like, I haven't seen you so long. That's so crazy. I always knew you were gonna join the Army. I was like, yeah, kind of a long road to get here. I was like, I'm just gonna tell you, you were my first kiss in 6th grade. She's like, no shit. I was like, yeah. I was like, and then 2 of your cousins caught me at the bus stop and beat the shit out of me for messing with our Mexican cousin, which they didn't like the white kid messing with their Mexican
because you
cousin.
were a white guy, yeah.
I think there's a song about that.
Yeah. So she was like, so where are you stationed at? I said, well, I'm technically stationed in Missouri. I was like, but when I fly back to the States, I can fly wherever I want. She's like, well, she goes, the reason I ask, she's like, I'm about 15 minutes away from Fort Hood. And I said, well, I can fly there. I can fly wherever I want. And I said, she goes, well, great. Well, maybe you can come down to Austin. I was like, can I crash with you? And she goes, yeah. She goes, what are you thinking? Like, come in for the weekend? I'm like, yeah, I got leave coming up next week. I'm like, listen, I don't want to make this weird, but like, if I come stay with you, like, we're fucking, right? And she was like,
Just
wow,
get that out of the way.
Right.
She's like, you don't beat around the bush. You just chop that motherfucker down. I'm like, listen, when you live the life that
That's
I
what
live,
I'm trying to say. I don't beat around the bush. I
Yeah.
chop that
I think all
motherfucker
four of
down.
us, like, we don't have that much tact. Like, we lack in subtlety.
no tact. I was like,
which I think is a good thing.
I gave her the whole line. I said, I was like, well, what do you do? She goes, I'm a legal secretary. I was like, well, I get shot at for a living. And I don't believe in wasting any time because any moment might be your last. Sure. And she was like, "Oh,
fucking hot."
So did you like?
Yeah.
By the way,
yeah,
Toxic,
it worked
did
too.
you like make your? I'm sorry to ask all these deep questions because I'm
go
very
ahead.
interested.
Ask whatever you want. Ask whatever you want.
Did you have to make peace with death? I mean, when did you at that point? Like when did you see like action things like that?
Yeah.
So how did you make peace with that kind of stuff?
There's an old quote that I learned. Well, see, before I went to combat, I was a military prison guard, and it was always pretty dangerous there. And then I became a airborne paratrooper, and so you kind of have to make peace with the fact that your chute might not open, or you might land in something that you're not supposed to. And then there was like a lot of hazards in Haiti. I remember this quote that I read in a samurai book a long time ago. It said, "One who is a samurai must, before all things, by day and by night, everything throughout the day, remember one vital important fact, the fact that he has to die." And when a samurai would be given his 2 swords and he would take up the mantle as a samurai, they already committed to the fact that they were dead. They would write their last will and testament. Mm-hmm. They would just consider themselves dead from that point onward. That way they could never. Logical. Yeah, that way they could never be
scared of that,
scared of anything that they're going to do.
So needless to say, you're a Kurosawa fan.
I am a Kurosawa fan, yeah. And some lesser known stuff like that. Like Shogun had a big impact on me when I was a teenager. I never really thought I was going to live past 30, so it wasn't that big of a deal, Right. I mean, I was getting paid a lot of money. Going in the Army, you only get paid whatever your rank is, but when you go do security contractor work, or I'll just say mercenary work, when you go do that, you basically sign on for contract. Hey, I came to dance, not to sit. So
can I ask you a question as a woman?
I am not a woman. You can ask it as a woman. I can't answer it.
But well, okay, but I mean, I'm asking you a question as a man who would want to have a life with a woman. What would you need from that woman? Like, would you need for her to never ask questions? Would you need for her to just listen? No. Like, what as somebody who can't necessarily talk about everything they're doing all the time, what can a woman do best to support you without having to know all the things that they shouldn't know? You know what I mean?
I guess it would just depend on the woman, because like that girl from the picture, my second wife, we got divorced before I went to Iraq. But then we started hooking up again when I was in Iraq, because she made a couple bad choices, and she got out of the military in not the best way. And
you met in the military?
No, we met before the military, and then joined the military together. So I was in Iraq, and she was kind of falling on hard times, so I let her stay at one of my apartments. And basically, I was like, I'd come home and we'd hang out, and do whatever. And we had kids together, so we'd spend time with the kids. She got to experience a little bit of a better life because I was making so much crazy money. And she just took care of my apartment and things like that. But I told her everything, like first time I killed a guy, I told her. I remember one of the times I came into Kansas City International, the flight is 24 hours, and she came to pick me up, and she was like, it'll take us about 40 minutes to get home. I said, let's just get a hotel and just stay here at the airport. And she's like, okay. So she goes, I'll meet you. I was like, I'm gonna take a shower. And she goes, all right, come down. I'll meet you at the hotel bar. And she's kind of a hardcore alcoholic like me. So I come down to the bar, and the guy she's like, this is my ex-husband. He's like, oh, you guys are still friends? She's like, yeah, we're friends. We hook up, and it's whatever. And he's like, what do you do for a living? And he says, your wife just said you flew in. I said, yeah, I flew in from
You already
Iraq.
had your kids at this point, though, right?
Yeah, we already had kids. And so the guy was like, oh, wow. So he goes, what do you do over there? I said, I do security. He goes, oh, contractor? And then my ex was like, yeah, he's a mercenary. You just say it. And he goes, wow, what's that like? And I was like, it's okay. He goes, it's not dangerous. And then she goes, he loves it. Don't let him tell you anything that's different. He fucking loves it. And
But aren't you kind of not supposed to say that?
Yeah, apparently you're not supposed to, but I don't. Why?
Well, toxic speaks his mind, man.
I never got. I think people think that way just because they think people want to hear that.
I think it's
they
more
wanna
because
say,
if you're in, let's say if we're in DC or something, and I'm at a bar where a bunch of high-powered people are, I don't want to tell my random people I meet at a bar that my husband is a mercenary working overseas. Like, if I am going to marry somebody at that level, I expect to have that level of discretion and not have to spill my guts at every given turn.
I mean, I don't have a big deal with it. I mean, there's some stuff that, I won't really bring up in polite.
Well, you can't say that anyway, regardless. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I mean, I was like, yeah, well, my girlfriend that's in prison, I'll just say that stuff. A lot of times people just think I'm joking, and they don't think I'm actually, being serious.
What's made me take this seriously recently is that my mom in the last couple of weeks has been training to be a 911 dispatcher.
Oh, okay.
And they've been trying to train her, are you ready for the fact that somebody might call you, ask for help, and then blow their brains out on the phone with you? And they're trying to
yeah,
prepare her for all these things that might happen. And I told her, I was watching for the first time, you guys are going to freak out because I know you're all cinephiles, but I watched Heat for the first time with Enzo the other day. And there was this scene where...
Did you like it?
First of all, duh, yes, it was amazing. It was one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. But
correct.
And he was showing me, he was like, this is the only scene that, Pacino and De Niro ever did together. And I was privileged enough to be privy to this sort of fun trivia information going through the movie. But there was a point where, of course, his wife is saying you're always at work, you're always distracted, you're never here with us, blah, blah, blah. And he asked her, do you want me to come home and tell you that I saw a crackhead microwave his baby?
Yeah.
And I said that to my mom last night. I said, are you ready to get a phone call that a crackhead has microwaved their baby? And she was just like, what?
Yeah, she's like, who am I talking to again?
Maybe you should watch some movies before you're ready for this. But
to speak on that, because that's one of my favorite movies. To speak on that, he doesn't. Their relationship would have been better had he shared. He didn't have to share everything, but you'll see that the two differences.
The fact that he's closed off. The fact that he's closed off.
It was a beautiful movie. They had morality that was parallel to one another.
Yeah.
Even though they like to think of themselves as being so different from one another, they were very similar, and
they're flip sides to the same coin. Yeah.
I got 3 dead bodies off a sidewalk off Venice Boulevard.
Justine,
I'm sorry if the goddamn
chicken was over.
Well, they all have a code, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That whole thing. I thought that was
my thing with that is because he even tells her he doesn't want to share it because he wants to hold on to it because it keeps him sharp on the edge where he's got to be. just like that. He holds on to his angst, he says. And you'll notice that Macaulay, Robert De Niro's character, things only get better when he actually tells her the truth. Yeah, at first it's a shock, but then like he tells her, you know, what it is that he really does, and you know, the life he's gonna live, and that's when things he broke his own rule, and he let the shit get too personal, and that's why it ended the way it did. But still, it's a great movie.
Yeah, and of
Are you
course, one of the
from
best things
Kansas,
is
Toxic?
always prepare to be able to leave something within 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was
You know,
it?
that whole thing. So he's like
Are you
detached.
from
Kansas?
Kansas?
No, I'm from Florida.
Florida
Oh,
man.
I would have guessed you were north of the Mason-Dixon.
Nah.
No, I got stationed here in 2001, and then I went to a few other places, and I just keep kind of
When
coming
you
back
say
here.
here, you mean Kansas?
Yeah,
Yeah.
here in Kansas. I like it here. It suits me. It suits the whole thing.
Kansas
Suits me.
is great. I like Kansas. I just
You know, one of the things I really find
would have
interesting.
pegged you for more of a
go ahead.
Yankee. Sorry, go ahead.
One of the things I find interesting about Enzo, to put the focus back on him,
Oh God.
is you know,
He
like
loves that.
I didn't know you wanted to make films, and I didn't know about that until I like watched some of your streams.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
you're really into that kind of
of course. I mean, yeah, you don't just like watch a shitload of movies, like never thinking like, oh, this would be a cool movie. And
Right.
you know, I don't know. I imagine I could be a good director in terms of like herding cats and shit, because that's basically all directing does. But like writing a script, yeah, I mean that's like if it's a good story, you know, that's like your hardest part, you know. If that's
While
done,
you were away, I did tell them about the Toad Tell.
oh yeah, the
We
toad
made
tail.
up a
That's
new word.
toad.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
toad
toad
tail.
tail. That's good.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good. Hell yeah. They're still there. And in fact, there's like a mama toad that's like super like bloated with eggs, and she can barely like squeeze in and out of the holes now. She's like a balloon. She's like full of air and eggs. It's weird.
Holy shit.
It's not air, it's eggs.
No, but like you try to touch her and she feels like a balloon with air in her. It's weird.
You're touching
How
her?
many eggs did they
like
release?
prodding at her and constantly, yeah. Sorry, what'd you say? How many eggs?
did they release? Yeah.
I don't know. These, I mean, I'm sure it's different for different toads, but I'd imagine lots. I'd imagine a few dozen.
What?
I've
so
seen
you're
him
into
go
toads,
into my
so, like,
yard.
What about the
Sorry, go
one
ahead.
where you can they're like poisonous, but you can scrape the, you know, the Bufontina.
Yeah.
Have you ever done
That's
that?
only in Latin America.
No.
Are those poison arrow frogs or toads?
No, they're toads.
Yeah,
I think
and
the
both.
foam,
they're bufo
foam
toads.
that comes out of their gills or whatever.
Yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
you know you can trip really hard from that.
Fuck yeah.
It's like DMT, but it's called like DMT5,
Hypnotoad.
and it's not fucking cool. Like people
Nah,
who
I'm
do
sure.
it, it's like salvia. People who do it lose their minds and don't have a good time at all.
Yeah, back to Haiti. There's that movie, The Serpent and the Rainbow. No, but yeah, there's that movie, The Serpent and the Rainbow, which is all about like where zombies come from, like that voodoo shit where they like poison you and drug you and
Yeah.
they think you're dead. You basically then they dig your body up and you become their slave.
That's based on a true story.
Yeah, it's real stuff.
Well, voodoo doesn't work if you don't believe in it, right? Isn't that what they say?
Yeah,
No, they
exactly.
use my first wife told me they use certain chemicals in certain vegetables and fruits and plants in order to simulate it. So they have what's called
To
a
simulate
Haitian.
voodoo?
Yeah, they have what's called a Haitian bokar. A bokar is like the voodoo priest.
Was your first wife Haitian?
Yep,
Oh, so you have like the inside scoop.
I do.
Was she into like Santeria or any of that stuff?
No, she's a Christian.
What is
Ah.
Santeria?
I don't
It's
practice
like-
Santeria.
All I know is I don't practice it.
Yeah.
Witchcraft that involves like live animal sacrifices and stuff.
Ah,
Yeah.
Oh shit.
dude, back yeah,
How's
with
the food?
yeah. How is Haitian food? That's a good question.
It's really
It's
terrible.
mud
It
pie.
is
Right,
terrible.
rice. Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, it's a lot of rice, a lot of greens,
plantains.
and, it's just really bad. Like we lived with her parents for about a year, and when our first kid, or their second kid was born, and it was just that house stunk all the time. And they
You're
have a
just,
bunch
like,
of
shitting your brains out the whole time.
I
You're
don't
like,
mean
Yeah.
to
this is
laugh
great.
so hard, but
Hold on,
him
I'll be
saying
back
what's
for it in
the
about
food like was
55 minutes.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Also, my wife was a Christian, but her parents were big into Santeria, into like voodoo and shit like that. So they had a bunch of phobias and superstitions. Like we could not keep the window open more than a crack in the house, no matter how hot it got, because spirits can enter in through the window.
Do
So
they
did
call
they
them
have like a
spirits or gens?
sage and things
Yeah.
like that they would,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, they did all that shit.
Sure. So I
so,
heard there's like they raise like zombies over there. Is that true?
They do, but
Like
it's
raise the
not.
dead?
It's yes, but it's not. What they do is a bookar, will he'll poison you. He'll like get you at a bar or club, and he'll put something in your drink and poison you. Something similar to that drug that we
GHB?
use. No, more like
It's like that pufferfish venom and shit.
yeah, like that. It's like
You like
that.
go into like a catatonic state, and they think, yeah, it's like I
Yes.
said, it's that movie Serpent of the Rainbow with Bill
So
Pullman.
you're not really dead. You're just like
Yeah, check that
Yeah,
one out.
it
So
just
I'll
shuts
go
down.
down.
Yeah,
That's like
And
a Wes
then,
Craven movie.
yeah, and then the booker will dig you up, and then he'll tell you, I'm controlling, your mind, and they do other stuff
They
too.
keep giving you more drugs, as you're
Right,
like, in the stupor.
So you believe that you are a zombie.
Damn.
And then they'll put stuff on candles. They'll trick you into like lighting a candle and breathing it in, or touching.
Did you do any of this?
Me? No, no. Why would I do that? No, I'm not.
I'm just wondering
Have
because
you
you
ever been
were
to
like
New
immersed
Orleans?
in the culture.
What's that?
They practice.
I said I was
voodoo
just
down in
wondering
New
because you were
Orleans, right?
immersed in the culture. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
I couldn't tell who was.
You cut me
all
off,
here.
Meg. God damn it. Just kidding.
God damn it! I quit.
No, I'm just saying. I think they practice. Like, is it voodoo adjacent?
No, it's like literally voodoo, right?
Well, it's like anything else. It's like, okay, so like I'm Catholic, I mean, you could look at some of that as being like fake magic,
Spooky.
yeah, it's
Exorcisms.
I'm a Scientologist,
It's-
so
it's-
yeah,
like
Scientologist?
Your Thetons.
yeah.
yeah.
Are you kidding me right now?
You know
He's
that
kidding.
that one right off of Guadalupe. I used to go to that one, and I got all the way up to where I was like auditing myself. I had like 3 of the e-meters, and I was auditing myself. And I had to get like thousands of these souls out of my body.
I'm
It
holding
sounds
my
crazy,
tongue.
but yeah, it worked.
You
My
did
ex
good.
said that he tried to go into that place on Guadalupe, and they
Enzo,
told
chill out,
him to
man.
detail every sexual experience he'd ever had, and that's when he walked out. And I think that's weird.
JJ's like, please stop.
What's that
It's
movie?
okay.
If I had $1 for every time Enzo was like,
Oh, I thought
"Please
you said
stop,"
go
I
on.
would never be on these fucking streams.
Yeah. What was that one movie? The
He's
Master.
always like, "Megan, rate it."
Dude, I
in."
haven't seen that yet,
Stop it.
Enzo.
It's good.
Dude, I love.
It's not Scientology, but it's it's like a parable.
Well, I love PSH, man. That guy's the
Oh, yeah.
man.
PSH and PTA,
Yeah, PTA and
TNA,
JP
And TNA, we all love TNA.
JCR. No, I'm just
and
joking.
JP. Joaquin.
Anyway,
Joaquin.
Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, his name. That's so funny how it's like you'd think his name would start with W and an F, but nope.
No,
JP.
JP.
Joaquin
man.
Phoenix.
That's my boy.
He got
JP.
me in that rap movie. I was like, he's lost his mind, but I think it was a role. Do you guys think it was
Oh,
a
the
role?
rap documentary thing? No.
Yeah,
You
do you guys
reaped
think
all
it was
the
a role, or
benefits.
you think he lost his mind?
No, it was art house bullshit. I like him in well, I mean, yeah, the Joker was good. That was a surprise, but I like Joaquin a lot in what was that one? I haven't seen it in a long time, but The Perks of Being a Wallflower. And he was in a few other real weird ones that were good.
Dude, you, Toxic. I think you'd like this one. You've probably seen it. When he played Jesus and Mary. In the movie, I think the movie's called Mary, right?
Nah, I never
Wait,
saw that one.
Jesus and Mary?
No, the movie's called Mary, I think, and it was his wife. Now I forget what her name is. Mara. Not Kate.
Rooney
the other
Mara. Rooney Mara.
one.
You should tell Jackie just jump in
believe
here
so.
next time.
I know.
Yeah.
She's
But
talking about-
Rooney
We
she's
need
not
more
an
Mara.
actual or is drunk. So
I need more backup. Hey, I'm drunk. Tell her I'm drunk. Jump in.
yeah.
I don't care.
JJ, you take this high noon. Anyways, I don't know. She's watching Succession. What do y'all think about that show?
Everyone, I know a lot of people that love
I
it
thought
and
I
say
was
it's
caught up.
badass.
I've heard
there
nothing
new-
but good things about it, but I canceled my HBO subscription because
Is there new stuff? Because I thought it was done.
No, people are talking about the new season that's on right now.
Can I just
Oh.
give you the Cliffs notes? I watched the first season. I could already tell, like,
Yeah, I've seen that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
so it's a bunch
Yeah.
of fucking yuppie rich kids that you
Mhm.
know don't know what the fuck they're doing. They've been given everything, and it's all about greed and wealth and power. And
Pretty sure it's about my ex-husband's family, but go on.
Oh my god.
yeah, so I kind of lost interest early on, and then I started watching like the fourth season, which I think is the final one. And it's like
I
you know,
love
I didn't
Giovanni
even need to
Ribisi.
see the other two in season 2 and 3. Like I picked right back up. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know.
And you're
When-
I
liking
think
it?
Giovanni Ribisi really
No.
shows.
No.
Not necessarily. No, but
I know it's like an actor's show. Like if you like actors and acting, then yeah, watch the show because these actors are all acting very well. You know, it's like one of
Right.
those shows.
I mean, I'm all about streaming service shows now as opposed to movies. Like if my
Yeah.
top 3 for this stream is going to be two TV shows and a movie. You know what I mean?
Well, what
So it's
sucks
just
now
like-
is like the movies are going to the streaming services, so they're getting like kind
Yeah.
of like they're not getting preferential treatment in terms of the hierarchy of you know, the quality of content. Like they really are saving their best stuff for these shows. But like, you know, even then the shows, a lot of them, it's like, this could have been trimmed down to like a
That
3-hour
should be a
movie.
name for one of these podcasts: is 2 TV shows and a movie.
2 TV shows and a movie.
that's
Yeah,
good.
I like it.
I like that.
It's not even TV shows anymore, you know. They're now it's just 2 shows in a movie. TV is
Yeah.
such an antiquated term.
But it's just like that show's like just cringy watching these kids fuck up all the time. Just like I don't know. I'm not really into cringe television. I guess
Isn't
it's
one of
not-
the Culkins in that show?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a
Oh,
rich.
yeah.
They're all
The
fighting
brother.
over the family fortune, you know.
That's right.
The
Yeah.
Well, I
Mogul.
like Giovanni Ribisi and almost everything that he's in, even though he is
Yeah.
pretty pretentious. But yeah,
He's a
the other brother,
Scientologist.
what's his
Is
name?
he?
Something Culkin.
A lot of them.
I think he's the
What's his
Kieran.
name?
There's
I think
Kieran
it's Kieran.
Culkin. There's
Kieran,
Rory
Kieran,
Culkin.
yes, Kieran
there's
Culkin.
yeah. There's a
And he's
I'll be right back.
great in
There's
that.
Philip McCulkin and Stevie.
yeah. Jim
And,
Culkin.
I'm so glad I wasn't like born into a family where I have to like live up to a name.
It'd just be so funny if it's like, hi, these are my sons, Macaulay, Rory, Kieran, and then there's James.
I used to
know?
date a guy named whose
And he's, like,
first
the
name
coolest
was
one.
Kale
Yeah.
and second middle name was Macaulay. And it's like, Kale Macaulay? What were your parents trying to do to you?
Macaulay. Macaulay.
That's a great name to belt.
It's like
out.
Highlander. You know, like he's
That's what Meg is short for. You guys never knew it, but Meg is short for Macaulay.
Macaulay.
Meg-
Macaulay.
Macaulay Culkin.
Oh shit! There's a private. Oh my god! I'm so bad at.
Private what?
Oh, sorry.
Oh God. Is it the
I-
NSA?
No.
I
This is
knew
a
they
picture.
were coming.
No, this is a picture of
They're coming
Wes
for you,
is like
Meg.
sending. Wes is sending me
I
pictures,
know
but
I know they fucking are.
this
Hear
is
that little-
Wes.
That,
This
that,
is
that little microphone.
this is
shit that was
toxic in
going
his
on, that's
family.
them.
this is toxic
Aww.
in his brood.
Wow.
The toxic
Really?
brood.
Is it weird
Beautiful
to
family,
zoom
man.
in? Because I kind of want to see your family. Is it weird to zoom in? A
I
little?
mean, no.
Go ahead.
It's,
okay.
yeah, no, I
That's
can't
awesome.
though.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
good. Yeah. I mean, it's
Dude,
fine.
why do you have so
Yeah,
many
that's,
pictures
Okay,
of
so
toxic,
can you
man?
walk
That's
us
kinda
through
weird.
it though? All right. So obviously the oldest is on the far left, my far left.
Yep. Yep. He's a teacher now.
Wow.
He's a teacher in Ohio.
Teacher of what?
Liberal arts.
No way.
Yeah, he's big in BLM. Doesn't like white people.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, I can't feel any way about it. He doesn't talk to me. He says
Aw.
that
I
he
was
said
about
I
to
was.
say you're white. How does he?
Yeah.
Are you his biological father or stepfather?
Yeah. Yeah. That's from the first wife.
Oh, that's your actual kid, and he won't talk
Mhm.
to you because you're white.
That's correct. He thinks
Oh,
that
that's
the
fine.
stuff that
All
I
right,
did.
so let's move on past
So
that.
this is
Next
getting
one.
happier by the second.
Next
Yeah.
one. Will she talk to you? I'm
Yeah,
assuming
I-
this is
yeah.
still from the first wife.
My God.
Yeah. No, that's the 2 white kids are from wife number 2. The 2 black ones are from wife number 1.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Going towards the right, I'm assuming
Yeah.
that's also from the first wife. But do you have a relationship with her?
With my daughter.
Yeah,
Two
I mean, with the two black
I only
kids
have the one
moms,
daughter.
do you get to talk to them at all?
Yeah. The other one's not a daughter. The one with the hoodie, that's a boy.
Son.
Oh, I can't see.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah,
I don't have my glasses on.
he's
but
actually
then-
a barber in Florida, and yeah, we get along.
So this is
We
an
just-
old picture.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this is 2010. After I just got back from Haiti.
Damn.
And then the other
On
two
a lighter
kids,
note, man, y'all ready
you
for this
talk to them?
Oppenheimer movie or?
Yeah. Yeah. I
the
mean,
other
yeah.
two kids, are you still talking to them or what?
yeah. I just
And
I took
who's about to make you a grandpa?
the girl. The girl's about to make me a grandpa.
Wow.
The girl who's just on your right.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, that's so wild, dude.
yeah. She's 20.
You don't
She's
seem
about
like
to make
old
me a
enough to be a grandpa. That's so wild.
Well, I started at 16, so
Yeah.
there's that.
I'm sure there are lots of grandparents in their 40s.
Well, dude, I don't know if you saw the earlier picture, but he was prime Damon. So
Well,
Yeah.
I
Right.
did see that.
Matt Damon.
Matt
Damon.
He's
Damon.
prime
Okay,
Damon.
Oh
so
my god. Oh my god. What?
I will
Will,
skip a
what
bunch
were
of
you?
the personal details, but somebody came into my life recently, just barged their way into my life through some other unrelated stuff, and I was like, "Who is this person?" Looked him up. He's shaking hands with Matt Damon. I was like,
Oh,
what
right.
the fuck?
So I,
I
like
would give
Damon way more than
anything-
Affleck. By
I
the
would
way.
give anything to meet Matt Damon. When
Dude,
When me
that
and
would be
wife number-
funny.
when me and wife
You
number
wanna
2
you wanna
went to,
come over because
yeah,
it might
Yeah.
happen.
You're like 1 degree away from meeting him,
I'm
I'm not
Have you
honestly.
ever
kidding.
been,
It
I
might
would
legit happen.
fucking love
confronted
that.
confronted by people that like take selfies with you. Like, I met Matt Damon.
Yes, and
No,
yes,
this guy is doing like
I
some
figured
kind
as
of like
much.
Yeah.
initiative for clean water with him, and like works with him.
Nice.
And he emailed me recently about something completely unrelated to their job stuff, and I was like, "Who is this guy? I don't know if I should trust this guy." And I looked up his name, and the first result was him shaking hands with Matt Damon, and all that I could think in my head was Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
He either loves that or hates that. You know what I mean?
I think he
loves
kind
it.
of
I
loves
think
it
he loves
now.
it.
He probably
I think
loves
he,
it
I think he
now.
loves it.
I don't know. I never asked him.
Matt
But,
Damon.
But when the second Bourne movie came out, it was about a week before my second wife went to boot camp, and I think that was the last movie we saw before she left for boot camp, and I just made sergeant. And so we were sitting next to these people, and they were like, "We're so excited! We love these Bourne movies. He's so good in these." And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Do you like him too?" I'm like, "Well, I gotta watch him. He's my brother."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh my god, you do look just. Is he really your brother?" I'm like, "Yeah. We're all from Massachusetts. That's my little brother. That's my little brother.
We
He's
parked
doing
the
great.
car-
Little
like that-
Maddie.
Yeah,
Parked
he
the car
fucking.
by the bar.
He's wicked
Little
smart.
brat.
Yeah, he smacked his head into the fucking bubbler.
So
I gotta
The
say,
car
though,
is
I liked
did you
Air
meet
more
your
than.
first?
No, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead, Enzo.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you meet your first wife in the armed forces as well?
The first one?
Mhm.
No, I met her. We were 15, and I met her working at Boston Market. And
Oh.
yeah, she was. I was practicing my Creole so I could come up the nerve to come talk to her, and I figured out a way to say, hello, you are very beautiful. Do you want to?
Let's hear your Creole.
Yeah.
Let's hear your Creole.
Uh,
Come on.
Oh, I was bonjour, mademoiselle.
Mon chef.
Finale de bouche, which is basically like you have very pretty lips. You're a very beautiful woman.
Yes. Mhm.
And so then she looked me dead in the eye and goes, "White boy, just speak English. I'm not gonna play your little game." And I was like, "Oh, you speak English very well." She goes, "Yeah, so do you." I was like, "Oh, well, I mean, yeah, okay."
Parlez-vous anglais, s'il vous
She
plaît?
cut to the bullshit, just like you do, you know.
So yeah.
What
So,
about your current partner?
She's in prison. She's in prison.
Oh, see, the whole time I thought you were,
Gay?
yeah.
Domesticated?
No.
Gay?
Is that not true?
No.
Oh,
I just,
okay.
I think it's funny. I'm just super. I like. Listen, if I was gay, this is the best town to be in because I can clean up here. Because like
Oh,
everywhere
I
I
wish
go,
I was gay.
these gay guys like flirt with me
Right, Enzo?
ruthlessly everywhere I go here, which is weird
Ruthlessly.
Because
You know what's
in
shitty
prison, I
about
never
being
got
a
any
chick
play.
who's into chicks? If you, right after my divorce, I was like, oh, I'll get on this gay dating site and see what that's about. It's all dudes. It's all dudes, and if you complain about it, you're a transphobe. And
wow.
I tried when they say like, what is your gender? I tried
You're
to
like,
put
where are all the
woman.
white women at?
No, listen, I'm on a lesbian dating site, and I try to put woman, and there's no option for woman.
Wow.
It's only WOMXN. And it's a lesbian dating site, and you can't say you're a woman.
Are
And
you
I
sure
was
that's
like,
not like a woman Mexican?
A woman.
even the Mexicans don't fucking like that. Ask any Mexican; they don't like the X thing.
Latinx.
Yeah, the Latinx thing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I remember
was
Meg
like,
showed me
this
some
is
of these
stupid.
pictures of these dudes. These dudes aren't even trying. Like
No,
no
they're not even
wig,
they're just
no wig, no
beards,
makeup. They're married and
beards.
have kids, and they're like,
Yeah.
I'm on a lesbian dating site.
Wow.
Yeah.
And if you don't like me as a lesbian, you're a bigot. And it's like, maybe we're on here because we don't want dicks. And they're like, oh, if you don't like my girl dick, you're a bigot. And it's like, actually, no.
That was a joke like 2 years ago, and now it's like reality. It's hilarious.
One of the bartenders that works at my bar named Paris, super hot little pixie chick. She's
chick
gay.
Chick though?
Yeah, she's her and her girlfriend are like super like cute pixie dream girl lesbos. And so the other night at the graduation party, one of the bouncers came up and like gave me like a bear hug, and then I gave him a bear hug. And she walks by, she's like, "You guys are acting gay as fuck." I was like, "You homophobe." And then I got on the microphone. I was like, Paris is a homophobe. Don't support her. I was like, don't support her terrible homophobic behavior. So I kind of
it's great to be in an environment where you guys can laugh that way.
Yeah. She went and got her girlfriend and then like made out with her girlfriend on the stage. So that she was like, "See, I'm not a homophobe." I'm like, "Yeah, you're just using that as street cred. That's you're still a homophobe." Everybody
but you're
knows.
being ironic, but so many people really mean that.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard that like women, like when they have like a 3-year relation, and you know, it's one of my friends. She just told me the other night. She's like, I had a 3-year relationship with a woman, and I'd never heard this before. But she's like, she cheated on me, whatever. It ended, but I was like, oh, that's another layer of the onion I didn't know about her, and really cool. I went and beat off in the corner, but so by the way, and I told my and they're all like friends too. So I told my buddy, I was like, I never knew this about her. And she's like, well, that doesn't mean she's gay.
Yeah.
I was like,
when chicks do it, that's not gay. Yeah, that's not gay when chicks do it.
When a guy does it once, he's gay forever.
It's kind of gay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I suck a dick one time.
Yeah, one time,
Women
So
can
that's-
experiment all through college and they're never gay.
Yeah.
I fucking experimented through last weekend and you still love me. So.
A man can have suck one dick and he's gay forever, according to his homies.
It's so unfortunate.
I think like my father used to say, Wes, a man can build 1,000,000 bridges and suck only one dick. At the end of the day, he's not remembered as a bridge builder, but a cocksucker.
Yeah. He's the gay guy that built all those bridges, man.
This is what I'm saying. The way you even like emulate your dad with his accent, you feel like a Yankee to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a Boston accent.
Well, if it makes you feel better,
from the north.
Yeah, they all got jobs in the 70s for this contracting company called Pratt and Whitney, which is like a Air Force and Marine ship and plane building thing. And so they kind of just emigrated. The whole family just went down to.
I get
South
that.
Florida.
I'm just telling you the whole time. I'm not crazy. I feel like your accent is more Yankee than Kansas, and I think I'm right.
I mean, I've lived in Kansas almost as long as I've lived anywhere else.
You guys, there's 4 of us. What do the other 2 of you think? Is he more Yankee than Kansas, or is that just in my head?
Yeah, I think it sounds more northern to me. Northeast.
I agree. Little north of the Mason-Dixon, it sounds like to me.
With a little pinch of Kansas.
But definitely not southern.
No, it's a little Midwest with just a splatter of northeastern.
Yeah.
So what is Enzo?
I mean,
Enzo's from El Paso.
I'm definitely a Texan, just like a Texan through and through.
He's Italian from a border town near Mexico.
By the grace of God.
Yeah, but my mom and my dad were just born and raised in
when you hear him
Texas,
talk
and so
about
was
his
I.
grandmother, All right, Enzo, hush and let me talk about you in a way that you won't because you're too modest. So,
Uh-oh.
his grandmother, bless her heart, just
My
passed away.
mother's
But she
mother.
would always say things like, she would, she was getting a little weird with her memory there at the end, and she would always think she didn't just eat, just like a classic Italian grandmother, and she would always say, Enzo, could you bring me a piece of bread because I am so hungry.
She say shit like, yeah. I would come out of the bathroom, right? And she
She's
would
like
just
a
be like,
caricature of a cartoon Italian woman.
she'd be very, how you say, I have no strength. I have no strength, Enzo. Can you please give me just a little piece of bread? And it's like, no, you just ate like a 4-course meal. And you don't remember this.
Right.
And she's like, it's because I'm a very weak, Enzo. And I'm like, Grandma, you're weak because you're 93 years old. You're old. You know what I mean?
That's
Your bones
hilarious.
are brittle. You're just tired. It's okay.
That is hilarious.
It's 4 p.m. You should be taking a nap. I understand.
I would literally give away my car if I could have gotten your grandmother and my grandmother in a room together. It would have been amazing.
Who are you?
Would've been
Who is this
amazing.
Wait,
person?
okay, so tell me about your grandmother though. What would have been great about that?
My grandmother on my mom's side is from Cork County, Ireland. And
Perfect. The
she-
Irish
So
and the
Cork County,
Italians
so that the Cork
traditionally
they pull
get
off the
along
bottle.
very well.
yeah, the cork they pull off a bottle. She
Yeah.
and my grandfather was even worse because he was in the Navy and he was partially deaf. So he would yell
I would
everything
pay to
that he
see
said.
this.
He'd be like, Wesley, get your foot horse out to the cat.
All right.
Your Nintendo
Maybe
game.
mute yourself, Meg, if you're gonna laugh so loud
I'm
to the
sorry.
microphone.
Okay, I'm
What?
gonna mute it. I'm sorry.
You're-
By the
Stop
way,
making
every
me
time-
Bradley
laugh.
has the best Ireland
No fun
accent
allowed,
over
Meg.
here.
You know the rules.
Every
I really am
time
gonna
I
mute
come
it,
over
'cause you
here
know-
to the apartment, you're sitting on your fat, lazy arse, playing your Nintendo machine, and you're watching your MTV music video machine, and you get out there and mow the lawn because you're making me disgraced. I don't even know to look at you anymore.
Jim
My
Gaffigan.
friends would come by the house and they would like knock on the door when they knew my grandfather was there just to like irritate him. He'd be like, Wesley, get your fucking friends away from the house. And I'd go out there and they'd feel the back behind.
I feel like it's not
telling ya.
fair because you deserve more
Orland,
laughter
Orland.
than I am giving you behind this microphone.
My
But Enzo tells me I'm not allowed to do it.
Just
so
that one time. That
I'm
was a bit
muting
much,
it, but oh
Meg.
my god.
Let
was a
me
bit
let me
much.
tell you the moment I was excommunicated from the Kelly family was when they found out that my 16-year-old Haitian girlfriend was pregnant and that I was going to give her the Kelly name. That was not a good day in the Kelly
What's
house.
her
It was
first
like,
name?
My ex-wife,
Yeah.
Katia
Katia. And then what's your last name?
Kelly.
So,
God,
and
you
what's
don't
your
need to
social
dox
security
each
number?
other.
That
That's the thing. You
actually
guys don't
kinda
need to be
sounds like
asking
a
this guy all his
superhero.
super personal information on this YouTube
Yeah, I was
stream.
about
You
to
know?
say
Yeah.
it sounds like a superhero,
Your
like
zip code
Peter
and,
Piper or
Yeah. You want to
Yeah.
know my first pet's name and
Christ.
what's the first elementary school I
I
went
mean,
to?
Wes, you
And
don't have to
what's the
answer
last
any of
four
these
of your
questions.
social?
You don't have to
Just
answer
to
any
be
of these
sure, what's the
questions you
last
don't want
four of your
to.
I'm
social?
definitely not going to use them
Jesus.
at all.
I mean, if you really want the identity of a ex felon with a fucking bad credit, I mean, that's go ahead and
That's
take
up
it
to-
if that's what you
that's
want.
my
You could have
prerogative,
just
dude.
asked me if
my
that's all you were
prerogative.
looking for.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I have
Yeah.
But
great
yeah,
credit and I'm not a
that
felon,
was,
but I am looking to change my situation. So,
What do you mean?
I'm looking to take out some bad loans and
Okay.
commit some crimes. I'm just saying. I mean, like,
Oh
life is
yeah.
short.
Hey, wait.
YOLO.
We got more of those. More crimes you could commit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
let's look-
yeah, let's talk about
Look,
that. yeah.
Texas. All right, seriously. These are other crimes you could break in Texas. You can legally be you can be legally married by publicly introducing a person as your husband or wife 3 times.
Wait,
Fucking
like
wait
that
one.
for
I just
it.
got
Can't wait to
confused.
meet
So-
your mom. Go on.
So we can, if we say that we're husband and wife 3 times, then technically we're legally married
That's
like-
actually an Islamic rule, but it's 4 times.
but what if
publicly.
you're gay
Wow.
married? Does that?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
There is an Islamic rule about offering something to someone who is Muslim 3 times. They can't say no on the 3rd time.
But also, divorce can be 4 times. If somebody says, I divorce you 4 times
I think that's a
consecutively,
genie,
you are
Toxic. I think
divorced.
that's a genie,
I mean,
right?
What?
You were there's an old law in
This
Texas.
is Sharia law.
Isn't that from Aladdin?
Shh. There's an
No,
old.
this is
Stop
Sharia
talking
law.
about Sharia law and shit like that.
Sorry, go on.
There is an
What,
old law in
Aladdin is
Texas
not
that
Sharia law.
states you are unable to tuck your pants into one boot unless you own 10 or more cattle. So if you
Holy
tuck your
shit.
jeans into one boot without owning cattle, you're breaking the law.
Damn.
Weird.
Come
It is
and get me,
illegal. It is
fuckers.
it
Come
is
and take
illegal. It is illegal to milk another person's cow in Texas. That's a
And-
fun crime.
Enzo, how many
Been
pairs
there.
of boots do you own?
None.
Good for you. I don't either.
I got 2.
I was
Do you?
raised with a cow who was named Dinner. Beat that,
Dinner.
you guys.
If you like your feet to be uncomfortable, own a pair of boots.
I love wearing boots.
I got
I
some
wear
good
boots.
work boots.
Unless you
I
break
love
a wing, I
these.
guess, and they're rattlesnake
I like to eat cows.
or ostrich.
I got these good like steel toe work boots that I like to wear instead of like cowboy boots, But anyway, what else?
Some Wolverines.
What,
Oh my
someone
God.
Flipping us off? Was that a very subtle flipping us off that I just saw?
No, that's my thumb. It's my thumb.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a.
It's the other digit.
That's my middle finger right there. That's
All right,
this is
Meg.
my thumb.
Listen. Texas, in Mesquite, Texas, it is illegal for kids to have unusual haircuts. What the fuck does that mean?
Define kids.
Clarendon, this is near me. Clarendon, it is illegal to dust any public building with a feather duster. Dude, we got to get video of that one. Borger, Texas, it is
You
illegal.
can't dust a what with a feather
A
duster?
public building.
I feel like we should both dress up like French maids and
And
see which one they
Go to
stop
the
first.
courthouse and like film ourselves dusting something and see
Yeah,
how
and
quickly
see
we
which
get
one of us
arrested.
they
Yeah,
confront
here's how it works out.
first.
You show the text on the camera. You go da 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 da, and you do exactly that.
No, but here's
Yeah.
what we don't do.
Yeah.
We don't dress like French maids because then it looks like a spectacle. What we do
No,
is
but
we
here's
just
the thing. No
just
matter
dance
which
with
way
some-
they
no.
go, we sue.
right.
Right.
If
And
they
they're
come
like,
after
you're out of
you,
order. And
we
I'm like,
sue.
you're out
If
of
they
order.
come after me, we sue.
This whole court is out of order.
We'd be like, dude, look, Your Honor, I
You're
can
not ready
testify.
for the truth.
I can testify that I carry a feather duster wherever I go because of my OCD compulsion. I happened to be in the courthouse. I saw some dust. I was dusting it with my feather duster. How the hell am I supposed to know it's against the law?
Yeah, I have severe allergies, man.
I vote we change our law. I'm sorry that I carry a collapsible feather duster in my pocket at all times with me.
yeah,
I
have
have-
that.
Serious crippling OCD.
There was some kind of like weird facts and toilet humor book that I had found in prison, and where I got a lot of the ones that I knew, the weird laws and shit like that. I remember one of the weird facts was the greatest concentration of Native Americans in the United States is Oklahoma, and Oklahoma is the only state that does not have a reservation.
Weird.
That's false.
Is that false?
Well,
It's
they
false
turn them
as
into
of recently,
casinos,
and
so
I'll
they're
tell
no
you
longer
why.
reservations.
Oh, as of
I'll
recently.
tell you why. Because
Yeah.
as of recently,
Well, Jackie's from Tulsa, so
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No,
So
we need an
Jackie probably
authority,
knows
but I
all
think
about
she's
this.
out
So
for the
as
night.
of
She's work.
recently, there were a couple of court cases that, in terms of the way that court cases relate to the federal government and the way that they relate to Native American reservations, sorry, we're not supposed to be able to charge them on federal crimes if they're on a Native reservation. We're also not supposed to be able to charge them with state crimes if they're on a federal reservation. So there was a guy who had raped a 4-year-old girl, and who was charged by the state and then went to prison. And his lawyer, him being a Native American, ended up contesting this ruling and saying that they had no right to rule in this way because he was a Native American and because he was on Native American land when he raped this 4-year-old who ended up dying, and that they had no right to charge him for that. And so the federal government ended up saying, actually, you're right. The people on the res should be able to, like, govern themselves. And so we're going to release him from the charges that we have charged him with, and we'll leave it up to the res. But there were 2 people.
Did you say the Reds?
The
The
res.
res.
The
Oh,
res.
Reservation.
Like
Oh, sorry,
reservation.
sorry.
And so they ended up ruling
Just
that
trying not to get
how-
flagged here.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm being careful, but
She said worse already. Was like, this guy raped a 4-year-old girl. I was like,
I'm waiting for the punchline.
yeah.
it actually happened. But anyway, so they ruled that the entire eastern half of Oklahoma, from Tulsa all the way over to the border of Oklahoma, which encompasses the place where you're saying your sister lives, It's all technically native reservation land now, so that any crime that a native person commits anywhere east of Tulsa is not able to be prosecuted in a state court of law or in a federal court of law. And that was like a huge thing. And so when I looked into that, I realized there's an entire branch of how do you say it? When the natives
What if you're
first
like
had their
165th Cherokee? Like, are you?
yeah, that's what I'm
in the
saying. When the
clear?
natives first had their their reservation there in Oklahoma, because that's obviously like where the
But he's
Creek
saying-
Indians and stuff live.
But he's saying like
They-
the most natives live in Oklahoma and there's no reservations in Oklahoma. So what part isn't
No,
true?
no. I'm saying they are, and it's everywhere from Tulsa east, and that's what they just ruled in a
Oh, so it is
literal
true.
federal court of law. But the point is, the Native Americans in Oklahoma would never register the descendants of slaves that intermixed with their native, slave owners, essentially, because we have native people who were slave owners here in the South, and they never wanted to register on on what's called the Dawes rolls, which determines who gets federal funding for being descendants of Native Americans, and they never counted black people on there because they saw them as less than human, even though they were natives. And so now there's a whole group of people in Oklahoma who are called the Muskogee Creek Indians, who are trying to essentially plead with the Indians who have been granted all of this land from Tulsa eastward all the way to the end of Oklahoma, and saying, hey, this is being designated as Muskogee Creek Indian land, but our descendants are also Muskogee Creek, and we're not getting any of the benefits of any of this whatsoever. And they're cutting black people out of it intentionally and not even listening to their complaints whatsoever. So for a while,
All right.
Are you a lawyer?
Go on.
What is the point here? What's going on?
Yeah,
here?
what's
what
the
are we talking
fucking
about?
point?
We've been talking for 5 minutes.
So
You're
east
saying
of-
it wasn't true, but it is true. And then what?
No, the point is that he's talking about
There's
in
no the most
Tulsa.
There's no justice.
Tulsa's in
God damn
Oklahoma.
it.
Right, but I'm saying because of a law that was just
All right.
passed literally 2 years ago, Tulsa is
Yeah.
within.
The book from the facts that I read was probably from the 90s or something. So
If
Okay.
you were in Tulsa and you were a native and you committed a crime that is, say, federally wrong and state wrong, but you're not against the reservation's laws, you cannot be charged through the state or through the federal justice system or put into jail if you're
Okay.
anywhere Tulsa or east of that.
That's
All right.
wild, man.
but you'd still have to answer the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So that might be worse. That might be worse
Well,
actually, because they're a little harsher.
It's
You
on
guys-
them. But isn't it weird? It's still called the Bureau of Indian
Enzo, are
Affairs.
you
though?
following this shit?
No, I'm not.
No.
I mean, Megan, you're just kind of steamrolling
I-
everyone, drunkenly talking racist tirade.
I'm following you. I'm
Just
following you.
nothing about this is
Megalodoon.
racist.
I'm just
I'm
joking.
following you.
Literally nothing
Megalodoon.
about this is racist. Are you kidding?
Yes.
So you guys, you Texas guys, are you guys like Taylor Sheridan fans? You guys like that? You dig that
I
stuff?
don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
Is
no,
that
not
Taylor
really, but that's
Taylor Sheridan?
Yellowstone, and
Yellowstone,
shows,
Mayor
all
of
those-
Kingstown, 1923, 1883, Wind River.
Are you blurring all white people together in a racist?
no, he's talking about a bunch of television shows
I
that
know,
none of
I'm
us have
fucking
seen.
with you because you were calling me racist for no reason. Calm down.
That would make it a great lawyer show. You know what I'm saying? On FX or something.
What would?
Everything you just said. Like a historical.
Right, the natives.
I'd definitely
Make
I mean, many
not
people
watch
have
it.
written books on that.
Yeah, but
I'm
make
not
like
I'm
the
just
O.J.
kidding, man.
Simpson trial movie with
Sounds
Cuba
very
Gooding
interesting.
Jr. Do it all over again with an all-star cast.
Literally
Right, yeah,
nobody
you
will
get,
do that. We did Wind Talkers, and that was the end of it.
Jesus
Nicolas
Christ!
Cage, dude.
Another Nicolas Cage movie, and you
No,
know what?
Here's the thing. There's so many fucking.
never
you guys
seen
ever
Wind
read
Talkers.
Empire of the Summer Moon.
Check
Like,
it
if
out,
you
man. It's
read
pretty
that
good.
book, it's
Yeah.
incredible. Like, there's so many amazing stories to be told about Native
So-
Americans here.
So Wind Talkers is like unironically good.
I think it was a very good, as a strong Cage performance.
Okay.
It's a good Cage performance. Yeah, it's
But you're
like
listening to a guy who loves Nicolas Cage, so maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, it's one of
I've
his.
never
it's-
seen a Cage movie where I was like, that was a waste of time.
I'll
like
agree
that.
with that. I'll
I
agree with
agree.
that. I agree with
Dude,
that.
Vampire's Kiss. That was so much better than Renfield. Did you watch
Yeah.
Renfield?
Legal. Smile, Matt.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. No, but I want to.
was kind of let down.
I
heard you
was
comment about it
I
a
was
little
gonna
bit.
see it until you did your thing. That
No,
one
you should.
night.
It's worth seeing. It's worth seeing. I will
That's
say
not
it's
what you
worth
told me
seeing
the other.
once.
That's not what you told me the other night. That's not what you told me the other night.
I mean, there's some good kills and it's violent.
You
and
literally
there's,
messaged me and said, "I'm going live because I'm going to bitch about
Yeah,
Renfield."
I heard you shit.
I
on
mean,
it
yeah, I
earlier,
bitched
and,
about it, and
It wasn't
I
great.
was personally offended because it's similar to there's kind of similar themes to my book that I wanted to touch on that this kind of
Right?
did.
Yeah,
you
we
said it
talked
was
about
poorly.
that.
I remember you were talking.
We talked about
that.
that.
It
Yeah.
was too woke.
Well, it was that it was it wasn't too woke, but
Aquafina.
there's definitely some
And
elements.
Aquafina, you know.
Yeah.
Nick Cage was good,
I
but
do
yeah,
like Aquafina.
there's
Yeah,
like a
she's like-
part
she-
where like one guy got his face ripped off, and it happened for like half a second, and that alone was like kind of worth watching. So I mean, there's like things like that in it that are like okay.
What's your favorite Nick Cage film? Go.
Raising
Don't even think.
Arizona.
Hey.
Raising
Fucking
Arizona.
A. Fucking A. Fucking A.
Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans.
That's
Oh, I
That's
was
another
just
good-
saying that the other
She was-
day. Yes.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah,
I was telling her about the Harvey Keitel Bad Lieutenant though.
But I was
I was
just
like-
watching the other
That's
day
when he goes
Pig, which
full.
never got any like notoriety. Like
What about
nobody was
you?
like,
What about
"Oh,
you,
hey,
Toxic?"
Pig, watch this.
I 100% agree with you. 100%.
Oh, Raising
That's
Arizona. That was
my-
one. That was one of my dad's favorite
That
movies.
is my
Raising
that is my
Arizona.
most quoted movie. I have this friend here in Kansas. Their daughter was a bartender at one of the bars that I worked at, and then they came in one night, and I just became friends with them. And the mom is a high school drama teacher, and she just randomly sends me texts of lines from movies. She doesn't say what she'll just like throughout the day. I'll just get like a text from her, and she'll just randomly say some Ferris Bueller shit, something
Yeah.
from fucking 16 Candles. She's like, you look
Which
like
one-
you lost your Chinaman there.
Which one of y'all? Which one of y'all wear the pants around here, HI?
Yeah, but she never. I've quoted Raising Arizona to her, which she has seen, but she somehow doesn't get any of the Raising Arizona quotes I ever do, unless I've done them multiple times. And so now she just assumes I'm doing Raising Arizona almost all the time, which usually I am.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is one of my favorite. It's probably my favorite comedy of all time. It's
Nick
definitely
Cage.
my favorite.
Nick Cage
So-
is so
movie.
funny. He's
I
so hilarious in that
he's
movie.
got range, dude.
I was in Colorado and I was meeting one of my friends for the first time that I had met in like I don't know, like an atheist right wing group, whatever, online. And I was meeting him at this restaurant,
you
and
do.
he had a tattoo on his arm.
The Woody Woodpecker.
Yeah.
Yes. And I told him, "Do you understand this is a white supremacist Aryan Brotherhood tattoo?" And he looked at me and he said, "You're the third person to tell me that, but no, I didn't know it when I got this."
He's like, no, it's from the movie.
I
He
like
goes,
that
"I just love
movie.
Raising Arizona." And I was
He's
like, dude,
whoops.
That
yeah, and
movie-
he was like, I had no idea. And he got this fucking woodpecker tattooed on him.
Nice.
And ever since people in the Aryan Brotherhood who have been like out of prison go up and they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, hey, bro, whatever," and like he's just like, "No, I just like Nick Cage."
Dude.
Yeah.
The
me too.
opening of that movie is so epic because it's probably gone down in history as like one of the best openings of any movie, but like it's like 11 minutes or
Yes.
some shit like
Yeah.
that, and it totally amps you up for the movie with the music and the montage
Yeah.
and the yodeling. You know, it's so
and,
good.
Holly Hunter, man, was fantastic.
Yeah,
as
she's
well.
wonderful.
Yeah, yeah.
So good.
Ha!
What
I'm bird.
what you
so good. Yeah,
what you crying for, Ed?
yeah.
My fiance left me.
You
That
tell that
some
son bitch. Yeah. That movie's
You
so
tell
wonderful.
him I think he's a damn fool, Ed. You tell him I said so.
There was a great-
McDonough.
there was a
And if he
great,
wishes to
it's
It's the
discuss
most
it.
cartoonish movie that the Coen brothers ever made, you know.
That's the problem with
Yeah.
the identity politics in the movies nowadays is they focus more. I mean, the problem is it's like, oh my God, you're a racist because you complain about these woke movies. And it's like, no, it's not that. It's because these surface level bullshit, like you're gay, you're black, or whatever, that doesn't matter. Like movies like Raising Arizona, like where movies are about like family and camaraderie and like overcoming obstacles, like that's what
Abducting
matters.
children, yeah.
Those
for
are the
sure.
stories that withstand the test of time. Those are the movies that get the 40-year bonus edition that comes out and it's still just as popular.
That's why I keep getting mad at people. It's like, do you guys not remember the '90s where like
Movies
Fresh Prince
were
of Bel-Air
good.
was not a black show, In Living
Right.
Color was not a black show. Like we just all loved
I
fucking
loved Family
In Living
Matters.
Color and Family Matters.
Never thought of it as the
and
black
Fresh
show.
Prince of Bel- Yeah, exactly. It was never even a thought that entered our brains.
And
Oh,
black
what's
kids
the
watch fucking,
227?
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
They didn't think, oh my god, that white kid
Yeah.
show, like.
And now if it happened, it would all be about like, oh, look at this
Yeah.
new black show, look at this new white show. And it's like, guys, I remember the 90s. And that's how I feel about the memory hole. When we talk about Winston, 1984, and the memory
Right.
hole, it's like, you guys can't take away the 90s. I remember it.
But that shit
I
already
remember
happened
it, and I'm
before
holding
the
it.
70s, like the black exploitation and fucking black shit's getting cool, black, and that happened before that in the 50s and 60s. Like,
Yeah,
God damn, dude.
Sidney Poitier.
So yeah, he won a fucking Oscar in like 1980. You know what I mean? Like,
Just saying.
people are talking about the Academy, like this Oppenheimer movie's coming out. It probably won't get any nominations. It won't qualify for Best Picture because it doesn't have like a diverse cast because it's about a bunch of white dudes building
Douglas
a bomb.
Murray summarized it when he said it's almost as if like the train were pulling into the station perfectly on time, and then all of a sudden, right before it stops on time, it just speeds off into the middle of nowhere. And I feel like that's what we did. It's like we were so close to being right on time, everything being great, everything was awesome, and then all of a sudden, everything just sped off into.
Well, the problem
something
is
weird.
We're focusing too heavily on the individualism and less on the
I think it's the opposite.
Like, are they
community?
Good? Are they funny? Are they right for the part?
Because people
We're
talk about
focusing way
when people
too much on collectivism and not individualism.
No, but the problem with the collectivism and the community stuff, when they say community, they mean like people you never actually fucking meet. People in the movie critic, armchair critic community. Like, that doesn't matter. The only community that matters is your fucking neighborhood, your zip code. Fucking literally, that's the only community that really fucking matters. Where you're living, period. Just focus on that shit individually, everybody. And it's like, yeah, it is a mesh between individualism and like, yeah, this community. You got to have your family. You got to have family. You got to have like, these staples, these people to lean on, people that can always be there. Jesus Christ. It's nuts.
Yeah. And that's what's so great about King of the Hill. It's kind of the same deal.
Yeah.
What a great summary. And that's what's so great about
Absolutely.
King of the Hill.
That's why it resonates with people.
I just showed a thing on my page right now about Boomhauer, where it was like me trying to figure out live, and he's like, "It's just a danged old Rubik's Cube, man. It's just red and blue, and it's just
dang old man.
danged old."
Hey man, that dang old thing, man. That dang old thing. I swear to God, man, that guy got he ain't even going.
That's my spirit animal, man.
The pilot episodes, like they're all working on the truck, they're all kind of drinking beer around the engine.
Yeah.
They're like, maybe it's the carburetor. You check that.
Yep.
And Boomhauer's like, y'all catch Seinfeld last night? Boomhauer's like, dang old, just a bunch of New York boys, a show about nothing. And then
did you guys ever see?
It's good stuff.
Family?
Yeah, it's great.
I saw a little bit with you,
I mean,
Meg.
like no, I know that you've seen it, but I mean, these guys as like Mike Judge fans. Have you guys ever seen The Good Family? G-O-O-D with an E. Good G-O-D-E Family.
I don't think so.
It was Mike Judge before. Like, if it would have got released like 10 years later, it would have been great. But it was like just a little bit before its time. But it's about this hyper liberal family who tries to do everything right.
Yeah.
But end up being like the other side of the horseshoe and super racist in the long run because they're trying to be hyper progressive or whatever. And every show like circles back around. But The Good Family, like, you can only find it illegally streaming somewhere. But like, if Mike Judge would have released it 15 years later, it would have been perfect. But if you didn't live in San Francisco at the time that it was released, or Portland, you just didn't get it, and it like makes fun of Whole Foods. And like
the Megalomart.
If it had come out like a decade later, man, I think it would have been really successful.
Yeah,
or
but it just died.
Or it would have been like Bastard.
We did a little deep dive into my mom's side of the family. So my dad's side of the family, the woman he went to after my mom, when they got divorced when I was a kid, he got remarried and got kind of inculcated into the Aryan Brotherhood. And funny story, my younger brother is a shot caller with the AB.
Hey, so is my cousin.
Yeah. And so
small world.
We wound up being locked up together for a little bit in Florida. I just sent Enzo some pictures.
Oh shit! Yeah, for some reason Facebook's not giving me a little number whenever I get a message. It's just tell me a little number 1 or 2 next to the
Because we're all rapid firing you shit we want to talk about.
I was saying, this picture of this guy.
Yeah, hold on, Toxic just got cut off, man. So go on.
Is this what you're talking about? The picture of this guy here?
Yeah, it should be 3. Yeah, that's my brother.
Oh wow.
If you can, I know you can't zoom in, but he's got the he's a shot caller, so he's got the
I'm going
SS
inside just
symbol
to
and-
see this.
Yeah, are you not inside? I mean, yeah,
No,
again,
I'm
it's all,
outside, but
it's
I'm
all
going
crackly
inside
and
just to watch
crazy
this.
again. Yeah, it's been like that.
Sorry.
Meg!
Is it better?
Looks very
Is it
painful
better? Is it better?
physically.
Yeah, those are all prison tats he got from his crew. He did.
Oh, this is your brother?
Yep.
Crazy.
There's a picture of me and him when we're little too. If you want to
Oh yeah,
go
I
to the
can
next
see that.
picture.
Yeah,
Did he go
hang
before
on.
you at the
This
same
isn't
time as you, after you? What?
4K.
We did a year together at the same joint. He had a lot
You
longer
know what would
sentence.
make me laugh if you were like, "Oh no, he was never in prison. We just."
So
Yeah,
I
he
saw
just
him
he just
I
tatted
saw
like
him
that.
at
Is
church
it like
rehearsal
an American,
on
like an
Sunday.
Edward Norton style, like American History X type shit?
Yeah.
Like that, yeah. Yeah.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah.
Woo!
So yeah. And then what else? This one?
I was a body piercer for a while, and I stopped counting at 50-something piercings because I was an angsty teen.
I guess Meg's thing is blocking my picture down there.
Did you ever pierce anyone's butt?
What?
Meg?
I can't see. Hold on. Did I ever pierce anybody's butthole? Is that what you said?
Well, butt. Just general.
No, I pierced a clit. I never pierced a butt.
Oh, well, that's even better.
I'm sorry to disappoint.
No, you're not disappointing. That's even better though. That's even cooler.
That's actually us at Disney World when we were young.
I pierced a few clitoral hoods, but if you
You
guys
can't-
remember that commercial where it was like a Trident gum commercial, and somebody was like, "Oh, they never tipped me in Trident," and it was just like a stupid, short-lived commercial, and there were these lesbians, and I pierced one of their hoods, and I was joking about this commercial about they never tipped me in Trident, and they went and bought like 20 packs of Trident for me. And I was like, this is fucking weird.
Was Trident
What
like
is
a
my-
cryptocurrency?
No, it was just a joke. It was a joke
Oh.
about like, oh, they never tipped me in Trident. And
Mm.
yeah, it was just a big joke, but
All right. Focus
Interesting.
on the content. What's happening here?
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
didn't
so
mean
what's
to
the
tell
stream
a
about,
story.
dude? What is
I
the
don't.
stream?
No. We're
about?
talking about Wes photos.
Dude, that's a great,
that's
cool photo.
that's dad. That's dad right there, and his first wife, my mom, and then that's my little brother, and then down by her side is me, but you can't see me because Meg's
Oh
icon
wait.
is
Bam. There we go.
Yeah, I
there's
see ya.
little Wesley right there. There he is.
And your dad's super cool shorts.
Yeah,
Damn, so they dyed
It's
your hair
80s.
blonde?
Yeah.
that's
hell
80.
yeah.
That's what my hair used to look like. That's
Little
was,
baby boy.
And
Little
you're
baby
trying to tell
toxic.
me you're trying to tell me you're not a Nazi, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not. I feel like I can prove that I'm not.
Yeah.
I feel like
Just
my
kidding, obviously.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
joke.
You know what the
I
first
got
thing
it.
he said to me when I showed up at the same joint he was at in Pensacola. I seen him and he was like, "Hey man, how you been?" He has a southern accent. And he's like, "You got yourself in trouble finally, huh?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Hey, I heard you married one of them dark ones." I said, "Yeah, it was
That's what he said.
while ago.
One of
He's
them
like, "You didn't
dark
breed."
ones.
Yeah. He goes, "You didn't breed with her, did you?"
Oh,
And I
Jesus.
said, "Yeah, we have kids. Yeah." He's like, "You bred with?" He's like, "Man, I can't." He's like, "I'm not gonna be able to patch you in, man." I'm like, I'm good. You don't need to patch me. Everything's fine. I'm fine."
Yeah.
He's like,
Do you
"Well,
have
fuck,
any
man."
regrettable tattoos?
Me?
Because you got to like affiliate with some kind of group on the
I was,
inside, right?
yeah, I was like adjacent just because he's my brother and because
Right,
you
but
know,
I'm saying, do you have any like tattoos now
I
that
have
you
no-
wish you didn't
I have-
have?
no,
No
I have no
tattoos.
I've never been tatted. I have no tattoos.
Wow.
Lucky you.
Cool.
I thought you would.
I have
would
the
have some.
original 1941.
I was told not to.
Hembo.
My intention was to get U.S. Army and Airborne on my arm when I got out of boot camp, but I got pulled aside by my lieutenant and my first sergeant, and they said, "Hey, we hear for the little grapevine that you and a bunch of the other idiots are going to go out to St. Joseph and go get tatted up after graduation." I said, "Well, yeah, sir. Are we not allowed to?" He goes, "Don't do it. We might put you in undercover, so you can't be tatted up when you go into undercover. I
Oh,
said,
shit,
oh, okay.
really? Wow.
Yeah. So,
Weird.
This guy at work the other
So
day.
how do we know you're not undercover right now?
Oh, good
You
point.
don't.
Google
How do-
it.
Yeah.
Google
This
it.
guy at my job the other day was
It's
playing.
okay if you are.
Sweeps.
It's not a problem. I am too.
Yeah.
This guy at my job the other day was gambling, and he said, "Everybody thinks this is a white supremacist tattoo, but I'm just an electrician." And he pulls up his sleeve, and it has like this lightning bolt.
Oh,
The
Like,
two
no.
lightning bolts. The two
thought was
lightning
like
bolts.
an SS tattoo. Yeah.
Jesus.
And then his
I thought you were
buddy
gonna say
goes,
Grateful Dead lightning bolt.
No, I
And,
looked at his lightning bolt tattoo, and like I said, I knew I have family in the Aryan Brotherhood. I knew that was not a white supremacist
Yeah.
tattoo, and
Yeah.
and then his buddy goes, "This is a white supremacist tattoo," and like pulled his arm shoulder up, and
Jesus.
just started showing us all his like
Weird.
woodpecker and a bunch of beakers,
We're like, I've
bubbling
seen
a bunch
enough.
of whatever, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, maybe
Cool story.
don't brag about that."
You need to get closer to your computer bag.
Was this
No,
on
I need
to
Christmas
go.
morning?
Yeah, or something. You got to listen to the stream later and hear what your mic sounds like. We got to get you a new mic, for God's sake.
I
Dude, I
already
had
spent
this,
200 on this
Audio-Technica,
because you
man.
told me to, but the point
Well,
is,
you're not. The mic is. I mean, you need to get your money back because
I'm
it
gonna go
sounds.
sew some things and stand in the kitchen like a
You need
woman
to hear
should.
what you need to
Text me
hear
when
what
you're
your mic
done.
sounds like, and you'll be
These-
like, "Why is
these-
it clicking and clacking the whole
Meg,
Yeah,
time?"
Toxic, what do you have?
These headphones only cost me $40 at Walmart.
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
So
I never told you to
I
get
have
$200
spent-
headphones.
No, I got a $200 computer so I could do this.
Oh yeah, that was easy.
And then I got
The
I don't know,
computer's
$100
fine.
headphones.
Yeah, the
Point
headset
is-
is not good.
You guys, I'll figure it out right now. I'm gonna go sew and cook and do all the things.
It's 2 a.m.
I know.
What are you
but
cooking?
know
You're not gonna
me
do
better
any of
than
that
to
shit.
think- This is my prime time to be doing things, and you
It's
know.
time for bed.
Wow. Yeah.
Well,
I think it's
I don't go to
time
bed till,
for
like 5 or 6.
yeah,
think
we'll wrap it up. I gotta say, I do want to do this show where
No, you
or a
guys
movie.
go do some
Listen,
nerd shit with
no, we're gonna
Enzo.
wrap up. We're gonna wrap it up. Probably it's 4.5 hours.
Yeah, we're at four. Yeah,
yeah,
and
so
I managed to
hang
not.
tight.
I managed to
We'll
not
sign
get
us
really
off.
drunk. I
We'll
managed to
sign
not
us
get really
off.
drunk on this.
Yeah.
That goes for one of us.
Jesus. Yeah, that's. Another
Well, I
reason
didn't
why
have
you
any
should-
booze. I only had Corona Lights, so
Some
no
beers.
Enzo's
beers.
like, that's another reason we have to go.
That's
because
another reason why you have
it's
to re-listen to this,
embarrassing me, we
Meg.
have to
You can
go.
hear how fucking shithouse you were.
Well, guess what? You
good, though.
Hey, don't worry
about
it.
This is the show to do it on.
Yeah, listen to the end of the Avatar stream. I'm like basically
This
comatose.
is Monday,
Not
man.
just that, but on our
But
last
here-
Listen to the whole
stream-
thing, Toxic.
On our
Look,
last
you know,
stream, I
Enzo,
was like,
listen to
"Oh,
them.
I should watch what I say because we're
I was
on a
laughing my
stream,"
ass
and they
off.
were like,
Thanks,
"Oh no,
man.
we're not on a stream."
Thank you.
don't
No,
I
worry."
appreciate that.
I'm definitely
That's
laughing
fucking
my ass
awesome,
off here,
man.
having fun tonight. This is fun. This
Yeah.
is definitely a fun stream. But
You
as
know-
far as closing notes, I do want to say, yeah, either a movie or a show. Here's the movie. Like it's like you got an Irish girlfriend and an Italian boyfriend, and both of their grandmothers are moving in. And you've got like the crazy Irish grandma and the crazy Italian grandma, and they're like at war with each other.
Enzo, we should film that. You get in drag as the crazy Italian grandma.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll get in drag
Ooh.
Yeah.
as the crazy Irish grandma, and we'll just go to
Ooh.
we'll go to town. We'll go to
I
town.
love this.
It's how you say it's no good. It's no good. Yeah, we'll do it. That sounds great.
I love
My
it.
All right.
I swear to God, you don't trust a Sicilian. They'll cut your stomach open if they think you swallowed a penny.
All right,
Stop-
I'm done
stop
being
putting
all your
potatoes
racist
on
and
the pizza.
sexist
Potato.
scapegoats. I'm going.
More potatoes. Why no gnocchi or nothing? Potato every day. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué like potato? How do you like potato so much? It's crazy.
Good night,
Potatoes are the
weirdos.
fourth food group. You'd know that if you weren't a heathen Sicilian the way you are.
Good night, you weirdos.
So is this going to be a multi-shot sitcom?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Just do a reality show. That's even better.
That'd be
I
Love
think
it.
that'd be great. What the question is, it's got to have a good name, a good title. We could think about something like that. We'll come up with that for Thursday's stream. By the way, Thursday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 8:30 p.m. our Texas time.
Correct.
We'll be streaming top
And
3 of
Kansas.
2023.
And Kansas time. And Kansas time.
Superman time, my boy. Yeah, good
So
stuff.
Is it going to be
glad-
a we watch or?
No, we're
No,
gonna do a stream.
live stream.
Live
Live
stream.
stream.
Talk about our favorite movies. We got a panel of guests. We're gonna have Vex Electronica. We're gonna have Lord Toxic. We're gonna have
Blue collar loser.
Blue Collar Loser. So yeah, dude, check it out. It'll be
Right on,
fun.
man. Can you tell me about some of these people? Like, I know you mentioned a little bit about the electronica.
Yeah, I'll send you some links.
Yeah,
one of
please.
the chicks is she's one of my bartenders at my bar, and she's like an avid reader